Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Amabile, Baisley, Ball,
Excused.
Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Doherty,
Excused.
Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter, Ball, Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Ball, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator with the Sour Patch Kids and the fruit on her desk, Frizzell.
My apologies, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
Members, on this beautiful morning, I move that the Senate Journal of March 27, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Secretary and ask for a universal aye vote.
You've heard the motion for a universal aye vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. What? Well, the ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Joint Resolution 16 and 17. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 152. Correctly revised, House Bill 1005. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 15.
Committee reports.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 194 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 196 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 201 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1169 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Duran and Titone and Senators Amabile and Baisley concerning the creation of tax incentives to support the film festival industry.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing no, there is discussion. There's discussion? A little discussion from Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday was an amazingly big day for Colorado as the Sundance Film Festival Board announced that Colorado, and Boulder specifically, has won the Sundance Festival for the next 10 years, and that is an applause line, but yes, this is really big for us. And yes, I am willing to autograph your cover photo of the Denver Post on this if you would like. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote yes.
Wow, I've always wanted to have a signed anything from Senator Baisley. It's of high value. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question. Since they've now approved this, do we even need this tax credit? Because it's not written in the approval. They've already gone through the media. Do we still need this tax credit? Remember, this is trickle-down economics, people. So do we need this? That's my question, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I think Coloradans are true to their word. And we made this bid to get this amazing festival. And yes, we need your yes vote today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Amabile. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1005. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B., Colker, Frizzell, Carson, Pelton R. With a vote of 28 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent to excuse, House Bill 1005 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Simpson, Exum, Roberts, Catlin, Rich, Mullica, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Kip. Did I see Senator Judah's hand up or no? Judah. Snyder. Please add the president. Second reading of bills. General orders, consent calendar. Senator, as he makes his way down to the well. As he makes his way, Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Danielson to the roll. Now, general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion's adopted. The Senate resolving itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Mullica will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Kipp and Bright and Representatives Sirota and Bradfield concerning the continuation of the Early Childhood Leadership Commission. Senate Bill 176 by Senators Pelton R. and Snyder and Representatives Martinez and Winter concerning the continuation of the Commodity Handler and Farm Products Act and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 177 and Senate Bill 176 in the Agriculture and Natural Resources Report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee report on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 28, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 177, Senate Bill 176, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 177, 176 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Rodriguez. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
We will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, I'm honored and we're joined today by a group of educators as well as students and parents in partnership with an organization called Faith Bridge, whose vision is a world where all children are prepared to live well and realize their hopes. Mission is co-creating the conditions to ensure equity of supports, expanded opportunities, and excellent student outcomes in Colorado. And the moral imperative is that all children must be generously loved as they learn, grow, and realize their hopes. Grateful for all the advocates to come down to the building in support of education, to make sure that our children have what they need and have the best opportunity to be able to be successful in life. And I would ask you to join me in not only welcoming their executive director, Pastor Vernon Jones Jr., but also a lot of our educators who are here today as well. Please stand and be recognized. Please join me in welcoming Faith Bridge. General orders. Second reading of the bill. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of the bills, and Senator Mullica will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 1.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, the motion passes. We will proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 1. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1 by Senator Gonzalez and Roberts and Representatives Bacon and Joseph, concerning the administration of elections and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Voting Rights Act.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my honor to move Senate Bill 1 along with the SVMA and Appropriations Committee reports.
Thank you, Senator Gonzalez. Before we get to the committee reports, let the record reflect the coat rule is relaxed. To the committee reports, Senator Gonzalez.
In that case, that is.
To the committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the I'll start off with the State Affairs Committee report. We heard important testimony from community organizations, civic engagement organizations, and local governments in relation to Senate Bill 1, and moved a number of amendments to address tribal voting, the legislative declaration and definitions, the Secretary of State's election data, multilingual ballots for municipalities, and also addressed vote dilution and voter suppression. I move the report.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriately appropriated an appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of clarifying amendments that I'm going to be offering here in just a moment. And so I want to just get these so that I can be in order, and then we will begin.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L20?
Amendment L20, amend the
Senator
state.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L20 to Senate Bill 1.
That's a proper motion. To the amendment.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to spend a little bit of time walking through what L20 seeks to achieve. L20 is crafted in order to ensure that, I apologize, let me get my document here. L20 adds additional specificity for the notice related to voting information given by institutions that house people with disabilities to their residents. This is, and then there are a few just language clarifications, further defining the method of election, ensuring that the language that we put here in our Colorado Voting Rights Act is consistent with other VRAs for vote dilution. And the last section of L20 clarifies that precinct level data must be submitted for inclusion in the statewide election database if it's available, recognizing that not all jurisdictions will have precincts. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L20, the motion before the body is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L20 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Oh, there's another amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the Amendment L21?
Amendment L21, amend the state veterans and
Senator
military.
Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L21.
That is a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you. What L21 does is to ensure that for municipalities with a population of fewer than 3,000 people, that there is an exemption for the multilingual ballot access requirement. And then also clarifies that municipalities and counties may coordinate on their elections and collaborate on that translation of the shared ballot rather than the language that had previously been reflected in the policy that said collaborate on. We wanted to ensure that that was clear based on feedback that we received from our clerks and recorders and our municipalities. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Don't go far.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry I was a little slow getting to the mic, but I live in the well, essentially. It's a great place to live. Appreciate this debate, this legislation, and the conversation that we will have over the next, 8-10 hours on this bill, something of that nature, I would expect. This particular amendment is one of those moments, as I look at it, where principles and policy sometimes collide, and we have to make an interesting, challenging judgment. I absolutely agree with the fact that we've got small counties, we've got rural environments. You can't hear me. We've got rural environments where, in fact, the burden to generate paperwork, generate systems, generate policies and communications in alignment with a statewide policy, as we so frequently, we deal with matters of statewide interest. So we write a big law and it says, do this in this way by this time. And it's not functional at the local level. It's not functional in some of the smaller counties. So we say, okay, all right, we'll exempt the smaller counties. I am sensitive to that. I agree with that. I think it's critically important because it's policy, not principle, but it's policy that has to be functional. You have to be able to do it. And sometimes these big ideas and big requirements that we put that make sense in Denver or Boulder or Colorado Springs or the various counties associated with them works for them, but it doesn't work in the smaller communities and the smaller counties, the smaller municipalities of the state. However, we also all show up with a set of principles where we believe in the constitutional principles, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the importance of that. This particular amendment is one of those that's challenging for me, and I want to ask the bill sponsor, because I respect, admire, I'm grateful for the conversations we have around principles and the connection of policy to those principles. This is one of those where I kind of wonder, does this cut into the equal protection under the law principles that are resident and fundamental to our Constitution? So I'm just curious about the bill sponsors. Although I support the amendment, I'm just thinking, how am I going to talk this through? How am I going to live this through? How do I reconcile this and rationalize this with my perspective and my principles as I, as a policymaker, try to make policy that is actually functional and doable at the same time? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Minority Leader. I appreciate it because what we are trying to do, both in the bill, which I'm happy to talk about, but particularly in this amendment, is to ensure that the section of the bill that is being amended pertains to ensuring that multilingual ballots are available in the parts of our state where there are enough voters who speak a language other than English. Currently, in the state, that is Spanish. That they, eligible Colorado voters who speak languages other than English, have the ability to cast their ballot in their language, right? And so the way that cost gets shared, initially we had language that said coordinated with, but then recognizing that each municipality and also each county has, one, the decision to or not to coordinate those elections. And if they do, those costs and those agreements get determined in, by their own manner, in their own decision-making process. But for extraordinarily small, I'm talking fewer than 3,000 people, recognizing that they may not be able to effectively contribute, we have, in recognition and following discussion with all parties, agreed to exempt them out. I hope that that clarifies the question that you've asked.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L21, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L21 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L22?
Amendment L22,
Senator
amend printed bill.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L22 to Senate Bill 1.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment concerns remedies. I want to start off by talking through the remedies section of this policy. Starting at lines 14 and 15 of the printed bill, the impact of lines 1 through 3 of L22 are to remove the ability for a complaint to be brought in the county where the voter resides, and instead ensuring that all of the remaining options thereafter would be the county where the violation actually occurred or the Denver District Court. This is helpful because most often the county where the violation occurred will be the home county, and in the instances rare that they may be where that is not the case, the venue would be the Denver District Court, which is already well-equipped and experienced to adjudicate these types of elections-related issues. Further, as you go down to lines 4 through 9 at page 21 of the bill, this language then clarifies that the state is a necessary party in any action where an alleged violation is based on, how a jurisdiction is implementing Title I if they're not afforded their discretion in implementation. The impact of this language would be to enable the Secretary of State to be notified and engaged at the outset of a complaint that concerns a matter of statewide concern or statewide election laws, and also addresses the concerns that we received from the county clerks and recorders that they may be open to litigation for implementing policy as instructed by state law. As we move down L22 to lines 10 through 12, page 21 of the bill, this section requires that the notification letter sent by an aggrieved party or the Attorney General must specify the violation or violations alleged and must contain a statement of facts to support such allegation, to ensure that the respondent would have actually information and sufficient information to respond and potentially identify a resolution. As you move down the amendment, lines 13 through 23 at page 24 of the bill removes barriers to parties entering a settlement and avoiding a complaint by clarifying that if a jurisdiction wants to rectify an issue alleged in a notification letter, they can seek district court approval to implement a resolution that otherwise they may not have the ability or authority to enact. This would help to resolve the issues that may come up without having to continue on in litigation, and would also help to remedy issues more quickly. And then the last section of the amendment ensures that any remedy that may be ordered could not interfere with signature verification or any other policy or practice that enables the state and municipalities to verify voter identity on the mail ballots and their envelopes. I'm sorry, on the mail ballot envelopes, to be clear. Ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, a clarifying question, and it's one of those that, again, floats up to the potential conflict between the big principles. And this is an election bill, so, this is about the biggest principles in our political project. It's how we, the sovereign people, choose to govern ourselves. We do it through elections. So this bill is fundamental to that. You really can't get much bigger, so the principles matter. So as I'm reading through and I'm understanding what the amendment seeks to do, there's all sorts of elements of clarification. And the amendment acknowledges, as the bill does acknowledge, there's going to be circumstances where we still don't have it right, where it's still not correct, and therefore corrective action may need to be taken. The section of this amendment, which is a small part of the big 35 or 34-page bill that we're working on here, that I have concerns about, is kind of in the middle of the amendment, lines 13 through 23 of the amendment. We're in the corrective action section of the bill. It says, after line 14, insert the following. If a provision of law would preclude the implementation or enactment of the solution identified in the resolution to resolve the alleged violation, the political subdivision that adopted the resolution may file a petition in a district court seeking specific authority to implement the identified solution. And then the amendment, this section of the amendment goes on. My question is rooted in this, and again, it's a policy versus principles challenge that we have. Goes on, the amendment, it goes on to say, a district court may grant approval on authority to implement the identified solution. So, what we have here, I think, is a principled conflict between those of us who believe the courts are supposed to interpret the law, not write the law. The phrase that is commonly applied to this is activist judges. Judges that sit the bench and try, by appointment frequently, in many jurisdictions, many circumstances, by appointment they sit the bench and then they write the law. Well, that flies in the face of this experiment that we call America, where we let courts say, I get it, I was appointed, I'm not really here by the will of the people, I wasn't elected, I'm not a legislator, however, I'm going to write some law. It seems to me that that's what this amendment is doing. It's providing a place where, in concert with a local subdivision, a court, a judge can say, I feel a little bit like a legislator today. I'm going to write law. It would seem to me we should, in this moment, with this amendment or other amendments, figure out what is the solution. How do we solve it so that we do not put the courts, specifically the district court in this case, in the position of violating the separation of powers among the three co-equal branches of government, legislative, judicial, and executive, of that court taking on the responsibilities and duties of the legislature. I'm concerned about that and want to engage again an area in this bill, in this amendment, where we have policy, because we have to have an expedient solution. We have to be able to get to a solution. We don't know what the problem is. The problem's down the road. I'm concerned and would ask the bill sponsor to explain to me, does she share my concern that we're putting the courts in a situation where they are becoming activist in nature, attaching authority that is legislative authority in nature, and writing law to solve a problem that we did not perceive and therefore has to be solved by legislating from the bench. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L22, the motion before the Senator Gonzalez.
In response to the question, no.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L22, the motion before the body is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L22 is adopted. To the bill, seeing no further, Senator Rich. Just playing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor of this bill. However, I have a little bit of a concern, and I'm offended in just a little bit, a certain way, because I am a former county clerk. And the legislative declaration in Part 1 of this bill, on pages 11 and 12, I believe that it grossly and incorrectly portrays Colorado's elections as discriminatory, stating that there are systematic practices or widespread efforts to deny race, color, or to language minority groups an equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. The clear absence of voter discrimination in this state's history and the strong affirmations of fair elections by not only the current Secretary of State, but by the same party that created this, suggests that this appears to be nothing more than a statement bill that affects very little positive change for the people of Colorado. The current Secretary of State has had unconditional positive support from her current party and has continuously touted that Colorado has the best elections in the nation. One cannot characterize discrimination as a persistent matter of statewide concern due to the history of discriminatory practices that create disparities that persist over time, and at the same time have continued to support the continued Secretary of State's statements and actions. Are our elections the best, or are droves of Coloradans being denied the right to elect candidates of their choice? For example, the current majority party must be incorrect about one of these things, and they cannot seriously believe both are true. I think this is divisive and dangerous information that can easily be proven incorrect. For example, Colorado, and I didn't always support mail-in ballots. I'll tell you, as county clerk, I did not. But Colorado has had the mail-in ballot process since 2013. And a study has shown that Colorado's all-mail voting policy increased turnout both overall and across all major demographic groups, and is better for Democratic representation. I was happy to be wrong about that. But the Democratic representation with all age, income, race, occupational, and educational groups benefiting from its introduction. Taking into account this information, as well as the 0 instances of widespread efforts to deny minority groups the right to vote, this argument of both the presence of systematic racial discrimination in our elections and that material disparities are to blame is not legitimate. This bill is desperately searching for a problem that does not exist. On the contrary, ballots are extremely accessible in this state, considering they are all delivered in every registered voter's home. This bill will only facilitate civil suits brought against counties and municipalities lacking the resources to handle them. Every aggrieved person can now file suit under this bill's list of rights, leading to the increased litigious society that some so desperately want Colorados to live in. As a former county clerk, I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 25001. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, I would like to thank the sponsor of the bill to bring in the bill today. I've had lots of discussions with my county clerks about this bill, And one of the things that they continually tell me, and somebody who has been a former county commissioner and controls the budget of our county, they're really concerned about the increased costs. They're concerned about more than that with this bill, but for the most part, the increased costs, especially when we've already gone through and cut the budgets of our local governments on special sessions and that sort of thing, because we cut their revenue, which, I mean, that was something that needed to happen. From somebody that represents one of the largest counties that have a lot of different languages spoken in that county, which would be Morgan County. They have several different languages there that are spoken for people to be able to vote and that sort of thing, which we are doing now. They're just concerned with the data collection, a lot of what's going on with the access and that sort of thing. I don't know where the problems for access, especially in Senate District 1, is. Because I got to tell you, it's like everybody is using that drop box that's in our county parking lot. In fact, it gets to be so busy during that time, it's hard to get in to park to be able to go to work because that's how big of a line there is there. They want to come in and bring it to them. Our clerks do a fantastic job. They really, truly do. And being a county commissioner, and every year in front of us, our county clerk would have to come in front of us and say, I need to raise my budget by $50,000 because that's what we got to do to provide elections, and because the election laws changed. You know, every year she would have to come to us and say, the election law has changed, we're going to have to do this, we're going to have to do that for extra money. I'm trying to prevent that aspect in this bill, is that the communities and these county clerks and these municipalities shouldn't have to pay for any more. I have to tell you, when we're sitting there talking about collaborating with other entities in our county, one of the things that we do with our county clerks is that we have to have a resolution that says we're going to create an MOU or an IGA, intergovernmental agreement, that will collaborate with that district. So we have to approve that as a county clerk. And when we do that, I make sure that our county clerk is charging for every last bit of that election. Paper clips, staples, paperwork, everything. So we don't incur any costs in the county, but that municipality is going to incur that cost. And we make sure that we try to explain that's what we need to see every time. So with that, I had an amendment right here. Oh. As soon as I find it. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had an amendment sitting here right with me.
I'm going to gavel you down if you don't get this amendment.
I know, I'm looking for this amendment. I know. There it is, got it.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Thank goodness. Jeez.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L14?
Amendment L14.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment says is that the state shall provide financial assistance to the political subdivision to offset the costs incurred by the political subdivision in complying with this section. That's what it's saying. So what we're asking for is that, again, especially since we cut our local government's revenue in the special session, that whether it be a municipality, because we still cut their revenue as well with the property taxes and the mill levies, if we cut their revenue and now they have to come up with additional money to pay for elections, that the state should have to pay for it and not the local municipalities. That's what I'm asking for. So I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L014. Being a former county commissioner myself and conducting and financing many elections, you know, it didn't matter whether it's a special district, a municipality. My county only had 2, but those other entities had to pay for the elections that were taking place on their behalf. You know, I think this amendment could go a step further in including counties also. But with that, I think this is a great amendment. I think it ought to be added to this bill, and I'd ask for support 014.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 14. So in the fiscal note, members, the state expenditures are covered under a fiscal note, and they come out of the Department of State Cash Fund. And so we're working to cover the state's expenditures with this legislation, again, out of the cash fund. And then under the local government side, it talks about how municipal election costs will increase to comply with the ballot translation requirements. These costs will be incurred for standalone elections conducted directly by the municipal clerk. These requirements are already in place for coordinated elections conducted by county clerks, true, which make up the majority of municipal elections. However, there's still a cost to all of those special districts and groups that are coordinating the elections and having a coordinated election with the county. Their costs increase if the county doesn't have anything on the ballot. If the county obviously has a question on the ballot, then they have to share in the coordinated costs. But in this case, this will be an increase to local governments, an increase to costs, and it says that specifically in our fiscal note, to comply with what we're doing in legislation. So it would only be fair if we are funding state expenditures, and it's an additional FTE, when they're not even the ones who actually conduct the election, but they'll have to do some rulemaking or something apparently. But when we're covering their costs, it only makes sense that we should also work to cover the cost of, to increase, to comply with this bill. And so I would ask for an aye vote as well on Amendment 14.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sponsors and the senators who have spoken related to this amendment. I will just remind us all that it's not like this will be new costs. Municipalities currently conduct elections in the state as it is. And also I would remind my colleagues that we actually just recently enacted legislation to ensure that 45% of the county's costs of elections are funded by the state. For that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's all very true, and that was actually a couple of years ago. I think it was in 23 that we did that, working with the clerks to ensure that we were covering the costs. Again, we don't cover all of the costs for counties and county elections. It goes back to the coordination again, and if the counties were to have something on the ballot, but the state didn't have anything on the ballot, we may not cover the costs. Those were costs that we're covering in a primary and a general election. So anyways, again, it's very clear, and we do this a lot. I mean, it's almost, becomes an unfunded mandate for local governments, and in this case, municipalities. Workload will increase for counties, it will increase for municipalities to provide the information, the election information through their office. But also, I mean, this is us saying you have to have more requirements. And I just think that we should also say that the state shall provide financial assistance. It doesn't say in what amount. The Secretary of State would have the ability to work with municipalities. It just says shall provide financial assistance. Again, it doesn't say full financial assistance for everything that it's cost them, but they will provide assistance that are subject to the requirements of this section of this law. So I just think it's fair is fair.
We're allowing the Secretary's office, God, I am tired, and we're allowing her to increase her expenditures out of the Department of State Cash Fund. I think we should also consider, because of changes in this bill, I think we should also consider and be fair to our local governments. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just like to remind everybody what we did to the property taxes last year during the special session. I'm not saying that we're breaking the counties. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying to provide financial assistance to comply with the law. So some of these smaller municipalities, I appreciate the last amendment where it talked about under 3,000 people. That's great. But there are some municipalities out there that are a little bit larger, 3,200, 3,500, that needs to have the financial assistance. 4,000, I have several of them. So I just want to say, we're just asking for some financial assistance from the state. If we're going to create unfunded mandates, we should be responsible to help with those costs, and especially to keep them out of trouble, because you're putting in this bill a civil suit. Somebody can go and ask for a civil suit, and if you don't have the financial capability to do this, where are you going to take it from? Are you going to take it from Road and Bridge? Are you going to take it from DHS? I mean, where are you going to take it from? So that's part of the reason why I think it's so important that we make sure that we have that discussion when it comes to financial assistance for the counties and for the municipalities. I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have, as a former county clerk, I've been on the receiving end of those unfunded mandates over and over again when this body decides they believe they know what's best for the county elections or the statewide elections. I agree with the good senator from Brighton that the money that is going to the Secretary of State's office could be better used for the ones that actually conduct the elections. And I'm not sure what the need is for additional FTEs in that office, but I certainly support L014 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I just want to add my voice to the support of this amendment. We deal with matters of statewide interest. You can argue that this bill is a matter of statewide interest. I've been in the well a couple of times already talking about the conflict between principles and policy, and we're trying to manage policy. We're trying to manage policy with this particular bill. The next layer down is, well, how do you apply that policy? And inevitably, it takes money. And the reality is, you can argue from principles all the way down that we ought to be doing this. I mean, not my argument. I wouldn't necessarily make that argument. I'm not in support of the bill necessarily. Elements of it I do think are valid and important, but not more broadly. But even if you're in that situation, it's a matter of statewide interest. And as a matter of policy, we are therefore forcing it, which is where you get language like unfunded mandate. So we should, if we're going to root it on principle, write policy, the next layer is we should probably say, okay, it's going to cost some money, and it's not money that was anticipated. It's not something that was in the budget. It's something we care deeply about, and since we care about it, we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and that's what this amendment does. It says we're going to put our money where our mouth is. I urge your support of the amendment. Thank you very much.
Senator Gonzalez.
L14 says The state shall provide financial assistance to political subdivisions to offset the costs incurred by the political subdivisions in complying with this section. What the bill, and then later on, also repeats that for the state shall provide financial assistance to municipalities that are subject to the requirements of this Part 16 to offset the costs incurred by the municipalities in complying with this Part 16. Colleagues, what are the costs that we're actually talking about? Can you speak to that? Because, go ahead.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first one is on page 33, after line 4, the data collection that they're talking about. That's one of them. And then the other one is part 16 and 9 of articles, which is the page 10 of the report. And then where it says strike line 22, that's the mail-in packet, I think? I can't remember. But it's to help the municipality comply with the packet of the mail-in ballots.
Senator Gonzalez.
Let me remind the good senator from Sterling that municipalities and counties and the state of Colorado are already subject to the federal Voting Rights Act. And so trying to give counties money proactively in case they face litigation, we don't do that now related to the federal Voting Rights Act. We just expect people to comply with the law. Also, we've had conversations directly with CML and with the counties and our elections clerks related to any potential costs related to multilingual ballots. And they are, it's why we ran amendments 20, 21, and 22. They are good with the language as is. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you might be correct that we don't do that now concerning civil lawsuits. But with this bill, I can promise you it's going to happen. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Senator Pelton.
I think what my concern is, especially with creation of this bill, was getting people caught up in the system if they don't have the money to be able to comply with it, to follow the law. We don't want to get them caught up in the system, and that's one of my biggest frustrations with it. I don't want to turn my county clerk into a criminal because she can't do it, or the county commissioners say, I'm sorry, we can't do that. That's not what we want to do. We don't want to get them caught up in the system. So I ask for an aye vote on L14.
Senator Gonzalez.
Just for the last time, if your county clerk is caught up in litigation now under the Federal Voting Rights Act, then potentially I could understand your concern. I would anticipate that your county clerk is comporting with the federal law as it currently stands, and for that reason, again, I reiterate my request for a no.
Seeing no further, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the passage of Amendment L14. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. Can I say it? The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L14 is lost. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of discussion's been done about elections this last election season. I appreciate this bill. When I first saw it, I was really reading through it and checking it out and that sort of thing. So I really wanted to go through the elections. I have to tell you, as a county commissioner, I used to, on the off years when I used to sit with our county clerk and go over the whole election process with her because I wanted to know more about it. But there's been a lot of questions with our elections, especially in recent times. So part of this discussion that we had several times in the SMART Act hearing this year and that sort of thing. But I think we should have this discussion even further, and so, especially on this bill, so I'm going to offer another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L16?
Amendment L16,
Senator
amend printed
Pelton.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L16.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. What this one says is that whenever the Secretary of State discovers an unauthorized disclosure of election-related information, including voting machine passwords, the Secretary of State shall notify in writing all county clerks and recorders, the governor, and the Attorney General for the unauthorized disclosure on that same day that it's discovered. And so that's adding to Section 2. And when we have this discussion about elections and moving forward with elections, we should make sure that we're doing everything possible to have nothing brought to question those elections. I stand with all 7 of my county clerks, and I've done that from the very beginning. I've done that as a county commissioner when I stood with my county clerks when we're talking about elections. But for some reason, we have a Secretary of State that has brought questions to our election system. And so this way, this would take care of that issue in this bill, where we would make sure that if there is any question of any kind of election-related information, let's say passwords that get out, that the Secretary of State, once they find it, they would be able to inform the very people that it affects and to make sure that they are all transparent. That's what this amendment does. So I ask for an aye vote on L16.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, we saw this in this last election. This did happen, except that the Secretary of State did not disclose it until it was brought out by a third party. That elected office should be above this kind of behavior, you know, and in the audit committee, we tried to audit this. Of course, it failed on party line, but I think if we can't have that kind of accountability, we need to have it in statute that there are repercussions, that it needs to happen that same day. The breach happened way before, you know, that is even announced, so I find this very concerning. My county clerks find it very concerning, And so I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I happened to sit on the Legislative Audit Committee and authored an audit request that was presented to the committee last December. And included in that request was a comprehensive audit of policy and procedures in the state auditor's office. And one of the items that I included in that request was this very thing, as described in this amendment. And I didn't create this audit request lightly. This audit request was not political theater. It was born out of countless conversations with county clerks around the state and citizens who had, citizens not just with an R by their name, but of all political persuasions who were deeply, deeply concerned about the events leading up to the November election. I shared their concern. This was, in my opinion, a dark stain on the state of Colorado's election process. And by the dark stain, I am talking about what happened in the Secretary of State's office where inadvertently, I don't believe that this was an intentional situation, inadvertently, passwords were posted online as part of a spreadsheet, and there's a whole lot of reasons. And so let's talk about those reasons. Why did that happen? And why is this amendment being requested? This actually happened, I think, back at the beginning of the year, and we here in the state of Colorado have worked really hard to make sure that all information provided to citizens is ADA compliant. And one of those platforms is, of course, our websites. And as it turns out, unintended consequences for everybody, as it turns out, PDF file formats are not ADA compliant. And so for years and years, I come from a county and an office where we used to just publish PDF files out there thinking, great, we are so transparent, patting ourselves on the back because we're so transparent. We're putting all this information out there, only to find out it's actually not compliant. It's very, very, well, it's almost impossible for those file formats to be searched or read by folks with certain disabilities. So the answer was, in an immediate situation, because we had to respond, we local governments had to respond, we, state of Colorado, had to respond to these limitations by just putting source documents out in order to comply with the state law that had been enacted here in this building. So here we are, we've got this source document out there. It's got a whole lot more information in it than anybody actually realized. Unintended consequence, right? Nobody intended that. It was a mistake. It was an honest mistake. And honest mistakes happen. But this is a mistake of potential grave consequence. And it's a mistake that was not communicated to the people who are on the ground responsible for election integrity in their jurisdictions. And I have lots to say about that. I've known a lot of clerk and recorders. I've worked with a lot of clerk and recorders as a county assessor because we're kind of tight at the hip. But this lack of This withholding of critical information to the people on the ground who are supposed to be running this election was such a disservice, and I will say disrespectful to those clerks who are embroiled in it was a very, very complex ballot statewide. It was a very, very complex election to run, and they were blindsided. Candidly, I don't think the Secretary of State would have mentioned anything and swept the whole thing under the carpet if that had been possible. And the people who were left holding the bag were those clerk and recorders who had, for years, candidly, I don't know if anybody here in this room has talked to their county clerk and recorder. Anybody? Ask them about what's their relationship like with the Secretary of State. It's not good. If you talk to the Clerks Association, it's not good. Because I'd love to say that this was an isolated incident, it's a one-off, but it wasn't. This has been going on for years. This lack of communication, this dismissive treatment of those people who are the boots on the ground, the ones who run the elections, who manage the poll workers, who oversee the judges that keep our election process fair, accessible. Those people. So I think this is a very, very fair amendment. This level of communication clearly needs to be legislated because it's not happening. It's not happening. If it were happening, if that was a one-off, okay, fine. We can walk away, we'll call it good. We don't need this amendment. But you know what? We need this amendment because that communication is not happening. And we need to make sure that going forward, it does. Because the Colorado citizens, they deserve transparent elections. They deserve transparency from their chief election official. They do. Clerks deserve it, citizens deserve it. We should not stand as a barrier to that transparency. So with that, members, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Try not to be emotional when I do this. Try to be thoughtful, not emotional. But this amendment kind of makes me sad. Why do we even have to think about this? It's like, what's the amendment about? Whenever the Secretary of State discovers an unauthorized disclosure of election-related information, including voting machine passwords, Secretary of State shall notify in writing the partners, the folks who deal with this stuff, so they can make sure that our elections remain safe and secure, valid, meaningful. Goes to the heart of who we are as people. Sovereign, above our government. Well, we try to be. Government continues to grow and grow and grow and intrude into our lives in meaningful ways, but we try to elect ourselves, representatives from among us, to be in control of the government. Well, we had an experience recently where exactly what this amendment speaks to, the discovery of an unauthorized disclosure of election-related information, including specifically in the instance that is the fact pattern that we have experienced recently, passwords. Key fundamental passwords, the whole shooting match, to the whole shooting match. You potentially had access to everything. You want to talk about a data breach potential? Amazing. All right, what happens when that happens in private industry? Your credit card company, your bank, anybody that has sensitive information. Boy, they let you know immediately. Bad news can't wait. What happened when we had this problem in Colorado? The chief enforcement officer hid the information, swept it under the carpet, said, pay no attention there, there's no man behind the curtain. Until the fact that the information was out became public, and then the chief enforcement officer over this said, oops, well, yeah, maybe not. It wasn't really important. I mean, it was only a part of the problem. Even if it's a part of the problem, you got to get that out to the people that can manage it immediately. So comes Amendment 16. It says when you can't do it right, when the executives responsible for the project fail to do their job, we'll do what we have to do as the people who are sovereign over government. We're going to write a law. And this amendment to this law says you got to let the folks who have ultimate responsibility, the clerks and recorders, the governor, the attorney general, you've got to let those folks know, oops, something that we didn't want to have happen, but whenever you're dealing with human beings, mistakes happen. You've got to notify those individuals that day, immediately, as soon as you know. Bad news can't wait. The fundamental underpinnings of election security in our state, potentially broken, fundamentally broken, led by people who chose to bury that information for an extended period of time, not any longer to be allowed. You have to communicate it. That's what Amendment 16 says. If you won't be responsible for doing the right thing, we'll explain what the right thing looks like, so maybe you can see it next time, and we'll require that you take that action. As I began my comments on this Amendment 16, it makes me sad that we're even having to contemplate this. Yet if the executive in charge of the Secretary of State's office, who is in charge of our elections, won't, of that office's own accord, do the right thing, we're going to put it in the law. I urge your support of Amendment 16. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the good senator from Peltonia for bringing this amendment. I remember when this happened before the November election, and the media pounced on the county clerks, especially, I know they did in my district, and you know, it was awkward because at first they didn't even know this, and it just seems to me that it creates some chaos among the voters when they find out that something is being hidden from them. And there's already enough of that going on. It just seems, this amendment seems so reasonable. I can't imagine why it would be okay to keep this kind of information from the people that actually oversee the elections and perform the elections. I ask for an aye vote on L016. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to support L016 as well. This amendment is just a common sense amendment considering what happened last year in our state. You know, in Douglas County, I know we had a lot of issues around this. I feel like our county clerk and our elections organization in the county runs very efficiently. But this whole incident with the leaking of passwords created a lot of chaos, and it's all because there wasn't good communication between the Secretary of State and the local county clerks. And obviously that's something that you want to have on a regular basis when unfortunate information like this is discovered. It needs to be shared promptly. And I think that this amendment, if we were to adopt it, would restore a lot of confidence in the election process. It would be a good message to send to folks around this state. I know particularly I hear from people about this, and it just raises a lot of suspicions. And if we were to pass this amendment, I think it would say to people, hey, we take this seriously, and we realize the concerns that people have around election security, and we've taken action. So I think it's an excellent amendment. I think it would go a long way to helping restore some confidence that people have lost in the system. So I urge my colleagues to support Amendment L016.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would urge strong support of Amendment 16. I mean, whenever the Secretary of State discovers an unauthorized disclosure of election-related information, including voting machine passwords, the Secretary has to notify county clerks, the governor, and the Attorney General. Most importantly, she should be notifying the county clerks. So let's just walk this back to the end of October, right before the election. Because when the Secretary of State was in front of the Joint Budget Committee, we were all asking her some questions, and I asked her a question. If you wouldn't have been outed, if nobody would have found out about this, would you have ever told the county clerks about the issue of the password? Her response was, she went into her template response talking about how she had worked with Homeland Security and she was doing all these things. So basically, she spent the next 10 minutes basically avoiding trying to answer my question. So I repeated it. If you wouldn't have been outed by an outside group, if they wouldn't have known, would you have ever told the county clerks? And she basically tried to sidestep it again. And at the Joint Budget Committee, she got help. Somebody else tried to help her. So then I had to point out to her the conversation that's been out there all over the place, that's been made known, that she literally told her deputy clerk, her deputy secretary of state, to not inform the county clerks. And I just want to remind you all, one, that is so terribly flawed that she knows that there is an election-related problem, issue, that she knows about it, and she doesn't allow the county clerks the decency to give them the information that their passwords may have been compromised. Now, I think all of us have heard enough about the language, the template language that our Secretary of State likes to use, about how, well, it's a two-step verification. Yes, it is. And the first step was compromised. So the people who are in charge of the second step should have darn well known. But she told her deputy not to tell them. And that's why there was all that stuff all over the news and all over Twitter with the clerk from Adams County, who's a Democrat, who was totally ticked off that they were not being told. It clearly is an election integrity issue, and she kept it to herself. Her and her team were not going to tell. The only reason all this came out is because she got outed by an outside group who found it. That's despicable. That is shameful. Can you imagine, as a state senator, if you are aware of something that is a problem and you don't go tell the county clerk? But moreover, I just want you to understand where the clerk was on the day she found out. What the Secretary of State, what the Secretary of State was doing on the day she found out about the password leak out of her office. If you remember, first of all, here's where she was. Here's what she was doing. She was holding a press conference about the election-related issues in Mesa County. She had plenty to say about that. Yet she's sitting on the fact that someone in her office inadvertently, I don't think they intentionally meant to, but inadvertently, and I'm just going to say unintentionally because that's what I believe, leaked passwords. She knew that. So she's chastising what's going on in Mesa County, election-related issues, sitting on this information, telling her deputy, don't let out the information. Don't tell the counties. Keeping it from the counties. We had counties in this state that didn't get their systems looked at for days. Days. And the only reason they ended up getting their systems looked at was because the governor actually stepped in. So having to, I don't like it really either. And I'm thinking that's what some of you are thinking, that you don't like having to put this in law. But given the flawed, I probably should stop there. But given that our Secretary of State had the flawed decision-making to not inform the county clerks of an election-related issue on the same day she's chastising Mesa County for an election-related issue, not even as great as this, but there were some issues, is despicable. The fact that we have to put things like this in law is beyond me. I don't understand why, in the midst of her duties, that she didn't understand that she needed to let the counties know that the first step in election security had been violated. Passwords had been leaked so that they could ensure their system did have integrity, so that they could ensure their voters, the people who are in their counties, that they were protecting the system. She put the clerks in a horrible position and didn't think twice about it because she was only working to protect herself. So to say that she should have to, and again, I think it's pretty sad we have to put it in law to let people know how to do the right thing, but to say that she should have to disclose election-related information, including voting machine passwords, that she has to notify in writing all the county clerks. She can do it by email, it's not that hard. But to say that she has to do that and put it in law, man, that is just sad. That is just sad that we have to tell the Secretary of State to be responsible. Apparently, though, we do have to put it in law. Just like we had to put in law that you can't be using state money or federal money during a campaign time to promote yourself when you're in an election. But apparently we have to do things like that. So I strongly support Amendment 16, and I would encourage everyone else to vote for this as well.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Amendment L16 with gratitude of where L16 is coming from. The problem is real. The problem must be solved. Addressing this is absolutely valid and necessary, and I'm grateful that we are having the conversation because a breach like we had last year is unacceptable, and the people of Colorado deserve better. Here's my concern with L16. We are codifying a process by which you must immediately notify 60, let me see. Clerks and recorders, the governor, 66 individuals at the time of a potential sensitive data breach, which is significant, particularly if that breach has not been corrected, potentially. I, again, appreciate where this is coming from. One of the things that we need to be considerate of when we're making statute is not the last crisis that happened. I mean, certainly we want to address that and ensure that that doesn't happen going forward, but the next crisis that we hope never happens, but may happen. And I'm concerned about a data leak, a data breach, where there is now a statutory obligation of some future Secretary of State to notify a not insignificant number of people immediately while there is potential risk because the breach has not been closed, because the risk to our systems has not been solved, because there is still a threat to the integrity of our election systems. And so I appreciate, again, where this is coming from. It's something that I think we should discuss. I think it's something that we should work on. I'm not sure exactly what that answer looks like. Maybe, and I agree with the good senator from Brighton that it's sad that we need to be talking about putting this into statute, but we're here, and I agree that maybe it does need to be in statute, and maybe that looks like the Attorney General must be notified as well as the Director of CBI, and that as soon as they have confirmed that there is no longer a risk of unauthorized access to the system, then every single clerk must be notified and a comprehensive investigation must be done. What I am worried about is taking a risky situation that threatens our election security and then putting a process in law that potentially expands that risk and makes it greater as an unintended consequence. Again, I have no concerns about the motives of where this is coming from. This is coming from a good place, and I agree with that. I just don't think L16 is the answer to that problem, and I'm happy to have conversations around what is.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to disagree with the good senator from Pueblo. I think L16 is the right method. All elections are local. We hear that all the time. That is a fact. The county clerks are the ones that are on the front line. They were the ones that had to get their equipment straightened around through the help of the Secretary of State's office. But I think this is a very appropriate amendment that speaks right to the people that directly are affected, the county clerks, with their elections that they need to make sure are secure. So I am in full support of 016. I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Pueblo, but I think we need to move forward with L016 to this bill.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to actually take some time to listen to the arguments that were being put forward from my colleagues on this side of the aisle related to and in support of Amendment L16. Before I responded, I wanted to understand and discern, is this a political attack on, or is this actually rooted in policy? And I'll be honest, I heard a little bit of both. The political animal in me wants to respond with a flip comment to say, okay, sure, let's notify the county clerks and recorders, the governor, and the attorney general, all via a Signal app, and let's make sure that we actually include also the editor and journalist from The Atlantic in said Signal app. That's the flip response. Because, you know, nothing like pots meeting kettles. The policy animal in me wants to understand what actually happened when. And is this, how is L16 actually good policy or not? It's hard for me to discern the difference between the political answer and the policy answer when I am, and maybe you all are being constantly, I don't want to say bombarded. I'm constantly in receipt of emails from a handful of Coloradans, but also from a lot of Texans, actually, who are, when they are referring to former clerk and recorder Tina Peters, referring to her as an exemplary public servant who has been the target of a shameful political persecution, when there are constant emails that I receive that say, quote, and it's like a form email that for whatever reason, maybe the MyPillow guy is out there, I don't know where this comes from, but quote, justice is now on its way against the complicit Colorado leadership via an incoming Justice Department and an FBI focused on restoring integrity. The real criminals will soon be addressed. May God bless America and Tina Peters. It's hard, actually, to discern the difference between a political amendment that's meant to be a gotcha vote and the furtherance of sound public policy. And so I want to extend an appreciation for the comments that various members have offered. I want to ground us in the actual response and when it happened, just so that we all are clear about the timeline. And this is information that was communicated during the consideration, communicated by the Secretary of State in response to the audit request letter that the good senator from Castle Rock authored. The Department of State became aware that a spreadsheet with hidden passwords had been posted on a subpage of the department's website on October 24th. The Department of State did not initially know whether the passwords were active. CDOS immediately removed the spreadsheet from the website, consulted with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as Dominion Voting Systems. CDOS determined that the passwords did not pose an immediate security threat, and thereafter began a thorough assessment of how many, if any, of the passwords were in use for the over 2,100 voting components across the state. Over the course of the next 4 days, from October 25th through the 28th, CDOS started to examine web traffic to the subpage and investigate whether there were signs of those passwords or anything related to them elsewhere on the internet or dark web. Determined that 34 of Colorado's 64 4 counties were affected by the posting and worked to determine the size and scope of the issue to inform the technical and outreach plan before sharing it, to avoid fueling the major disinformation environment that surrounds elections. And on October 29th, CDOS completed the identification of the specific voting system components affected by the posting on the morning of October 29th, and then department staff immediately began changing passwords, and county clerks were informed that day. I want to read that as we are acknowledging and now debating what is L16, the Senate Bill 1, because what the language of this amendment seeks to do is to notify a wide range of election officials on the day that they determine that this unauthorized disclosure has occurred. What do you know? I don't know. When is it impacting me? I don't know. Is it impacting my voter machines? I don't know. That's the practical impact of what this amendment would have us do. And I am concerned that the way that L16 is drafted is not in the furtherance of sound public policy. And so I don't want to be flip about it. There's a way in which I could respond that is too cute by half, that is a political tit for tat. And I'm not interested in that, because disinformation in our current political environment is all too real. We all have seen it play out. And I think we're all sick of it. But if this is in the interest of sound public policy, let's have a real conversation about it. Because the work to determine the size and scope of and the potential impact of said breach cannot happen instantaneously, cannot happen with a snap of a finger and just a wish. That work takes work. I believe that the Department of State did that work and took their jobs and our elections and our election security seriously. So it is not with, I don't see this as a, ha, let's just be too cute by half, gotcha moment, that I ask for a no vote on this amendment. It is rooted in the world of active election disinformation that we are currently living in, that we are currently existing within. I don't profess to know whether this is the only time that a data breach has occurred. I don't profess to know what happens, how much investigation takes place, for instance, when my bank has a data breach. I don't profess to know what the timeline is for a company whose data, credit card information is breached. I don't profess to know that information, But I would hope that any such policy is rooted in sound, thoughtful intentionality related to ensuring that we are protecting the integrity of this incredibly and vitally important system. And it's hard for me to not respond to this amendment with just a, whatever, this is a gotcha. And I just want to be honest about that. Because had this amendment been crafted with the intention to advance sound policy, I would have welcomed a conversation. I think we all understand the importance of balancing transparency, integrity, and security. Those three values are very much at play and at issue right now as we speak, related to national security. And our federal elected leaders are saying, nothing to see here. It is with intentional language. It is with, and if the question is 7 days, the Secretary of State, the Department of State, complied with that timeline. So if we want to advance sound policy, let's ground ourselves in the reality of what has taken place, what has happened, and then respond accordingly. I ask for a no vote on L16 because I don't believe that this is the right language. I don't believe that notifying a wide berth of potentially impacted, potentially not impacted public officials meaningfully addresses those three values of security, integrity, and transparency. Respectfully, I request a no.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw L16.
Amendment L16 has been withdrawn. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here to talk about policy versus politics. We should be talking about that all the time, in my opinion. All the time, every day. The problem, and I was up here talking about the mechanics of what happened with the data breach, the password leak. I know that you all were really curious about how that all unfolded, so I hope that I was pretty helpful in making that process clear. Because this is about policy. The problem is there was no policy. And with all due respect to the bill sponsor, when we are talking about transparency, that was the problem. There was no transparency. There was no transparency from the Secretary of State's office to those 64 clerk and recorders who implement the will.
Senator Frizzell, I'm going to just remind us that we are on the bill right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So,
there is an amendment at the desk.
in talking about
Senator
election.
Frizzell, one sec, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L42?
Amendment L42, amend printed bill, page 3, after line 12, insert section 2 in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-1-107.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L42 to Senate Bill 1.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. And so I'm really happy to bring this amendment. This is actually an amendment that was born from the previous one offered, L16, which was withdrawn, and provides a framework for disclosure to the Secretary of State's office. And this is what this amendment does, is it just says, disclosure has to occur within 7 calendar days of the discovery of the disclosure, except if the disclosure occurs within 3 weeks prior to or after any election. The Secretary of State shall notify in writing all county clerks and recorder, the governor, and the Attorney General of the unauthorized disclosure within 48 hours of the discovery. So, members, I think that this is a really fair amendment, providing a policy framework where there is none, allowing the Secretary of State latitude to ascertain the severity of the issue that needs to be disclosed so that there's no rush, right? We don't want to rush anybody. But at the same time, ensuring that appropriate transparency exists when issues arise. This is about policy. This amendment is about policy and transparency, and while it's unfortunate, and I'm going to say it again, it's unfortunate that we in this legislature have to meet to create these rules, because they should already exist in my mind and in the minds of the clerks and recorder around the state of Colorado. I think that they would always agree on that. But I'm really excited about this amendment. I hope that you can understand that this is coming. This amendment comes from a place of a desire to figure this out and be part of a solution. Because what happened last year was a significant problem. It was a problem for the state of Colorado. It was a problem for the Secretary of State's office. It was a huge problem for the clerks and recorders around the state. It was a huge problem. But you know who really, really suffered underneath what happened? Is the citizens of the state of Colorado, who once again had their faith in our election process put in question. So, members, I would encourage and ask humbly for your aye vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Rise in support of Amendment 042. Let me characterize 042 as a lighter touch, more expansive deadline version of L16. I liked the previous discussion, the previous amendment that said if it happens, you got to notify immediately. That's what we would expect of our banks. That's what we would expect of our credit card companies. That's what we would expect of our health insurance company. Anybody we do business with that loses critical or loses access to or puts in the wild private information that would threaten us individually, we expect them to notify us instantaneously, immediately. And what is more important to us as people, I mean, our health obviously would be number one, but kind of shortly in line thereafter, after you take care of your family and your personal finances, would be your franchise, your ability to participate in democracy in a meaningful way. So I liked the prior version, but this version is a little bit lighter touch. It says the same thing. It's like, don't be stupid, don't be irresponsible, be professional, and here, you got a little bit extra time. It requires notification when information is lost or leaked to the clerks and recorders, the governor and the AG, the Attorney General, of unauthorized disclosure within 7 calendar days of the discovery of the disclosure, except that, and this is important to us, We live in these environments where the closer you get to an election, the more important the integrity and the elements of that election get, except that if the unauthorized disclosure occurs within 3 weeks prior to, or after, so the way I'm reading that based on the commas, is within 3 weeks prior to any or after any election, 3 weeks prior, 3 weeks after, Secretary of State shall notify in writing all county clerks, recorders, governor, the AG, of the unauthorized disclosure within 48 hours. So instead of the immediately, within 24 hours, the same day language that we were discussing before, and I think is valid, frankly, but was withdrawn in favor of trying to find a policy solution. Folks, we're working together here, trying to find a policy solution. 7 days or to 48 hours if within 3 weeks of an election. So I urge your support of 42. I think it's reasonable. Quite frankly, I would have been a little more aggressive, and you heard me talk about 16. You're hearing me talk about it again. I like that immediate notification even better, but this, quite frankly, Amendment 42, far better than what we experienced as citizens and voters in Colorado during this last election cycle. I urge your support of the Amendment 42. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in full support of this amendment. I still like the immediate notification to our county clerks. Every county has their IT departments or personnel. My county is so small, we just have an IT person that knows the systems, the machines, and they would be able to tell if a breach is at the county level with these type of breaches. Some of the timelines in this amendment are very good. We get our ballots 3 weeks before an election. That's why the 3-week window is in there. This is not born out of politics. All elections are local. All elections are put there to get the best people elected. The county clerks and the Secretary of State do not use an app when they communicate. They have email lists that all they have to do is click a button and it goes out to all the county clerks. There were some things, that could make this political. This amendment is not. This amendment is truly transparency, truly trying to get at the root of the problem, notifying the right people in the right timeline. So I'd urge support for this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L42? Any further discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L42. I think about, again, the critical role the county clerks and recorders play in this space. And I was trying to dig through statute to try to understand, what if the roles were reversed? What if there was an irregularity in a county clerk and recorder's elections, what the requirement is for them to notify? I suspect it's probably in rule somewhere. Again, I only started having this thought 10, 15 minutes ago, but it seems like a reasonable approach, and extending it out for 7 days gives some time for a thoughtful response. But I'm not sure we've offered the same privileges or responsibilities to a county clerk and recorder that experiences an irregularity. So happy to support this amendment and would like to take some time and effort to dig in a little deeper to go, what is the reverse role when an irregularity occurs at the county level? And hopefully at some point, maybe they just end up marrying and match each other. So today, right now, I'm in support of this amendment.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate, first of all, can I just say how much I appreciate our drafters, because wow, this came up fast. We just withdrew L16. It's now replaced by L42, which changes the timeline to say whenever the Secretary of State discovers an unauthorized disclosure of election-related information, including voting machine passwords, the Secretary of State shall notify in writing all county clerks and recorders, the governor, and the Attorney General of the unauthorized disclosure within 7 calendar days. Except that, if it's happening within 3 weeks prior or after an election, Secretary of State should notify in writing all of those folks within 48 hours of the discovery of the disclosure. I have so many questions around this language, and I understand, again, how we are trying to get to actually sound policy. And so I'm appreciative of the recognition of the timeline, because that matters. But the way that this language reads is actually a bit more complicated. Is it anyone within the office discovers and then that clock begins? Think about the lowly staffer, not the actual secretary. Think about, is that when the 7-day clock or the 48-hour clock, depending on when the discovery occurs, takes place? Or is it when the secretary herself becomes, to use the language of this amendment, discovers an unauthorized disclosure? There's lots of questions around the pure language, black letters on white paper, related to this amendment. I understand where y'all are trying to go here with this, and I, in the furtherance of sound policy, would respectfully request a no vote on this language as presented here. Happy to continue working on figuring out what the actual thoughtful policy language might be, but again, this ain't it.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I've been listening to this debate on Amendment L16 and L42, and I commend the sponsor, Senator Frizzell, the good senator from Castle Rock. Yes, that's right, the good senator from Castle Rock, for trying to bring another reasonable amendment. You know, at the end of the day, what we're talking about is the chief election officer, the Secretary of State, who, to my knowledge, for the most part, handpicks her election officials and everybody else who works in the Secretary of State's office, and they're responsible to her. I would give credit to the people that work for her day in and day out. She knows them personally, and in most instances, she's responsible for their employment. And at the end of the day, you know, there's a well-known president who came into office during World War II. At the death of the president was Vice President Harry Truman. And Harry Truman then was elected, and he used to, on his desk, he had a famous saying, "The buck stops here." And what he meant by that is that he was the president and he was willing to take responsibility for the actions. The buck stopped here. And that's all we're really asking. If it's good enough for the President of the United States, it certainly can be good enough, especially with these parameters of you got 7 days prior to the 3 weeks to notify the public if there's an election irregularity, unauthorized disclosure of the election information. And if it's 3 weeks before, or I mean 3 days, 3 weeks before, then you've got 48 hours. To me, that's not unreasonable. With the instantaneous communications, is that we can send texts and emails literally clear around the world with a push of a button when we find out something. So I think we've tried to reach the good senator from Denver halfway, and if she has some ideas and some recommendations as to how this amendment L042 can be improved upon, well, let us know, and we can fine-tune it, and we'll come to an agreement. But at the end of the day, the Secretary of State is the chief election officer, and he or she is the person who's responsible. So I urge support of Amendment L042. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why these dates in here are so important is 7 days, 7 calendar days is a reasonable time to be able to notify everybody on here. The reason why we did 3 weeks prior is because you get your ballots 3 weeks prior. That's why. You are eligible to vote after you get your ballot right away into the voting machines. I am usually number 5 or 6 in my county when I get my ballot, because I always try to be first. My goal is to be number 1, but I've never been number 1 yet. But when we're talking about this, this is just bringing transparency. We had several discussions with colleagues in the room that said, if you give us a little bit more time around this could be a reasonable amendment. And I feel like 7 days is reasonable before the 3-week time period, because once the ballots go out, I think we need a quicker clock. In fact, in my opinion, I don't like the 48 hours when the clock or when the 3 weeks happens. It should be immediately, but I'm willing to compromise on that aspect. We really need to have this for transparency around elections. We can no longer have the chief election officer of the state bringing questions to the election system. That's what we're asking for, is transparency. That's what this is doing. When the passwords were breached, I went out to my counties and had several discussions with the county commissioners and the county clerks. On Halloween Day, I was in several of my far eastern counties, right? The ones that are right along Nebraska and Kansas. And I had several discussions with the county clerks, and there were 2 county clerks that pulled me aside and said, it's Halloween, and I still don't have my passwords changed. Still not now. They knew about it, but it still wasn't done. We need to make sure we have transparency in the system. If we would have had better transparency, I think we could have got those passwords changed quicker. That's what we need to make sure. We need to make sure that the people don't question our elections any longer. I have stood with my county clerks from day one. I know how hard their jobs are. But in my counties, the county clerk is usually the number 1 person who gets the most votes in my counties. My county clerk beat the former senator that was in here that I took his place that is now a county commissioner. And he's a popular guy. Logan County is his hometown.
I'm going to rule you out of order, Senator Pelton, if you say that again.
I'm just saying, we just need to make sure we have transparency in our election systems. And this is it. This is doing it. This is the transparency we need. One of the questions that I asked the Secretary of State in the SMART Act hearing this year is, do we need to legislate you to have a good relationship with the county clerks? This is it. This is what we're going to have to do. We're giving them more time in this one. Reasonable amount of time. And that's exactly what we're doing. I asked for an aye on L42.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't actually going to get up and speak about this again, but I really feel so strongly. I think that this is very important. I was out in the lobby chatting, and it is clear to me from that conversation just how important this amendment is, because there is a true distaste for transparency in the Secretary of State's office. At least in this regard. We talk about policy over politics. Well, I don't know about you all, what your situation was back at the end of October. I was campaigning for this office. I was campaigning to stand here before you. And what happened leading up to the November election, the lack of transparency, what happened to our clerks, who I think still have PTSD from that experience, it was awful. I don't know about your district, but in my district in Douglas County, it was bad. My phone was ringing off the hook. I was getting endless emails demanding I do something. Now, every district's different, right? But we have a system in Colorado that I think is good in a lot of respects. We have, I would love to be #1 voting in Douglas County as well. I love early voting. I love being able to, if I choose to vote in person, I can. If I choose to vote by mail, I can. I love my clerk and recorder. I have so much trust in her and the job that she and her staff that they do day after day after day. I have immense trust and respect for all of the clerks around the state of Colorado. And that was really amplified by how they responded that last week of October to the events of the data breach being disclosed. Because, and I said this before, the pressure, the stress of running an election, running a general election, is extraordinary. These are people who love their job, they come to work every day, and they make sure that we all feel safe and secure in our election process. That's why they do what they do. I think that they deserve the respect that this amendment brings. I think that this amendment also respects the Secretary of State's office and their decision tree that they have got to go through when something comes up. And something's always going to come up. It always will. And it's probably never going to be intentional or nefarious, okay? But this is about common courtesy, this is about respect, and this is about transparency. This is an important amendment. And I ask for your aye vote on L42. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L42. The division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L42. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. L42 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have another amendment.
What a surprise. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L17?
Amendment L17.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L17.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does, and the good senator from Cheyenne Wells already talked about this a little bit, is the performance audit of the voting machine password disclosure. Again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring transparency to the bill or to the election process. And basically what we're doing is we're asking the state auditor to conduct a complete or cause to be conducted or completed performance audit of the unauthorized disclosure of the voting machine passwords in 2024. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We don't want it to happen again. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. We want to bring no more questions to the election process from the Secretary of State's office. We just want to make sure that we are doing everything possible to make sure we're getting rid of any question when it comes to elections. And I would appreciate an aye vote for L017.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L17. Sitting on the audit committee when we did have this problem, politics were played to keep an audit from happening. I think putting this in statute would eliminate that. When there is breaches this seriously, we need to have an audit, have it done, have the questions answered without any politics. Because, whenever you have committees vote, politics are played, and so this would take that out. This would make sure that when a problem is present, that we find it, we address it, and we move on. So I'm in full support of 017.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? The motion before the body is the adoption. Senator Gonzalez.
Ask for no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L17, the motion before the body is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L17 is lost. To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader, there is an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L38?
Amendment L38, amend printed bill, page 3, after line 12, insert section 2 in Colorado Revised Statutes, add 1-1-117 as follows. 1-1-117.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L038.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the intentions and desires of the bill. It's about voter rights. It's about making sure that people have access to that, as we've discussed earlier, most fundamental part of our representative democracy, the ability to vote. The counter element of having access to the ability to vote, the phrase that is commonly used to that is disenfranchisement, where you lose or your right to vote, your right to participate in the governance of your society is taken away from you or eroded in some way. I'm especially sensitive to the processes that we use and how those processes that we use to work through the electoral process affect those who are serving the country in the military or adjacent to the military and are out of the country during times of election. I think it's incredibly important that those individuals, first among all, because many of them are putting their life on the line on a daily basis, not only through active engagement, but by virtue of training, and training in the military can be dangerous, even of its own nature. And they're doing it in a foreign land, away from the country, away from kith and kin, at the time of an election. So this amendment is very, very simple. It fits into section 1.1.117, voter access to primary elections and methods of selecting candidates for general elections. The General Assembly, the Secretary of State, and each political party, says the amendment, shall ensure that primary elections or any future alternative process by which electors may select candidates for the general election includes a process for eligible electors to vote that does not require the electors to cast their vote in person, and by which eligible electors not able to attend in person can participate to the same extent as those voting in person. So what this says is, if you're overseas and you can't be there for the conversation that is fundamental to what the electoral process would look like, you cannot be disenfranchised. The process cannot say, sorry, you're in the military and so you don't count quite the same as everybody else. The process has to honor and protect their ability to engage. So I think this is incredibly important. I've spoken with Bill's sponsor, considering it seriously, spoken with Secretary of State's office. And I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they said, wow, really get the principle of what you're trying to get at here, understand this is an element of policy, the General Assembly saying this is our perspective, and can find ways to work within the process to do so. So I urge your support of Amendment L038.
Senator Pelton. No. Senator Gonzalez.
Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L38. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L38 is adopted. To the bill.
Senatorial 5.
We will be in a senatorial 5. Senate will come back to order. We are to the bill, Senate Bill 1. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the intent of this. Complicated bill, 34 pages, a lot of moving parts, a lot of stuff going on. Agree with elements of the intention, don't agree with all the details of what we've developed into it at this point. Would like to see some additional changes. I'm attentive to the fact that we have the ability on some of these nuances, some of these more where the rubber meets the road, where the process intersects with the policy elements, we actually need to have some conversations that don't occur perfectly always in the well in a circumstance like this. And so first chamber bill, I will not be a yes vote on the bill as it moves through, but I think that some of these conversations can continue at the level of nuance and granularity as the bill continues to move in the process more effectively than we can do in this fashion on this bill in this moment. So will be a no on the bill, and I could get into a longer explanation of the multiple reasons why I've got some challenge around it, but let those comments suffice in this moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. You know, I came up and talked about this bill a few times. I don't think it's there yet. We did get a couple of amendments on that were, in my opinion, very good amendments, but we still have some work to do, so I hope the second chamber will take this work up and improve this bill some more. So with that, I still can't support the bill because I didn't feel like we got to where it needed to be yet.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body, Senator. The question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 2.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will be taking up Senate Bill 2. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 2?
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Exum and Representatives Basnicker and Stewart concerning the development of regional building codes that account for local climatic and geographic conditions for the construction and installation of residential and non-residential factory-built structures.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 2 and the committee reports.
To the committee reports, the Local Government and Housing Committee report. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made a number of amendments that in response to local government concerns, and we made more in appropes, and that's what we did.
The motion before the body is the passage and adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
We appropriately appropriated the appropriate appropriation from a cash fund.
The motion before the body is the passage and adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L7?
Amendment L7, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated March 26, 2025,
Senator
page
Bridges.
1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical cleanup to
Senator
amendments.
Bridges, can you move the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
That's a proper motion. To the amendment.
This is a cleanup amendment of some of the amendments that were run previously. And the next one will be as well.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L7 is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk.
You go ahead and do this one.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L8?
Amendment L8, amend the Appropriations
Senator
Committee
Exum.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L008 is a technical amendment to clean up a couple of things.
Senator Exum, do you want to move L8 for me?
Yes, I move Amendment L008.
That's a proper motion. To the amendment. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L8 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill creates some regional codes so that we can make sure we are realizing the full benefit of manufactured homes. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 2? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we heard this bill in Business Labor Technology, and it's certainly challenging for the local communities that attempt to regulate for safety's sake primarily, the construction. So there's a consideration regionally, as was described by the sponsors, to account for snow loads, account for wind, and account for fire, and so on. It is still a bit of a challenge, however, and but I do want to introduce. This is for you. I do want to introduce an amendment towards talking about the makeup of the advisory board, the committee. So.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L9?
Amendment L9, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated March 26, 2025, page 1, strike line 16 and 17. Substitute page 2 of the report, strike line 29, and substitute 3A.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L009 to Senate Bill 002.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this does, this increases the advisory committee to allow DORA, Department of Regulatory Agency, to kind of return to that committee, which was they were originally in there, and then in order to maintain an odd number, we needed to add one more. So this would move the number of members on the committee from 19 to 21, would add DORA, and would also add a person representing EMS, Emergency Management Services folks, someone who would not be a regulatory person, but rather someone who could advise the construction, the kind of things that EMS concerns themselves with when there's an emergency called to one of these facilities. So I'm hoping that this is received as a friendly amendment, and I'll ask you to vote yes on amendment, what did I call it?
Senator Bridges.
009.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure that the DORA person is actually added. I see you're striking 19 and substituting 21, but the only addition that I see is the emergency services or management. I think that is, given the nature of the committee, totally fine. This is the first time I'm seeing this, so I hope it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't know why we wouldn't have someone representing emergency services. We've messed with the TAC a fair bit, and this seems like a good addition. So I do think, though, the number, you're only adding one, and the DORA person isn't in here. I'll just say, this bill will be amended in the House as well. We are still working with folks on this, and so anything in here that doesn't quite make sense needs to be cleaned up. We need to add that DORA person. We will work on that in the House. For now, I'm comfortable accepting the amendment, even though I think the number of people is maybe not quite the same. But that's okay. Urge an aye vote on L009.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L9 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Lister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I didn't want to come down here and pour cold water on my good colleague from Woodland Park, the good senator from Woodland Park. No wonder we have a problem with housing with a group that's now going to oversee construction. It was 19, now it's 21. Well, you know, that's that's kind of my whole problem with this. We've got so many cooks trying to make something here. It's a wonder we can ever get it done. Now we've added 2 more cooks, with all apologies to my good colleague. So I just think that if we're going to build more housing, we don't need all these different people representing, whether it's rural or urban, and you name it, it's in here. I think that's part of what's holding back. So that's part of the reason why I'm a no vote. I want to see more housing built, but let's leave local control. Let's leave it up to the local regional building people, and not have someone from the Eastern Plains telling people up in the mountains how to build more housing and vice versa. So I respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 2. It's not because I'm against housing, I'm all for it, but let's keep it, the old adage, let's keep it simple, stupid. So I urge a no vote just for simplicity's sake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I did hear this bill in committee as well. I was concerned about how it was going to regulate local authority, and especially the regional standards. I understand the need for other housing, and the intent of the bill seems admirable. But the state is facing a budget shortfall of over $700 million. I don't see in anything new here, and I know that you've done some amendments, so maybe there's a new fiscal note coming. But I thought when you were discussing the budget that you were clawing back some of these cash funds. And the money for this is coming from a cash fund. And I don't know why, I don't know why this one's being overlooked, and there's going to be money spent. And I know you're going to say, well, it's a cash fund. It's still taxpayer money, and we were told by the members of the JBC, making it very clear that with the fiscal note impact, these bills would be dead upon arrival. Trimming the fat from the state's bloated budget is more than just a talking point. It should be a moral imperative, and I appreciate the intent, but I don't know that today is the day to continue to spend money, and so respectfully, I ask for a no vote.
Senator R. Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think the intent of this bill by the sponsors is on course for maybe what needs to happen, except it oversteps local control. I know I've said it at the well before on other bills. My district sent me here to tell this building to leave us alone. Being a county commissioner in a frontier county, we see many times that policy developed in the front range and pushed out onto rural isn't necessarily the best way to go. This is another example of that. We have people out there in our zoning and planning that already have some good regulations and standards around housing, whether it's stick-built, whether it's manufactured, whether it's a trailer house, you name it. And so I take more credence to their opinion, to their standards, than what will come out of Denver from a regional plan. So with that, because of it stepping on local control, I would be a no vote on this bill.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to encourage an open mind on the bill itself, and here's why. We, and I specifically, we talk frequently about the cost of housing, and that 25% or something like that of the cost of a new home is due to regulation. And so as we talk about, and I'm looking at regulation, so primarily, of course, localized regulation that increases the cost immensely, and especially for these prefabricated homes that they are, of course, built centrally and then distributed across the state. If they have to account for the regulation very localized, then the cost then starts to go right back up, and the complexity is pretty phenomenal. So I think we should have a very open mind to this bill for that reason, to try to help bring down the cost of housing, and to local governments that are offended at it. I'll encourage you to consider combining your forces, combining your regulations amongst the folks within your region, so that it does make it easier for the fabrication manufacturers to build these homes in a cost-effective way that would meet the requirements regionally for you together. So let's try to work together on all this to bring down the cost of housing for our residents that are struggling with buying a home. We want them to get into homes, and homes that they can afford. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pelton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was reading through this bill, and on page 6, line 6, where it says State Housing Board powers and duties, and it talks about making rules establishing standards for tiny homes that cover the manufacture, assembly, installation of tiny homes. It talks about adopting rules with implementing regional building codes, and accounting for local climate and geographic conditions, implementation requirement developed by the advisory committee creating the section 24-32-3305. And then the part that I was concerned about is that you're going to create all these rules. And when you're creating all these rules, I feel like that this board is kind of going over its authority when it starts to say on page 7, line 5, Roman numeral 3, covering electrical, plumbing, or fire suppression activity required to undertake or complete the construction and installation of factory-built structures. That's what the State Electrical Board does. State Electrical Board, right here, adopts these rules.
You put that away, Senator Pelton.
I don't get to read from it because it doesn't actually talk about the NFPA. But I will say this. The State Electrical Board creates these rules. The State Plumbing Board creates these rules. Are we trying to usurp what the State Electrical Board and State Plumbing Board already does? Or are we just trying to make sure that once these things are planted, because we don't get to, manufacturing homes are at a different standard. They get wired and inspected at the facilities where they're built. But when you bring them to us, because I've wired a lot of these things, I have to put the service to it. So as a master electrician, I get to dig a trench from the pole, put the service to it. Is that what we're talking about? That's my question about the bill.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, yes, that was addressed in amendments that we put on in committee. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 2 is passed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 49.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 49. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be taking up Senate Bill 49. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 49?
Senate Bill 49 by Senators Marchman and Roberts and Representative Martinez and Winter concerning continuation of the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Stamp Program.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 49.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, pleased to be here with the good senator from Loveland to present Senate Bill 49. This is a bill that came out of the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee over the interim. And what it does is continue the Wildlife Habitat Stamp Program, which has been ongoing in Colorado for quite some time and has been tremendously successful. Since 2006, we've seen a $190 million investment in our public lands and in our habitat preservation to help hunters and anglers and people who enjoy the great outdoors have even more of that and protect those natural landscapes. This is a stamp and a fee that hunters and anglers impose upon themselves, and they came to us saying, we want this program to continue, we want to keep funding the good things that it funds, and we want it to keep going in perpetuity here in Colorado. So that's what this bill does, and would appreciate your support.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good co-prime sponsor from Avon for this bill. This is, as my co-prime said, just something that is added to a hunting and fishing license, and it's something our hunters and fishermen wanted, but it's only $10.59, or you can get a lifetime pass for about $318. So this was set to sunset in 2027. What this bill does is it lifts the sunset, and it says that this program will continue indefinitely. So appreciate your support on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably will be the only no vote in the room on this bill. My concern about this is putting it into perpetuity. I like the sunset process. I like that we can go back and look at it. It's no different than when we put on a sales tax in Logan County where we put a sunset on it. The citizens voted for it. They put a sunset on it, so that next board would have to go to the citizens and prove that they should do it again. That's why I like the sunset process. That's probably why I will be the only no vote in the room, but that's why I appreciate everything that the habitat stamp does. I appreciate what it does for wildlife. I appreciate what it does for my hunting. I appreciate all that part. I just think that we should look at it every 5 to 10 years so we can make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. I do appreciate the fact that I've talked to the good senator from Frisco and the good senator from Loveland about my concerns with this. And I know that the hunting community is asking for it to be done in perpetuity, but I still think that, things could change. And I just don't like getting rid of the sunset process. And for some reason, I am sweating, so I will ask a no vote on Senate Bill 49.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 49. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 49 is passed. We'll be in a senatorial 5. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceeds out of order to take up Senate Bill 041.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 41. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be hearing Senate Bill 41. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 41?
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Michelson, Genet, and Mabile, and Representatives Bradfield and English, concerning persons who may be incompetent to stand trial and in connection therewith permitting certain services for persons who are incompetent to proceed, collecting residency information about persons who are incompetent to proceed, and requiring bond setting for persons who may be incompetent to proceed.
Senator Mabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 41 and the Judiciary Committee report.
And the Appropriations Committee report?
And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
So in the Judiciary Committee, we ran a couple of amendments just to clean up language and for the various departments who are impacted by this. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion to the body is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we ran an amendment that got rid of the fiscal note.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Okay.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually have an amendment that we'd like to talk about first.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L3?
Amendment L3, amend the
Senator
Judiciary.
Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment does a few things. It allows it. Basically, the amendment is making it easier to put somebody on a short-term commitment as an outpatient so that they can receive competency restoration as an outpatient. And this will help us to reduce the competency backlog of people who are waiting in jail for competency restoration. And one of the big things it does is it says that you can be put on a short-term commitment without having to be on a M1 hold first. And I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you for explaining that, Senator Amabile. Can we also have you move the amendment?
I move Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 41.
Thank you so much, Senator Amabile. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L3? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L3 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Michelson Janae.
So what this bill does basically is it permits the DHS to continue to provide inpatient mental health care for up to 90 days after the person's case is dismissed because that person is found incompetent to proceed. The bill permits DHS to enter into an agreement with an organization to provide permanent supportive housing for a person whose case is dismissed because the person is incompetent to proceed. DHS may also contract for the permanent supportive housing of such a person who has successfully completed a Bridges Wraparound Care Program and has been referred to the Bridges Wraparound Care Program. And the bill requires DHS to collect information for each person whose charges are dismissed following a determination by the court that the person is incompetent to proceed. DHS shall share that information with the Division of Housing and the Division of Local Affairs.
Senator Amabile.
I think a lot of you have heard talk about the competency wait list. And what that means is that a person is charged with a crime, and because they are deemed to be incompetent, which is not a medical determination, it's a legal determination, they are not able to proceed with their case. And so for many of these people, they are stuck in jail waiting to proceed with their case. And in order to do that, they have to go to the state hospital in Pueblo. And this can take a year or more currently. We have hundreds of people who are waiting for a bed in Pueblo. Many of these people have committed relatively minor crimes. And sometimes the judge decides, well, if you're not competent to proceed, then you should stay in jail until you are transferred to the hospital. And sometimes that is good and appropriate. But also the judges would like to be able to release people from jail if they have the ability to get a commitment order and make sure that the mental health care system in their local community is going to wrap them with services and do the competency restoration as an outpatient. And that's what this bill is aiming to do, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 41? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 41. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 41 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 175.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be taking up Senate Bill 175. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 175? Senatorial 5? Senatorial 5. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 175?
Senate Bill 175 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Basnicker and Morrow concerning the continuation of the towing task force and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 175 along with the T&E report.
That is a proper motion. To the T&E report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. In the Transportation and Energy Committee, we made a handful of technical amendments. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the T&E committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the T&E committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Ayes have, and the Transportation and Energy Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. This continues the towing task force sunset. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did hear this bill in Transportation and Energy a couple weeks ago, been a little bit. And I've had good conversation with the sponsor about, an anecdotal story about the towing task force and towing policies and laws that unfold and the differentiation between how my urban counterparts, what their engagement with the towing industry is versus mine. I just share, again, an anecdotal story where last summer a constituent who owned a home in town and was in the process of trying to sell the home, the renter of the home had left their vehicle there for a number of occasions trying to reach out to them to come get the vehicle. And it wasn't a junker, it was actually a reasonable vehicle sitting there, but they refused to come get the car. So the constituent called me and said, I've called every towing agency I know, which in my community is maybe 3, and they all refused to come tow the vehicle because of the policies and the laws around non-consensual towing and the fear of ramifications. If I tow this off, I'm going to get caught up in perpetual lawsuits about non-consensual towing. Constituent said the recommendation she had received was just hook up to the thing and drag it out into the county somewhere where it becomes somebody else's problem. I said, don't do that. Please don't do that. So it took me a little while, but I finally convinced, because I have a personal relationship with one of the towing companies, to take the burden and the risk of making that non-consensual tow and getting that vehicle out of the individual's lot so they could sell the property. And I don't know, just tying back to this, extending this ongoing for I can't remember if it's 5 or 7 years, but I voted against it and think it's not necessary to continue to have this towing task force. And again, for me, in reality, in rural parts of the state, it's actually created more complexities and problems for me than it has solutions. So just explaining my no vote in committee and my continued lack of support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I'm on the Appropriations Committee. I wanted to explain my vote. I was a no vote in committee. Is that here we're just, we have this task force, and it's more money. We know that we have a budget deficit, and the journey starts with the first step. And, it's, well, $79,000 in the budget doesn't seem like much. We've got to show a little bit of fiscal discipline. And if we can be able to cut 79,000 here, or if we're spending 79,000 more here and another 50 or 100 or 250 here, we're never going to be able to balance the budget. And also, this towing task force is now extended indefinitely from here until the turn of the next century, as far as I know. So we've all had probably tough experiences with towing. I know I've been towed once inadvertently. I won't waste your time on that. But if we're going to restore and have a balanced budget, we've got to find places where we can show fiscal discipline. And that was why I was a no vote on Senate Bill 175. I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 175 to show some discipline in ultimately balancing our budget, because we're going to have to do it somewhere, and it's not just this bill, there's many others that we're going to have to do it. So I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 175. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Catlin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to help explain my vote in committee. 2 or 3 things struck me. We have made a lot of progress with towing. Some of the predatory and those are not around anymore. I think this task force has, shown some progress. But the idea that we move it on indefinitely seems a bit of an overreach to me. When will a legislature take up the idea that, well, we don't need it anymore? There's no place to review what's been done, what we are planning to do, where are we going? We're just simply going to leave it in place as another form of government overreach and in my opinion, a waste of money. We still have to put $79,000 with this bill in order to make it happen. How many people in our districts would love to have had another $79,000 in the communities that they live in, regardless of what they thought they could use it for? I'm getting calls from my communities at the risk of losing their severance tax revenues and those kind of things. We here can be the ones that lead by example. And this is one of those examples I think we should have taken. And I'm going to ask all of you, think about it. I'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 175? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Understanding and respecting the perspectives from my colleagues related to their votes, I will also just underscore and remind folks that regulating and ensuring the continued oversight of this industry, which in my district and perhaps in yours as well, has demonstrated itself to contain a lot of really great actors and a handful of extraordinarily bad ones who have perhaps you've seen in the news over the past year or two. I think it's extraordinarily important that we continue with the regulation of this industry. I ask for an aye vote and thank y'all for the conversation.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 175? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 175 is passed. Assistant Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 157.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 157. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be taking up Senate Bill 157. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 157?
Senate Bill 157 by Senator Weissman and Gonzalez and Representatives Mabry and Titone concerning reducing burdens to enforcement of laws prohibiting deceptive acts.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 157 and the committee report from BLT.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
Brief committee report, members. We had some language in the introduced version of the bill that was intended to clarify how this piece of legislation would relate to an other statutory section as relates to Attorney General enforcement of consumer protection claims. We heard from the AGO it was actually helpful for them to not have the language in there, so we struck a few words. That is all the committee report does. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Now that we are to the bill, which contrary to what you might have heard, is not a bill to make brimstone rain from the sky or make the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man show up and break everything. Thank you to Mr. Minor Leader. Yep, the senator from Greenwood Village gets it too. Members, before we talk about the why, I thought we should talk about some history. As you've heard me say here recently in another context, because hey, I care about consumer protection legislation, we're not talking about a new idea. In fact, I'm not even going to go to 1914. I'm going to go to the 1770s when Adam Smith talked about the invisible hand. If the invisible hand is to work, if market forces are to promote and lift up the right businesses and favor the right kind of goods and services, then we have to have some sideboards on what's happening. We have to have some encouragement for the right kind of economic activity, honest communication, non-misleading communication about goods and services, and we do have to have some corrective influences or actions should there be deceptive practices in the stream of commerce. The U.S. Congress recognized this in 1914 when they passed the Federal Trade Commission Act, which you can look up to this day at 15 U.S.C. Section 45, which states simply unfair methods of competition in or affecting commerce and unfair or deceptive acts or practices in or affecting commerce are hereby declared unlawful. And we go on to the enforcement at the federal level. This prevailed in our country for 50-plus years. Throughout the 1950s and the 1960s, states, including Colorado, codified their own laws that broadly came to be called mini Federal Trade Commission Acts. Because states wanted to take matters into their own hands, they wanted to exercise their 10th Amendment prerogative, and it's great that we had federal enforcement from the time of the monopoly era, you know, in the late 1800s and early 1900s, but states started to realize, hey, you know, we need to be on the lookout for consumers and small businesses as well. So that was 1969, was the original Colorado Consumer Protection Act, although I do want to note that we had other statutes that were more narrow as to deceptive advertising going back to 1915. So all was mostly well until 1998, when the Colorado Supreme Court decided a case called Hall v. Walter and read into the law, these words are not in the statute, never have been and aren't today, that there is no claim under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act without proof that the problematic conduct significantly impacts the public. Now, what's the problem here? If you're in business with somebody and you have a contract and somebody breaches the contract, you have the right to go to court and try to sort it out. You are not thereby required to bring anything into court about 500 other times somebody else breached a contract. Suppose, take a tort, the common tort of negligence. We think of car accidents. If the senator from a monumental part of El Paso County, just to pick on Mr. Minority Leader, happens to rear-end me, and maybe my neck is all messed up, we may have to sort that out in court, but I am not required to prove anything about 100 or 500 or 1,000 or some unknowable number of other car accidents before I can at least get through the courthouse doors and try to start sorting things out. But that is the impact of the 1998 law. We've essentially killed the doctrine in Colorado. As a result, we are above average. We are 18th out of 50 in reports of fraud, according to the former Federal Trade Commission, some of whose commissioners were just illegally fired by the President of the United States. In that ranking, members, 1 is bad, 50 is good. We don't want to be above average in that respect. I don't think that's entirely a surprise. We have been consistently in the top half of states for fraud as long as I've been looking at this report. And I think it has something to do with the fact that we have less effective remedies than almost every other state. So that brings us quickly to the present, and I will let the good senator from Northwest Denver say further.
Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 157. I will acknowledge that in this moment, even in the pendency of us considering this legislation, the ground is shifting. Just a couple of weeks ago, days ago, time gets weird in this building, especially this time of year. I see nods of acknowledgement from my colleagues on the Joint Budget Committee. We, as a joint Judiciary Committee, invited both the Federal Trade Commissioner, Alvaro Bedoya, along with former legal counsel to the to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Seth Frotman, to talk about the state of consumer protection in America in 2025, and also what's the role that states can play in protecting affordability. Imagine my shock as the chair of the Senate Judiciary and also the person who submitted the invitation to Commissioner Bedoya when literally the night before he came to testify before our committee, the Trump administration illegally fired him. Stunning. Stunning. So he came, they both actually came, spoke to our committees, the House and Senate Joint Judiciary Committees, about the ways in which over the past few months we are witnessing unprecedented gutting of consumer protections at the federal level in ways that heretofore unforeseen. Both Mr. Frotman and Commissioner Bedoya spoke to us about why, as federal protections are being gutted, things like overdraft protection fees, that everyday Americans regularly pay, litigation against those big banks to protect the everyday consumer. Those protections, those agencies charged with doing that work are actively being gutted. Said, nah, don't bother showing up at work anymore. Commissioner Bedoya, I wish I'd had his quote written right in front of me, but he spoke powerfully, y'all, about the fact that the last public comment that he had made prior to his illegal firing had been about the second richest man in the world, and ongoing active litigation that Commissioner Bedoya was engaged in related to Amazon. Now, y'all may be asking, I'm sorry, what does this have to do with Senate Bill 157? I'm glad you asked, colleagues, because let me tell you how and why the gutting of consumer protections at the federal level makes Senate Bill 157 that much more important now. Commissioner Bedoya spoke about the fact that Amazon workers in Colorado and across the country are often subjected to quotas, work quotas, so stringent that employees are asked, hey, wear a diaper, pee in a bottle while you're on your shift so that you can make your quota. For delivery drivers who happen to be women, when they ask, wait, I'm sorry, how am I as a woman supposed to pee in a bottle? The recommendation from their fellow colleagues, their fellow co-workers is, well, pee in the bottle in the, inside the truck bed so that the security cameras don't catch you. Appalling. And I'm sorry to be sharing this information with you as you're enjoying your lunches. But y'all, this is the state of far too many workers in Colorado and across the country right now. What was Commissioner Bedoya doing? Litigating against the second richest man in the world, Mr. Jeff Bezos, the guy who happened to be leaning over appreciatively alongside the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, at the Trump inauguration that they held indoors because it was so cold outside. As a matter of fact, a whole line of the richest men in the world were all lined up appreciatively, looking over President Trump's shoulder. And then guess what? The guy who is litigating actively to protect working Americans, to protect everyday American consumers, gets illegally fired from his gig. And we're all supposed to just be like, well, that sucks for him. Too bad, so sad. It's another day. The bedrock protections that we have come to expect as American citizens is actively being gutted. And that, my friends, is the context that brings us here to discuss Senate Bill 157. There's a bunch of lobbyists out here right now sitting back. They ain't even worried because they've killed this bill in committee for years. They haven't had to worry about this actually coming to the floor. We're in a moment right now, and I am grateful to my colleagues on the Business, Labor, and Technology committees for their support that allows us for the first time to have this conversation on the floor. You know, it was real funny. The lobbyist from one of the entities that opposes Senate Bill 157 didn't even have the decency to text me or the good senator from Aurora, texted another member to say, yeah, don't worry about it. We got 8 votes. This bill, we've got 8 Democratic no votes. This bill's dead. Don't worry about it. Before even having the decency to have a conversation with me as a prime sponsor of the bill, without even having the respect to reach out to the good senator from Aurora. Okay, cool. I'm going to set that aside for just a moment. But that's the context under which I want for us to say, It's the context under which I want us to ground ourselves as we begin this important conversation around consumer protections here in the state of Colorado. Because I cannot control, none of us can control, well, maybe y'all could control. I can't control what President Trump does, what his cronies do. I certainly have no control over what the oligarchs of this country do. But guess what? I am honored to wear one of these black badges alongside each and every one of you, 35 members of this body. And we do have the duty and obligation to stand up for Colorado consumers. And that, my friends, is why we bring forward Senate Bill 157 for your consideration. I'm going to pass it back over to the good senator from Aurora to talk concretely, and I invite you to pull out the introduced bill and the pre-amend so that we can walk through it together, so that you can actually see what is in this bill and what is not, contrary to what some out there, oh wait, they've all, I mentioned them once and look, they've all scattered. Maybe it's lunchtime for them too. Maybe they ain't worried about it. Huh, funny how that happens. At any rate, I'm going to turn it back over to the good senator from Aurora to walk through line by line, section by section. Y'all, this ain't a long bill. It was 5 pages as introduced. So let's talk about what's in this bill, and also let's talk about what's not in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members, this is a conversation that some of us, including the senator from Northwest Denver and I, have been trying to have around here for a long time. We do happen to find ourselves in a more needful time, I think, than any year in the recent past for the reasons that were just explained. I did want to share just a little bit more as we move from the question of what's going on above us in DC to state enforcement to what this is really about, which is private vindication of one's own rights. New York Times, Feb 13, 2025. The Trump administration is rapidly delivering wins to American companies by rolling back regulations, pausing investigations, and retreating from lawsuits. The speed and scale of deregulatory moves by President Trump reflect his ambitious agenda to downsize government. But the upshot of all this upheaval is simple. Regulatory agencies that are intended to protect ordinary Americans, workers, and homeowners are being gutted. The overhaul of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau amounts in effect to the closure of the roughly 1,700 employee agency, which regulates financial services companies. All work at the Bureau has been halted this week. Now, I alluded to some data from the Federal Trade Commission. They have sort of a data product or set of products, if you will, called the Consumer Sentinel Network. I encourage folks to check it out. Their one-pager for the most recent release, which is fresh off the presses, is captioned a scammy snapshot of 2024, March 10, 2025, from the FTC. This was still online, miraculously. Newly released FTC data show that consumers reported losing more than $12.5 billion to fraud in 2024, a 25% increase over the prior year. Just a couple of highlights. 2.6 million reports of fraud. There seems to be a particular problem in the space of job scams. Amount of losses in this category more than quintupled from 2020 to 2024. The number of individual reports nearly tripled. We're going to talk more about this in a little bit. Reports by military consumers. If you have served this country and you have rotated out of duty, you have earned some benefits that come to you, financial benefits. The scammers know that. Service members are disproportionately targeted by fraudsters. FTC logged 99,000 military fraud complaints, totaling nearly $600 million in financial losses as of the 2024 report. again, we are above average in not a good way. We are 18 with over 1,200 reports of fraud per 100,000 of population, nearly twice the states that are doing best, states not coincidentally with better consumer protection laws than we have. When you get to the part of this report that breaks it down by state, the FTC finds that fraud losses were over $200 million for our constituents, the people who vote and send us here in Colorado. Over 73,000 individual reports. Okay, so as we heard, federal enforcement is being put through the wood chipper. That leaves people more vulnerable. I do think the fraudsters read the news. What the federal administration is basically saying is open season to start perpetrating fraud. All right, so what can the state do? The Attorney General does have enforcement authority, and I'm very grateful for that. They didn't even have that till a bill that we worked on in 2019. The Attorney General has only a handful of attorneys able to work on these cases. As we know, it's a tight budget year. They knew that. They did not request more attorneys in the November budget submittal. If the answer to a bill like this is to say, oh, you know, the AG should enforce it, then when I bring a bill next year to fund another 500 or 1,000 consumer protection attorneys in the AGO, I expect a 35-0 vote. So yeah, we have some state enforcement. Here are a couple challenges with that. One, just like the feds can only take the biggest of the big things, which is why states also try to vindicate their rights and protections for their consumers, the AGO is only going to be able to take the biggest of the big. Because I have run these bills for years, people find their way to me. I'm sure they find their way to the senator from Northwest Denver. Probably they find their way to you too. All I can do, because the law in this state is broken, all I can do is say, well, you know, here's a website, stopfraudcolorado.gov, or here's a phone number. You should report it to the Attorney General so that they can be aware and maybe they'll be able to do something. Because people cannot vindicate their own rights. Because we have put government in charge. Used to be, the party of Lincoln and Reagan favored the individual. What the current law amounts to is saying, yeah, you want to enforce your rights, you got to go ask the government. It's not usually how I thought it went on this side of the aisle. If we think about the limited ability of the Office of the Attorney General to bring only the biggest cases, where are those going to happen? Frankly, numerically, they're probably going to happen in the Front Range. So who's going to get left behind in that? Voters in the Eastern Plains, voters in the San Luis Valley, voters in the West Slope. I think that's a shame, because I do think that voters in San Luis or Sterling or Yellow Jacket, Dolores Canyon is a pretty place, Senator. I think those voters should have the same ability to have their rights vindicated too. Which brings us to the bill, which brings us to Senate Bill 157. Again, we, the legislature, not now, not long ago, not in a Democratic majority or a Republican majority or in a split configuration, we never decided to put the barrier in place of our constituents that before they can vindicate their rights, they must establish significant public impact and must go out and find facts that are not really knowable by them the time when they try to access the courthouse doors.
What is significant public impact?
What is significant public impact, you might ask? Frankly, that's part of the problem. There's not a clean number anywhere in the law. Again, how many people have to get hurt in the same way that you got hurt before there can be a remedy? 100, 500, 1,000? That's not written down anywhere. That's why it's part of why you can't bring these cases. In no other area of the law that I'm aware of is somebody trying to vindicate their rights in 1/3 of constitutional government that we call the courts required to go out and prove things that I mean, they can hardly know at the outset of trying to vindicate their rights. So again, we come to the bill, as noted. It is a pretty simple, straightforward piece of legislation. We can skip over the legislative declaration. I will invite members to focus on the bottom of page 3 going into page 4. That's where the rubber hits the road. All we're saying is that significant public impact is established if somebody has violated a provision of Title VI. That's where we put our consumer provisions. I would venture that almost every member of this chamber has at some point voted for a bill that says, by way of a remedy for whatever is in the bill, violation of this is an unfair and deceptive act or practice, and you have a section in Part 7, Article 1, Title 6. Just this year, we've had multiple such bills. Such bills get introduced by members of both parties on all manner of subjects. I've got lists. We'll probably have occasion to get into that this afternoon. But then, and this is really important because this is new and different this year, we have taken pains to say what we don't mean and what is not within the realm of this type of action. We've talked for years about what we believe a consumer protection claim is and is not. We've tried to engage in discussion. We've been met with a wall of silence on the assumption of votes already counted and written down on a piece of paper. So we said, okay, we'll try to be even more clear. We'll put it in the introduced bill.
Page and line.
Yeah. We're at page 4, beginning at line 5, if you care to follow along. A breach of contract claim does not constitute a claim that a person engaged in a deceptive trade practice. Colorado Supreme Court said that in 2003. We agree. So we're putting in the bill. A claim of negligence, without more, does not constitute a claim that a person engaged in a deceptive trade practice. That's been bedrock consumer protection law forever. We're happy to put that in the bill too. Now, really important part, page 4, starting at line 12. Concern has arisen, well, what about the deal? What about that whole caps thing? We'll get to this more shortly, I'm sure. We've heard that before, and again, I've attempted to engage in conversation. I've invited language to be put on the table. I've said I want to try to solve for that. I've gotten nothing back. But prior to introducing this bill earlier this year, we made our best good faith effort to have language in the bill to provide clarity and comfort. And again, we're not the only state that's grappled with this question, so the state where this language comes from is that consumer protection liberal haven of Texas.
Wait, where?
Texas.
Huh.
Yeah. State of Texas. They took a run at this. We thought it was reasonable. We thought it does a decent job delineating what is a consumer protection claim from what is not. So page 4, starting at line 12, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but rendering a professional service, the essence of which is providing advice, judgment, opinion, or a similar professional skill without more, is not a deceptive trade practice. We're trying to get at med-mal here. We're really, really, really trying, because in all the years I've done consumer protection claims, that the senator from Northwest Denver has done consumer protection claims, it's not about doctors. Doctors try. My grandfather was a doctor. Doctors try. Sometimes mistakes are made. We have a framework by which people, if they feel that they need to, can go to court and sort that out. Call it the Healthcare Availability Act, 13-64. What is not touched in this bill at all? CRS 13-64. I was part of the deal happening last year. It came to the committee that I chaired back over in the House. I understand the deal. I respect the deal. I'm not here to change the deal. We all saw that go through. It was consequential stuff. The deal dealt with caps, numbers written in statute for recovery of certain losses in medical and non-medical contexts. We do not seek to change that here. Maybe I'll say a little bit more about that later. Okay. All right. So, members, we've been here a while, and I know there's going to be some other discussion, but we want to narrow the discussion a little bit.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's been fascinating, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor for walking through what is in and what is not in Senate Bill 157 that we are discussing and debating here as a full chamber today. What is in here? Language from Texas, y'all, to demonstrate that this is not some woke policy. This is bedrock constitutional protections that leave us as Colorado consumers so far behind. Bottom 5 states in terms of the strength of the laws that we currently have on the books. Again, just echoing my co-prime sponsor, friends, we came out of committee, headed to the floor, certain lobbyists came and said, no, don't even have to worry about this. I've already got enough votes to kill this bill. Meh. My gosh, will you please at least entertain us with a conversation? I mean, I could, but I didn't think it would be very, it's not worth my time, because I already got this bill dead. Okay, great. And so it's under that perspective that we now move an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 6?
Amendment L6, amend printed bill, page
Senator
3,
Wiseman.
strike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L6 to Senate Bill 157.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 6? Senator
Yes,
Wiseman.
thank you, Mr. Chair. We should walk through the amendment.
Let's
So,
go through it line by line.
members, the introduced version of the bill that's before us today, comes out of the discussion in the BLT committee, was meant to fix the problem for all Coloradans. We believe that that is the best policy. Sometimes you can't get the best policy done in this place. I think we've all experienced that. Sometimes you have to suffer a frustrating incrementalism. But, you know, this isn't really about the frustration of sponsors or others who believe in the policy. This is about trying to vindicate the rights of human beings just trying to live their lives and looking to us to try to do the right thing by them out there in our districts in our state of Colorado. So, what are we doing in L6? The first part of the amendment through about line 16 is updating our legislative declaration. Again, we don't need to talk too much about that. What happens from 17 down to the bottom is where the rubber hits the road. We are reluctantly, frustratingly, narrowing the bill down so that maybe we can have a conversation about that. So instead of all persons having the protection that in 1969 the legislature said that they should have, and that they did have between 1969 and 1998, we are going to focus on persons particularly targeted by deceptive acts or practices. And we know from copious conversations around this place and copious data that can be had out there in the world who are prone to be particularly targeted by deceptive acts or practices. Senior citizens, we define that as 60 or older. Service members, current service members, veterans, Gold Star spouses, people with disabilities, also pregnant women. Why do we list these folks? Well, if you have attained advanced age, you earn your way into Social Security, maybe a private pension, maybe a public sector pension, you have income coming to you. It's too meager for a lot of folks, but you have income coming to you. Again, if you have served this country, you have earned certain benefits as well. You have funds coming to you. You've earned them. Folks on disabilities often have certain income streams coming to them. Fraudsters know that. Fraudsters prey on these people. We had 2 bills introduced in the House. They did not become law for unrelated reasons. We had 2 bills in the House earlier this year dealing with attempted fraud against service members. We had a bill in Judiciary Committee earlier this year dealing with crypto ATMs. There were some hellacious stories shared with us in committee of the way in which scams orbit around these crypto ATMs and specifically target elders. People lost tens of thousands of dollars. There might have been an example where people lost 6 figures. Devastating. Nobody can afford that, not least when you're a senior and hopefully past your working years. So what we say in 157 as amended by L6, concerning which we ask your support, is that if it's too challenging in this place, in this year, to just try to wind the clock back to 1969 and have the same rights for our constituents that we had from 1969, again, signed into law by Republican Governor John Love at the time, that at least for folks that we know are disproportionately targeted, maybe we can get the judge-made rule of significant public impact, again, never agreed to by this legislature, out of the way. For seniors, for service members, for veterans, and Gold Star spouses, and folks with disabilities. Maybe we can start the conversation here. So we look forward to further discussions, and we ask for a yes vote on L6.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L6? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to object to this amendment. However, I do want to make sure my colleagues understand a little bit about it. Because I find this to be truly disturbing public policy, where we carve out certain groups of people to be included or not included. I mean, my view is this is either a good bill or it's a bad bill. I happen to think it's a bad bill, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that when we get to that point. But in terms of this amendment, I think it raises some equal protection questions. I think it is basically an amendment that reflects that this bill has a lot of problems and it's struggling, and a lot of folks have identified the problems with it. And so what we've decided to do with this amendment is make it so appealing that no one will want to vote against it. So we've identified different classes of people, certainly people that we all respect, certainly senior citizens, those currently serving in the military and the armed forces, a veteran, a Gold Star military spouse, a person with a disability, a pregnant individual. So, you know, obviously these are all people that we respect, people we want to protect with our consumer protection laws. But I think it's truly bad public policy just to carve out particular groups of people that you want to include in a consumer protection bill and the other people you don't want to include in the consumer protection bill. I think you're either for this bill or you're against this bill, and we ought to leave it at that. Again, I'm not going to object to the amendment, but I do want to make sure my colleagues understand what's going on here. And when we do get more into the heart of the bill, I'll talk about some of the problems with it. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I did hear this bill, Senate Bill 157, in committee, and to the amendment, because that's what we're talking about, L006, something that I would just point out to you on line 30 about a pregnant individual. Boy, if we, you know, there again, the sponsor of the amendment has tried to include all kinds of unique people, but if we really want to make it difficult for potential mothers to have good care, then we need to take a little closer look at on line 30, a pregnant individual, because what's going to happen is that the obstetricians in this state are going to be subject to being sued, and also that's in this bill that is not being widely talked about, but I'll mention it briefly, is that this still allows triple damages. So if we really want to make health care more scarce, then go ahead and vote for the amendment it's probably going to pass anyways, but there's all kinds of pitfalls, unintended consequences that are in this bill. I won't belabor, I'll save it for a little bit later as to who the real, that there was a lot of opposition to this bill in the committee. But I just wanted to point out on L006 that it will still allow for triple damages, which can be very, very significant. Talking about an anti-business bill, well, that's what this is. This is a huge windfall for the trial lawyers, by the way. That's really one of the groups behind this. We talk about, how bad Elon Musk is, which, by the way, I don't think Elon Musk is even in this bill. And Jeff Bezos, they're not in this bill. Tesla is not in this bill. Amazon is not in this bill. Most big companies are not in this bill. And we really ought to be thanking people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and I could name 100 others, of all of the tens of thousands of good jobs that they've provided to Americans, and that Americans have become very wealthy by owning the stock of Tesla and Amazon and Microsoft and Google and Lord knows how many tens of thousands. That's the great thing about our country is that the employees of these good, successful companies are able to own the companies. And they've been successful and they've been very well rewarded. So instead of condemning people that have provided these well-paying, not just jobs, but careers, I speak about this because down in my neck of the woods, it's actually, I believe, in Senator Snyder's district or Senator Exum's district, Amazon has a huge facility, a distribution facility that employs hundreds of people. They're well paid. They don't have jobs. They have careers. They have health care. They have 401ks. They've got vacation time. They're extremely well compensated.
Senator Liston, we've detoured a bit from the bill, which is fine, but I don't see us getting back on course.
Well, my point is, it was, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, before we start condemning these companies, I just want to point out that the real emphasis behind this bill are the trial lawyers. The trial lawyers are going to be greatly enriched because of this bill. So with that, members, I would urge a no vote on L006 to save the doctors, if nothing else.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Gonzalez.
I'm going to set aside some of the commentary right towards the end of that opposition to L6. And I'm going to focus on the comments from the good senator from Highlands Ranch. Because we were just in on a different bill earlier today, the discernment of political versus policy. And his comments would have us believe that the good senator from Aurora and I picked politically appealing groups to try to get this bill through. Actually, I wish I was that smart. I'm not. It's just borne out in the data. It's borne out in the data that 70 to 79-year-olds, 1 out of 4, more than 1 out of 4, approaching 1 out of 5, report losing money to fraud. Reports by military consumers 99,000 fraud reports. Over $500 million lost. People with disabilities who are often intentionally scammed. We heard a bill in Senate Judiciary just a few weeks ago related to an issue arising that I appreciate that the good senator from Montrose brought forward, because that policy was impacting many of his constituents and having to actually come and beg and plead for us to address the challenge legislatively, because those individuals being targeted and scammed could not just go and resolve their concerns directly without having to involve the government. That's why we have put forward L6. You know what this L6 will mean? It'll mean that folks like me, last year, when I got towed, I guess it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, when I got towed, and only because I happen to wear this badge and happen to have a social media presence that's got a bunch of reporters on it, when I got towed incorrectly, and the woman in front of me got towed incorrectly, I had past tense, a Twitter account that had a bunch of reporters on it that got picked up by the media. 1,000 reports came in, and then, gratefully, the Attorney General's office took it up. That remedy happened because I had a good Twitter following, but nobody bothered to check in with the woman who was in line before me. I hate to say it, but L6 means that that woman, she'll have to go and build her own Twitter following herself the next time that she is scammed. Because she's just an everyday working Coloradan. But what L6 seeks to do is to narrow the focus of who might be covered under Senate Bill 157, and it is based on data put forward not by me, not by some advocacy organization on one side or the other. Y'all, this data comes from the Federal Trade Commission itself, and based on that data is why we are narrowing to these to these individuals who are particularly subject to being scammed, who are subject to fraud. That's why we are moving forward with this amendment. Because apparently, the lobbyists out there on the other side of the glass have a bunch of us worried about potential litigation. You also know what's a good way to avoid litigation? I don't know, follow the law.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit more on L6. So to the point about why do we draw lines? Respectfully, that's what this place is. Drawing lines, making choices. We've had to make tough choices in the budget this year. Why draw the lines in L6? Again, because there's data. You heard about the FTC. Check AARP, any other senior advocacy organization. Check any veterans advocacy organization. Talk to disability advocacy organizations. They will confirm that those folks are disproportionately targeted by frauds, I believe, for some of the reasons I've stated and others. My own father called me in a panic several weeks ago. He was afraid he'd gotten phished. He hadn't. I think it was a week ago, we were debating another policy. It had to do with the shipment of ammunition. Amendments were brought forward that proposed line drawing, and we talked in detail about 243 Remington or 6.5 Creedmoor or 300 Win Mag or 7mm PRC, because it was the judgment, I suppose, of the proponents of those amendments that, okay, if we're going to have a policy with some safety measures around the shipment of ammunition, certain kinds of ammunition should be accepted because they're just more necessary to have them flowing freely without safety. I wasn't aware that there was data brought forth, maybe preferences, but that's okay. Those were purported line drawing exercises, and they were voted up or down. We are bringing data to the line drawing exercise here, and because it was just put into issue by another member, I want to speak to the issue of treble damages, which has probably been the single grossest distortion orbiting this entire policy discussion since the day the bill introduced. Treble damages are an extraordinary remedy. They're not supposed to be easy to get, and under the law and under the bill, they're not easy to get. There's a so-called fact sheet here that states SB 157 would triple again the newly increased damages, that's a reference to the deal last year, grossly increasing the exposure of defendants in lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. The only hurdle a plaintiff's lawyer would have to overcome to secure triple damages would be to show that a defendant misrepresented their skill or misled the plaintiff into getting the care or service that injured them. No, not a correct statement. 61113, 2.3. To get treble damages, you have to prove bad faith conduct as defined by clear and convincing evidence. That is a deliberately higher bar to accessing the extraordinary measure of treble damages. We don't change that in this bill. That is I'm going to say that's an appropriate bar for a would-be plaintiff to have to clear to access treble damages. Now, even with that bar, you can be against treble damages. We are all elected here to bring our values and our opinions into the debate. But it is problematic to me all the way down to the turtles when we bring misrepresentations of what is black-letter Colorado law into the debate. So let's be clear on how you get or don't get treble damages, and we can have a debate once we're clear on the facts and the law. But it needs to be clear that in this bill, we are not changing the deliberately higher threshold to access treble damages once you're even in the door for a claim. We're talking about getting in the door, and treble damages are an extraordinary remedy, and we don't change that. So with all of that said, we continue to ask for a yes vote on L6.
Senator Carson.
Well, just a couple of wrap-up comments on the amendment. I certainly accept the explanation of the good senator from Denver and our colleague from Aurora about the reasons certain groups were selected. I still would say I don't think it's good public policy to single out different categories of people. But I certainly don't question any of the motivations. You know, when you first come to this chamber, you remember certain things. And when we were debating on another bill about union dues, I made the mistake of making a comment about union dues being a motivation and so forth, and I was appropriately admonished for potentially what some perceived as questioning the motive. So I've learned my lesson on that. I certainly don't question the motives of any of my colleagues, but I do think it's bad public policy to select out very particular groups. If it's a good bill, everybody should be included in it. If it's a bad bill, then we should reject it. And so that's what I would urge my colleagues to think about. So I'll await the decision on this amendment, and then I'll have some things to say on the bill.
The motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. Sorry, that was harder than I expected. Further discussion on Senate Bill 157. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, we get to the bill here. So consumer protection is an important topic to all of us. It's particularly important to me. Actually, my first job, when I graduated from the University of Colorado School of Law, my first job was at the Federal Trade Commission. I was hired as a GS-11 attorney, went to Washington, D.C., and worked at the Federal Trade Commission. So I'm familiar with antitrust and consumer protection law. However, I was assigned the riveting task there were two divisions at that time. There was a division of consumer protection and an antitrust division, and I was in the antitrust division. And I was assigned the riveting task of investigating the anti-competitive activity of funeral directors. Well, after a year of that, I decided that wasn't quite what I had in mind for my legal career. And if I can use a pun, I sought out more lively work and moved up to Capitol Hill to be a staffer in the Senate and the House, which was much more interesting. I had the privilege of doing that for over a decade. So let's talk about consumer protection a little in this bill. It was going to be my comment to ask my colleagues to make sure they read this bill. It's a very short bill, but my colleagues who are sponsoring the bill actually made that point that it is a very short bill. It's only 5 pages long, but I would argue that it needs to be studied very closely because it's a deceptively short bill, and that what it's going to do is open a whole new realm of litigation, potentially, in this state. And I think it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary litigation because if any of the folks that are described in this bill, and now that it has been amended, have been harmed, as we all do, we have many remedies. We can bring fraud claims, we can bring negligence claims, we can bring lawsuits against those that we feel have wronged us. And so I think there are remedies under the law to address the concerns here. But what this bill does, it opens up a whole new realm. Now, my colleague from Aurora has rightly stated that there are restrictions. There is a high hurdle on triple damages under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. But as we lawyers know, those are the very questions that get litigated. Those are the very questions that come out in all of these lawsuits as well. Did you meet that burden? And so I think it is still very accurate to say that this bill could potentially result in triple damages and attorney fees and getting into this whole area that I do not think we want to do on behalf, as my colleague from Colorado Springs pointed out. I think it is driven by the interest of trial lawyers to open up more avenues here to initiate lawsuits. So the first thing to remember is that the Colorado Consumer Protection Act does allow treble damages and attorney fees. This bill is going to affect healthcare in this state and other professions similar to that, where people are giving their professional advice. It could reduce the number of providers. It could discourage folks from continuing to practice, maybe that are toward the end of their career, and they're looking at the potential for more questioning of their treatments and advice and so forth. The bill eliminates the significant impact requirement for a Consumer Protection Act claim and provides that any evidence of a deceptive practice will be sufficient proof of a public impact. So let's say, a doctor, mental health professional, others are giving you advice, treatment advice, you don't like it, something goes wrong, then this bill is potentially going to open up a whole new avenue of litigation for various, areas out there. So it's going to be, currently this type of thing is viewed as a private claim, and so it's not under that treble damages and those other things. This would open it up. This bill would change that and make it a public claim. So I don't think there's any question that potentially the cost of medical advice is going to go up, the cost of treatment is going to go up. What happens, I'm sure you've all been in to your doctor or to your health advisor or other folks, and you ask a question and you don't really get a straight answer. You kind of get, well, that's not quite, I can't really answer that. Go talk to X, Y, and Z, consult an expert in that area. You're going to get a lot more of that, folks, if this bill passes. Because if you're in that profession or similar professions, your caution level is going to rise pretty significantly, I would suggest. People in their professions, they want to make sure that they don't run afoul of these type of potential lawsuits, and they're going to be increasingly cautious. So that's going to affect all of us. And when you look at the language, we talked a little about the treble damages threshold. But again, you look in the bill and it says, a claim for damages based on the rendering of a professional service, the essence of which service is providing advice, judgment, opinion, or similar professional skill without an allegation of additional conduct does not put you under this bill. Now that language sounds very nice, but again, as lawyers will tell you, that's what the whole litigation is going to be about. I mean, that's going to be the question brought up. Well, was that just professional opinion, advice? Did we go beyond that? Did we get into the treatment realm? Was the physician, to use the example of physicians or medical advisors, have they practiced in this field sufficiently before? Have they dealt with enough of these cases? And so you open up a whole avenue for more litigation. I mean, ultimately, that's what it's all about, often with these types of changes in the law, is we've got to figure out more ways that we can have more lawsuits to resolve things. So I think that this bill raises too many questions. Its intentions are good, I'm sure, but I think we've got sufficient remedies out there already. I often talk about all the different regulations and laws that are already out there for consumer protection, and when does it end? Do we just keep piling on more of these type of laws? As I said, we have remedies out there already for fraud, for negligence, for malpractice, whatever it might be. But I think we open this up, and we're going to have a big impact on the whole world of medical advice and similar, and it's going to end up being to the detriment of all of us. So I would ask my colleagues to oppose this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, like I said, I did hear this bill in Business, Labor, and Technology here a couple weeks ago, and I do want to certainly, I'll say, correct myself. My comments about triple damages, and I greatly respect the good senator from Aurora, I was not implying that every lawsuit that would be brought would automatically be triple damages. I understand that. I know that, like the good senator said, that has to be approved. It's not automatic, and I certainly understand and appreciate that fact. But the fact is it's still within the realm that there can be triple damages, which, or just the damages themselves, whether it's whatever that might be, or double, or whatever. Unfortunately, how well-intended this piece of legislation might be, it has a tremendous chilling effect upon the business community, upon really everybody. Let me just give you some idea as to who came and who was opposed. It covers really kind of the entire spectrum of the workforce. These were educated, very educated witnesses, of which I might add, most of them were attorneys, and they really did understand the law. I'm not an attorney. I don't play one on television, and I don't play one here on the floor of the Senate. But these are people who came, who I respect, who are attorneys representing their industries and really know the law as it pertains to their specific industries. Not in any particular order, a witness from the Colorado Apartment Association. You know, we all know that that there's been lots of litigation, lots of legislation written about what's going on in the apartment industry, in the rental industry, and lots of litigation there. They were, and they are very, very concerned about the chilling effect it would have upon the apartment industry. And I might add, their person was not just an owner, he was an attorney. He understands the segment of law as it applies to the rental and the leasing area of law very, very well. In addition, we had an attorney who knows and understands, representing the Colorado, COPIC, the Colorado Physicians Insurance Company. He and others brought up the idea about, gosh, there's triple damages. Now then, granted, that has to be proven with great neglect and so forth, but if we want to see higher health care costs and less accessibility to our health care, well, then all we have to be doing is suing our doctors as if their insurance is not high enough. Let's just continue to make it better, easier, faster to sue them, and you'll see doctors fleeing the state left and right. Talking about a healthcare shortage, that's what we'll have. We also had an attorney from the Colorado Civil Justice League, which represents a lot of business entities. And I believe he too was an attorney, if I'm not mistaken. They had tremendous concerns about this piece of legislation. In addition, we had someone from the Denver Chamber of Commerce that represents the city and county of Denver. Many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, those are your constituents. They were concerned. They brought up that there were, whether there's financial caps or not. I don't know how that, but I wrote that down. They were very concerned, talking about a chilling effect upon businesses, you know, especially small businesses, that could put them out of business, having to hire an attorney, and they get sued for damages, whatever it might be. And they too brought up the idea about triple damages. So this isn't me, this is the Denver Chamber of Commerce that my colleagues on this side of the aisle represent. In fact, the good senator from Denver, those might be your constituents. We also had an attorney from the Colorado that represented the Colorado Medical Society. I think those are the doctors. The last time I checked the Colorado Medical Society, those are the good men and women that have put themselves through school. They come out of school, many of them are deeply in debt. They're trying to do the right thing, and heaven forbid they make a mistake and they get sued for whatever damages they may be. So the Colorado Medical Society was very, very concerned about this piece of legislation. Then we also had an attorney, gosh, I didn't realize they were all attorneys, but it turns out that they were, representing the Association of General Contractors, AGC. They too brought up, there again, I'm not, you can go back and check the tapes on this. They too brought up that they were concerned about the concept of triple damages. I didn't write this down, and the payment of attorney's fees, and what the risk that it does to the construction industry, whether it's for residential construction or taking care of our highways and so forth. Another person representing the Colorado Association of Realtors, who was an attorney, he spoke very eloquently about the effect on the housing market. I think he would know something about that. That if we want to have more housing, which has been brought up, affordable housing, do we want to turn around and sue the people who are building the houses or the tradespeople that are building the houses? I'm not sitting here saying that all these groups are perfect, but when we can pull them under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act and sue them, that is going to have a chilling effect on business. Colorado's already moved down. We used to be a business-friendly state. We used to be, I think, number 6, and now we're number 29th or whatever. We've fallen considerably. We are not known anymore, colleagues, as a business-friendly state. That is a fact. And last but not least, there were others. We had the Denver Metro Chamber that came and spoke against this bill. So that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think there were more than this. The good senator from Denver referenced that the statistics from the Federal Trade Commission, I believe, about that, how many, whatever the statistics are, and I'm not going to quibble about those, but maybe before we enact this piece of legislation, maybe we ought to be doing a study here in our state, rather than, nothing against what the Federal Trade Commission is doing, but let's maybe do a little something more in-depth here in Colorado. And with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Okay. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, amend printed
Senator
bill, page
Liston.
3.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 157.
Is there any discussion on L003? Senator Liston.
Yes. Members, what this amendment is attempting to do is it requires the Colorado Attorney General to submit a report to the House Judiciary and Senate Judiciary Committees by December 31st of 2029, outlining the number of lawsuits filed under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act for 3 years prior to the implementation and 3 years post-implementation. So, in other words, really, let's collect the data here in Colorado and see what really has happened out there, and then move forward rather than just turning on the potential floodgates of litigation. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L003. Thank you.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting amendment. I mean, it kind of goes to what the bill is all about. The AG has authority, thank you, to bring these claims, and again, they kind of necessarily have to go for the big ones. We're talking about the ability of people to vindicate their own rights in court without being dependent on government, which I used to think was what the party of Lincoln and Reagan was about. I will share with members who are interested, there's a data research team or office over at the judicial branch. They have an email address you can use. I'm happy to share it. If we want to inform ourselves about filing of actions, civil or criminal, they take requests. And one of the privileges we have as legislators is to be able to email them and ask for a request exactly like this. They're the ones in charge of it because judicial has the case databases. This isn't information that really revolves around the Attorney General's office at all. So any of us who want it can get it. You know, I don't think we need to put it on the AGO and possibly thereby drive the expenditure of dollars and cents that we know are scarce this year. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on 3.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 157? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, members, I heard this bill in judiciary and voted no on it. One thing I really want to talk about today, we've had a lot of conversation about this bill, the effects of this bill, trouble damages. I wanted to talk about a concept called social inflation. And this is very much germane to this bill, so Mr. Chair, I don't even have to ask for your latitude because the impacts of this bill, if passed, would be very, very detrimental to the state. So, you know, we've talked a lot in this building about the increases in insurance and how hard that is on the citizens of Colorado who have seen their insurance premiums. I think my insurance premiums in my home in the Meadows in Castle Rock has almost doubled over the last few years. And it's not because I live in an area of wildland fire. I live in a subdivision. We have hail sometimes. I don't have an unusual number of claims, but yet, like everybody else, I've had the same experience. And you know, I've had lots of conversations about why this is, because I think it's a real problem. But one of the reasons, and when I talk to insurance companies, they cite events like the Marshall Fire. They talk also about the propensity of damage to hail. They talk about the crime rates. They talk about social inflation. And social inflation is this really interesting term that describes a situation where insurance claims costs rise disproportionately to general inflation, and it is driven by factors like increased litigation is one. More lawsuits being filed and pursued. Well, check the box on that with this bill. Another possible driver is larger jury awards. Check. Let's talk about another driver, third-party litigation funding. Parties funding lawsuits, potentially encouraging yet more litigation. Check. Shifts in legal and social norms. What that means is that's changes on how liability is perceived and how damages are awarded. And I'm not sure if I'd done my homework in the few minutes before I decided to walk up here and visit with you all, I could tell you where Colorado falls in our 50 United States with respect to litigation. I've heard anecdotally that we're very high. We are, here in Colorado, litigation is much more common than most other states in the United States. So I'm going to check that box. And another possible driver is anti-corporate sentiment. Well, I think we've heard enough in the discussion around this bill to check that box as well. You know, I'm not inclined to be bashing Jeff Bezos or Amazon because it always amazes me, especially in smart hearings, how when asked for accountability, we'll have many times, less this year, thank goodness, but many times the department will throw up their hands and say, well, COVID. Wish I had $1 for every time I heard that. But, you know, these companies that are quite successful right now, some of them really stemmed a great deal of their success in COVID and getting us through those dark times when it was really challenging to go to a grocery store or to go to Walmart or whatever to get the items for your household that we needed. So I'm less inclined to bash them. I think that their role in our society is very, very valuable. So I don't find the idea of making political statements about corporations particularly valuable in this context, but there we are. I just wanted to bring this concept forward because I think it's very, very germane to this conversation. And when I checked all the boxes on the drivers of social inflation, I want you to understand that I'm trying to draw a parallel between what is being contemplated by this bill and increased costs to the citizens of the state of Colorado. This type of legislation has been successful in at least one other state, I think Washington, where my lovely granddaughters reside. But they neglected to, they actually capped their treble damages, which I think would be a very positive first step for this legislation. Our legislation does not include a cap. So with that, I would ask for your no vote. I think we're still on the amendment, are we not? Or did we move to the bill? Oh, okay, well, good. We're moving right along then. So I would ask for your no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it sounds like we might talk about a certain amendment a little bit later, but that's fine. So being back to the bill, I just thought I'd respond a little bit to some of what we've heard so far to kind of keep the debate in balance. I guess being relatively newer to the Senate, coming over from the House, I'm a little bit still absorbing the norms of when we name check certain lobbied interests. But I do appreciate the prior commentary identifying for whoever might be listening out there who all it was that came to committee and who is powerfully represented in this building. I've got 20 organizations on a fact sheet that I could read out who are supportive of the bill. I'm not going to do that. It was previously stated that the law is unnecessary. I thought I'd share a few things about that in a couple respects. One, 47, I think, other states either have never had or have eliminated this significant public impact rule. So all other things equal, literally almost the rest of the country, including the deepest red states like Utah, Wyoming, the Dakotas, the Deep South, have in fact deemed it necessary not to have the significant public impact barrier to private enforcement of rights. Another lens on what is or isn't necessary, and I get it, we can all debate what's necessary, but again, I pulled a list of legislation introduced in the last couple of years touching on what we're talking about here on unfair and deceptive acts and practices. 2023, there was a legislation including solicitations and Secretary of State enforcement, co-primed in part by a Republican representative from El Paso County. 2023, consumer protections in event ticket sales. I know that the senator from Woodland Park worked on that, consumer protection. 2023, broker engagement contracts, a representative from Mesa County, Republican. 2023, disposable wipes labeling, then a Republican rep from Douglas County, senator from Garfield County. Improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder, Republican representative from Douglas County. Hospital medical price transparency, hey, that's important. Republican representatives and senators from Douglas County. Cannabinoids, Republican senator from Douglas County. Agricultural equipment manufacturer repair, Republican representative from Loveland. I mean, I could go on. I didn't even poll this year. There's probably a dozen more. So I think the legislative history shows that, in fact, members of both parties and both chambers in the Colorado General Assembly have deemed it necessary to have consumer protection remedies. Did all the sponsors of those laws know that they were unenforceable by the Attorney General or, but for somebody's ability to prove thousands of other impacted individuals? I don't know. I should walk around and ask. Now, it was stated that fraud claims could be an alternative remedy. What we're talking about here is literally a fraud claim. A consumer protection claim is a claim against fraudulent marketing, fraudulent conduct, except it doesn't work because significant public impact. It was stated that negligence claims are a remedy. Respectfully, I disagree. The law says and the bill says negligence is not a consumer protection claim. Negligence is, oops, I screwed up. I did not adhere to a duty of care. The problem with this type of conduct is it typically involves a heightened, more than negligent mental state. Fraudsters are pretty well aware of what they're doing. And that awareness, that intentionality is in fact the opposite of negligence in the law. Now, med-mal, it may be helpful to give an example, and sorry, it's going to be a little bit of a dramatic example. Suppose I'm on the operating table and the wrong leg is cut off. I've actually heard of it happening, I'm sorry to say. All right, that's probably a medical malpractice claim, and it will be resolved pursuant to the procedures and the caps in 13-64, the Healthcare Availability Act. That is a med-mal claim. That is not without more consumer protection claim. That's the law. That's long been the law. That's what the bill says. That's what Texas says. Texas is pretty well in the grip of a red governing philosophy. They're doing a lot down there. I presume that if they found their provisions that we're importing here to be insufficiently protective of doctors and other professionals who exercise skill and judgment and so forth, that they change it. But they haven't. See Texas Business and Corporation Code 17.49. So cutting off the wrong leg is a med-mal claim. Now, to give some examples of what might depending on the facts, be a consumer protection claim. You know, I'm accredited by X, Y, and Z, or I've completed 1,000 successful knee surgeries, or we use thus and such make and model of an artificial knee. And that all turns out to be false. All right, now maybe that's a consumer protection claim, but that's not a med-mal claim. Like the senator from Northwest Denver said, a pretty sure way to not get caught up in any of this is to simply follow the law, make the choices that you're going to make concerning the products or services that you bring to market, communicate about them honestly. That's it. That's really it. Unfortunately, there are those who do not. There need to be remedies. There are remedies without this barrier in 47 other states. And again, the feds have been trying to act on this until recently, since 1914. So I wanted to get some of those things on the record, and probably there's going to be some more discussion.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What day are we in the session? 104, 194? I lose track. Well, many days ago, we convened, we came together, and pretty much everyone from all political persuasions and perspectives said, we got to do something about the affordability of life in Colorado. Broad agreement on that subject. This particular bill, incredibly well-intentioned, and there are individuals, there are situations, there are cases where, wow, that is, cut off the wrong leg, are you kidding me? That not only should be accounted for, but that should be punished. All right, that is the case. But we're not here only to govern and create policy for extreme 2 and 3 times outside standard deviation norms. We're here to govern for everybody. The current practice, the current law regarding deceptive trade practices is that it must significantly affect the public in order to be a violation of the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Well, why is that? Because the economic impact on everyone is dramatic when you start monkeying with making more punitive damages available, making more expensive all the things that we rely on and count on. That's essentially what Senate Bill 157 does. It does the things that it intends to do. That's the first order effect. I get it. You can have the policy conversation, better, worse, figure out where the narrow path is to make it right. But the way I look at it is, well, wait a minute. Didn't we just deal with this last year? Didn't we just move non-economic damages on medical liability from $300,000 to $875 over the next 5 years? Didn't we just increase the cap of non-economic damages for other torts from $650,000 to $1.5 million? Well, the answer is yes, we did. Heavily negotiated, closely figured, reasoned, and agreed upon by the very same people that will interact in the environment that 157 wants to create. So I did a teeny bit of economic modeling, just in 2 areas. 2 areas. What would happen, and I'm drawing on national data, industry trends, some economic modeling to frame low and high cost bands on what's going to happen to the affordability of life, the cost for the people of Colorado, if 157 advances. And I'm going to give you a good reason, no matter your political perspective. If you are trying to make life more affordable for the people of Colorado, you got to vote no on 157, please do. Let's just look at 2 areas of the economy. Home building. Increased liability. Current baseline liability insurance for builders typically runs from about $3,000 to $6,000 per home. The expected increase that 157 would bring into the environment on premiums go up by 40 to 100% for small and mid-sized contractors. So what's that mean on that, on each home? The estimated increased cost on average between $1,200 and $6,000 per home. That's just the insurance cost, driven by 157, an affordability problem in the extreme. The legal risk reserves and risk mitigation costs for builders look something like this. Conservatively budgeting, they would add 1 to 2% of cost of a new home in anticipation of potential claims. For a $600,000 home, and that is not far from an average or median priced home in Colorado anymore, tragically. Low end, $6,000, high end, $12,000. So the overall impact on a new home price combined, low end of the band, $7,200, high end of the band, $18,000. And we wonder why life's expensive in Colorado. It's bills like 157. Healthcare. Malpractice insurance premiums. National data shows that tort expansion can raise malpractice premiums by 15 to 50% depending on the specialty. Colorado-based premiums for physicians range from $10,000 to $100,000 a year. Think about that. A doctor that we rely on paying $100,000 a year before he gets out of bed in the morning or before she gets out of bed in the morning in liability, malpractice liability insurance. And this bill, low-end increase, $1,500. High-end increase, as much as $50,000 in premium per physician per year. Defensive medical costs. Physicians are going to, in order to make sure that the claims, the triggers that are built into, and I don't have a copy of the bill, I was going to waive it, the triggers built into this bill are not met, that they don't get, hey, you misrepresented what you said you could do, in order to prevent that claim against them, which this bill would trigger then the treble damages. They're going to do more defensive medicine. They're going to order more tests. They're going to take more slow steps in the diagnosis process. The Colorado per capita health care spending is going to be about $9,000 a year in increase due to defensive medicine. Low end are $4,500 per year per person. High end estimate, $900 per person per year. So the health care cost impact on families, family of 4, low end estimate, $1,800 a year, high end estimate, $3,600 a year. The legal system and economy-wide impacts. The increase in frivolous lawsuit potential based on states that expanded liability insurance. And you heard conversation about, well, Texas is doing this. Yeah, but Texas is also putting a whole bunch of guardrails in place that are not in place in 157. So dig in carefully when you're hearing the honey of, oh yeah, but there's these other states doing, and the red states, by the way, they're doing this. Well, they're also doing something else to attenuate that, to manage that. So really get into the nuts and bolts of the policy if you're going to buy in on that argument. Settlement pressure increases on liability insurance when treble damages are on the table. Small contractor or clinic annual legal reserve. Low-end estimate, $5,000 per year. High-end estimate, $25,000 a year. So the combined impact, the statewide impact on cost of living, which is where I come back to. What's this doing for the cost of living for the people of Colorado? Low-end estimate increases $600 a year. High-end estimate, $1,800 a year. This is just on liability because of the liability elements. Family of 4, $2,400. High-end, $7,200. So, new home cost, low-end estimate, $7,200 all in to $18,000 all in. Family health care cost, $1,800 a year, $3,600 a year. Legal insurance, $600 a year to $2,000 a year. Total cost of living, $2,400 a year on the low end, $7,200 on the high end. So, you can argue with me about the numbers. You know, Lundin, your economic modeling's all off. You got your levers miscalculated, but the problem is, the point is, 157's not the only bill we're dealing with this year that is going to create a trend that makes life less affordable in Colorado. But it's a big one. The bogey, as they say in business, the bogey's big on this one. The cost is substantial. It may not be the $7,200 a year increased cost per family in Colorado, but it's not going to be less. It's not going to lower the cost of living in Colorado. It is guaranteed to increase the cost of living in Colorado. Now, that's for all, give or take 8 million. How many people live in Colorado now? Somebody shout out the number. 6 million people, 8 million. Seems like 10 million on some days when I'm trying to get to work. The reality is, that's for everybody in Colorado. Do we want to make sure that the laws protect and provide for appropriate compensation and a course correction for professionals that don't get it right? Of course we do. And we negotiated a bunch of that last year, raised the caps in a significant way last year. 157 is a step too far in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Mr. Chair, thank you for your attention. I urge colleagues a no vote on 157 at the moment that it arrives.
It is 5.8 million people in Colorado, and the floor is Senator Carson's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk and elaborate a little bit on the minority leader's point about litigation. And, you know, we all kind of have this vision of courtroom trials, and we go before a jury, we go before a judge, but the reality is that's the exception. The vast majority of these kind of cases particularly are never going to actually get to trial. And they're going to be settled. And this is, while I agree with the senator from Aurora in his point that fortunately, the hurdle for treble damages is a high one, as the law says. It has to be established by clear and convincing evidence that such person engaged in bad faith conduct. But the way litigation works is all of these things end up in the complaint. So if you're in the medical field and you're accused of misdiagnosing a patient or something along those lines, or they're questioning your qualifications or your experience, what the trial lawyer is going to do on behalf of their client is they're going to put every single thing they can think of in that lawsuit. And they're going to probably include that triple damages claim. And so what happens is, what drives up the cost so much of insurance, and even in a lot of these cases, insurance may not be available. This may be right there on the practitioner's desk, on the physician or medical provider's desk, if we want to use that example. They may be paying this right out of their own pocket. And so what happens is the lawyer goes to, their client and says, listen, this is a very serious case, and you might want to settle it for $500,000, because if you don't settle it, you could be looking at millions of dollars. You could be looking at the end of your practice. You could be looking at all sorts of reputational damage, triple damages, attorney fees. So all that's going to be on the table, and that's the way litigation works, is you throw the kitchen sink out there, and then you drive it toward a settlement in the vast majority of cases. And as an attorney, you try to get the maximum amount of money for your client, and you get some as well. So I think these cases, you really have to look at them as saying, well, it might be a high hurdle to prove X, Y, and Z, but that's not really the way litigation works. You may not be able to prove the worst case scenario, but most people aren't going to want to take those risks. They're not going to want to be sitting there facing 2 or 3 years of having that threat over there, hanging over them. You're in practice in the medical field or other field, and you're looking at these, these complaints and this litigation potentially going on for years. And so that's why lawyers often recommend settlement, even in cases where, the case isn't that strong. You're going to be driven to settlement, and it's going to increase costs. And I think, as I've said, we have many, many other remedies for these. If a practitioner is misleading, deliberately deceiving, I'm sure it happens, but I don't think there's very many doctors who deliberately misdiagnose or deliberately try to damage their patients. And so I think what you're going to see is people just defending themselves, kind of stepping back and saying, I got to be more cautious out there because I'm faced with another potential round of lawsuits that could come after me. So, as I said, I think we've got the remedies we need out there to deal with these cases. If it's egregious, if it's malpractice, if it's negligence, if it's a case where there's definitely, appears to have been misdiagnosis that was a result of lack of training or negligence, then we have means to pursue those claims. And adding on this top, all of this on top, I think would be a mistake. So again, I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and at the appropriate time, we will be calling for a division on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 157? I heard it. Yep.
Division.
A division has been called, has been requested.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 157. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The motion for the adoption of Senate Bill 157 is adopted.
Okay, hold on. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 25-184?
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Cutter and Weissman and Representative Ricks concerning the continuation of the HOA Information and Resource Center and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Cutter.
I move Senate Bill 25-184.
To the bill, Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is another of the sunset bills that we've been considering including today. This continues the HOA Information Office and Resource Center. This is lodged within DORA. This is an office that just tries to be, like it says, a point of information for the more than 2 million folks in our state who live in a common interest community, commonly called an HOA. We follow the sunset recommendation to continue the office into the next decade. The only fiscal impact is the standard continuing fiscal impact. We ask for a yes vote on behalf of our constituents who need information about how HOAs operate.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 184? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 25-174?
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives Lukens and Soper concerning the continuation of the regulation of outfitters and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 174, and there are no committee reports.
To the bill, Senator Simpson.
Another sunset review, this time of the outfitters, my good colleague, the senator from Frisco, actually has a couple of technical amendments to offer to the bill.
There is an amendment on the desk.
Very technical.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, amend printed bill, page 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003.
Is there any discussion?
This just removes some what has turned out to be redundant language as far as the penalties related to the license, and we received this feedback from DNR. I think it's a good suggestion. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L003? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 174? Oh, there's another amendment? Sorry. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004, amend printed bill
Senator
page
Roberts.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
Is there any discussion?
This just adds the two words "or revoked" in addition to the existing word "suspended," and another suggestion from the department, ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 174? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 174. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 25020?
Senate Bill 20 by Senators Weissman and Gonzalez and Representatives Lindsay and Mabry concerning the enforcement of existing landlord-tenant law.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 20 and the committee report from Judiciary.
To the committee report, Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a comprehensive 5 or 6 page amendment in the Judiciary Committee, and I really do thank the engagement of committee members in that process. I won't go through it in exacting detail, but it was really an interesting process. We took input from everybody from landlord groups to tenant groups to local governments to the Attorney General's office, and we ask for your support on the committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor and privilege to be able to bring forward Senate Bill 20 for your consideration. This bill is only meant to address the most narrow and the most chronic instances of abuses of our warrant of habitability laws here in the state of Colorado. Perhaps you have witnessed the slumlord, and I do not use that word lightly, in Aurora, and in a few complexes in my district, in my community, in my city, whose egregious ignorance and willful disregard of the conditions were so bad that it made national headlines and brings us here with this legislation today. The overwhelming majority of landlords are doing the right thing. This in no way, and particularly after the amendments in the Judiciary Committee, is meant to target or disturb the underlying warrant of habitability statutes. But I am grateful to the individuals, elected officials, and organizations, particularly from the Senate district and community of the good senator from Aurora, my co-prime sponsor, because I think their experience has demonstrated that ensuring that in those most limited and exceptional circumstances, when bad actors are so extraordinarily bad, that municipalities have the tools available to ensure that they are held to account. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 20.
Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just a bit more to unpack what we mean when we say warranty of habitability. That's the part of our landlord-tenant law that puts into legal terms what I think we all intuitively understand is due in exchange for rent. safe living conditions, heat when it's cold, cooling when it's hot, water, the sewer works, there isn't black mold, things of that sort. We don't need to get too much more into that. I will say that this is SB 20. It's the first bill that I brought this session, and I appreciate the senator from Northwest Denver joining me on it because it to some extent builds on her work in the warranty of habitability statute last year. This comes squarely from experiences that my community, in particular Northwest Aurora, has been struggling with. It has been in the press. There has been a lot of ugly rhetoric orbiting it. Putting aside that ugly rhetoric, facts have been in evidence that certain landlords have really not kept up their end of the bargain. It has made for truly miserable conditions for the folks in a number of premises and beyond that. The reason that we set forth the receivership mechanism here today is because these truly egregious situations, which we do believe are not numerous, and we don't intend for this remedy to be used casually, but they don't just impact those living in the buildings, they impact the broader community. And in fact, I've heard from folks who haven't lived in these buildings in question, but they live nearby, and it's impacting their quality of life. I have had innumerable conversations with local government officials in my area from Arapahoe County, from the city of Aurora, also from nonprofit organizations that are dedicated to the Colfax corridor, the North Aurora community. So this is not a new mechanism in Colorado law. We do use receiverships elsewhere. It is not a new mechanism in the housing law of other states. We intend it as a mechanism to be used only in extreme circumstances when the breach of the warranty of habitability, when landlord neglect of duty has been really serial and egregious in nature. There are other remedies in law that can deal with lesser cases. So understand there's going to be some debate here and probably some amendments, but we'll leave it there for now and look forward to the discussion.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I just wanted to come down. I just got this book. It's called a handbook. I don't know if anybody else got this. I surely couldn't be the only one. Anybody get this? It's called the Legal Handbook for Rental Housing in Colorado. It's the latest edition, the March 2025 edition, issued by the Colorado Apartment Association. Quite frankly, I haven't had a chance to read through it because it's 480 pages. I just got it 2 days ago. But the accompanying letter, I just thought I'd read this. Enclosed is a copy of the 2025 edition of the Colorado Legal Handbook. We hope you will find it a useful tool when you have questions about existing laws impacting Colorado rental housing. However, even as we share this new edition with you, it is already out of date. The pace and volume of new regulations continue to grow at an unprecedented rate, and the 2025 edition does not advise on compliance with, and I'll just read a few of the bills, the legislation that we're already seeing this year. House Bill 1288, extreme temperature protection. House Bill 1249, tenant security deposits protection. House Bill 1239, Colorado Anti-Discriminating Act. House Bill 1236, residential tenant screening. House Bill 1207, pet ownership of residential housing. Senate Bill 20, it does mention, tenant and landlord protection, law enforcement. Senate Bill 157, which we just debated here, deceptive trade practices. Senate Bill 161, transit reform, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Members, we are killing the housing industry in Colorado with more and more regulations. That is, if we come down here, we're hypocrites if we say we're trying to do something for the people of Colorado. We're not. We are throwing rocks and nails in front of the people, the good people who are trying to build and construct and run and maintain Colorado's apartment industry. And this latest bill, Senate Bill 020, Tenant and Landlord Law Enforcement. That is going to do nothing but have a continuing chilling effect upon the, quite frankly, if I was in the apartment industry, and I'm not, but thank heavens for the people who are, but for the people who are contemplating getting in to the apartment industry, if you're in, get out now while you still can. We are, this General Assembly is out to crush you. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the public and the attention, I guess I'm one of only one or two people who got this, but I'll gladly share it with anybody who wants to read it. But I cannot believe that what we're trying to do with Senate Bill 20 is going to do nothing but hurt and damage the apartment industry here in Colorado. I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 020.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern with the bill is that we're only using preponderance of the evidence to protect private property rights. That's part of my issue with the bill. I mean, we do have a landlord-tenant relationship. I get that aspect of it. There should be a relationship, but one of them owns the property, one does not. When you lease the property, you don't get private property rights. That's the way it works. I lease a lot of land when I run my cattle on it. All I have to do when I sign the lease is I have to take care of the property, I have to fix fence, I have to do all that stuff, but I never pay property tax on it. I just pay a lease on it. So we just have to be really, really careful when we're talking about to make sure that we have property rights as protected as part of the landlord-tenant relationship.
And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L003?
Amendment L003.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 to Senate Bill 20.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment increases the evidentiary standard to determine whether a property should be placed in receivership by replacing preponderance of the evidence with clear and convincing evidence. This amendment would make it more difficult for landlords' private property rights to be violated. That's the way I feel about when we start talking about landlord and tenant relationships. We need to make sure that we're protecting the private property owner. I appreciate where the bill sponsors are coming with this bill. That's why I'm asking for this to be changed, because I think that having clear and convincing evidence is a realistic standard to have, and not preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence is the lowest standard. This is just the next standard up. That's all we're asking for. Let's have clear and convincing evidence for this bill. So thank you. I ask for an aye vote on L003.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Good chance to have a discussion here. Members, bottom line up front, I'm asking for a no vote. To unpack this, preponderance of the evidence is the customary standard that we use in civil matters. This is a civil matter, to be clear, landlord-tenant law. Clear and convincing is lawyer speak for the highest standard we can set forth in civil law. We want to make it really hard if we say clear and convincing. We don't want to make it really hard here for people to have their rights under the warranty of habitability. I will differ with the characterization stated here just now. When you are in a lease, you do have property rights. You have a leasehold interest. Now, that is inferior to fee title to the land. Yes, the landlord has property rights. We've never doubted that. That's why we did so much work on the bill in committee. The reason that we have the receivership mechanism in the bill is, frankly, because the leasehold property rights of the tenant that they're paying money for are being violated. And we did adopt language in the committee report that there has to be established a pattern and practice of violations of the warranty of habitability before the receivership can be pursued. That is language that is used elsewhere in the warranty of habitability law, we agreed it made sense to match it here. So already there are protections against using this casually for the sake of protecting the property rights, the leasehold property rights, the statutory rights under warranty of habitability that tenants in our state deserve. We're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should have clear and convincing when we're ever talking about the private property rights of the actual building, life, liberty, property, like John Locke had said in many of the books that I've read. John Locke is a perfect example of life, liberty, and property. That's what we're talking about here. This is your investment. This is your property that you have to take care of. So I ask for an aye vote on L003 to make sure we do make it clear and convincing.
The question before us is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L00 fails. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I call up Amendment L006.
One moment.
So
One moment, Senator. Just a minute.
I'd like to move Amendment 006.
What?
I got to read it.
We just had to get the clerk and myself to have it. There is an amendment at the desk, L006. Will the clerk please read L006?
Amendment L006, amend printed bill, page 6.
Senator Carson.
I'd like to move Amendment L006.
To the
bill.
amendment.
I am going to move it. I move amendment.
Yes, to the amendment.
All right. I'm on the Judiciary Committee where we heard this bill. We heard a lot of testimony around problems, potentially with larger landlords. I think that seemed to be the main concern. So this amendment would exempt those multifamily properties that have less than 20 or less units from the bill. As my colleague from Colorado Springs pointed out with the rental housing legal handbook here, if you're a small property owner, in the rental business, it's an awful lot of work to get to know all of these rules and regulations and laws. And this isn't going to help. This bill isn't going to help the affordable housing problem in this state. So we've heard repeatedly about the problem we have with the lack of affordable housing. The more regulations, the more provisions, rules, regulations we put on the housing world, we're going to end up with fewer folks, particularly on the lower end, with fewer units wanting to make them available and be in the business. And so the purpose of this amendment is basically exempt those folks from the provisions of this bill. We keep adding more and more rules and regulations, and I think this amendment would be a positive step in helping to keep some of our housing affordable.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask for a no vote on L6, I think for 3 reasons. One, in a prior conversation just a bit ago, we sort of talked about problematic line drawing. I think we are problematically drawing a line between larger and smaller apartments here. I mean, it's either a good bill or it's a bad bill. I think everybody should have the protections set forth in the legislation. More seriously, in terms of where this is coming from, I represent part of the 3rd largest city in our state. We do have a lot of larger apartment buildings. The buildings that have been in the news that are, one of which has already been shut down, actually several of which have already been shut down by the city, they happen to be larger buildings. However, there are also smaller complexes in my city. I'm sure there are smaller complexes in the cities and towns within every senator's district here. I think the second reason why this is a bad amendment is frankly, it means that there are fewer protections for residents of rural Colorado. Again, we have lots and lots of bigger complexes, 20 plus per the amendment in my city. If there is an apartment building consisting of 4, 6, 8 rental units in Montrose or in Alamosa or anywhere in the Eastern Plains, I want those residents to have those protections too if their local government sees fit to use the receivership power here. So this amendment would protect people in the Front Range, and it would leave rural Colorado residents behind. Concerning the third point, why I ask for a no vote, concerning cost of housing, I'll tell you what makes it expensive for a tenant, and what has in fact made it expensive for tenants in my city, is when you're paying rent like you're required to under the lease, $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 a month, whatever you're paying, and then you're going out of pocket more, and you're trying to figure out emergency MacGyver heating or cooling, or calling in a contractor on your own to get the sewage fixed and not leaking, or to replace a broken lock or something, because you're not getting what you're paying for, because you're paying rent in exchange for which, under common sense and common decency and the law, you're supposed to get certain basic livable premises. It is not consistent with affordability to have to go out of pocket hundreds of dollars or more on top of the rent that you're paying. So I think by carving out units, we would also contribute to the cost of rental housing for folks, and those are 3 reasons why I ask for a no vote for L6.
The question before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. L006 is lost. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also heard this bill in the Judiciary Committee, and I'll tell you the testimony was very challenging at times. There are individuals who are living in apartment complexes that are clearly owned by what I would call bad actors. These individuals, these families are not being treated right. And I do believe that there are avenues available to them. But that said, this particular piece of legislation is around allowing a property to go into receivership. And there are certainly times and places where that might be appropriate. I don't agree with the ease of which that is accomplished through this legislation. And again, and we've heard this before, many times today even, that we are creating an environment that is ultimately making Colorado less affordable, housing less affordable. But that's it. I would like to talk about what happens when a property goes into receivership. And the bill was amended in committee to compel the, let's see, my apologies, let me get to the right place, late 29. So the bill was amended in committee to specify that the receiver would apply rents received pursuant to subsection 5A2D of the section towards the payment of any utilities or services for the multifamily residential property.
And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004, amend the Judiciary Committee report dated March 10, 2025, page 4,
Senator
line 28.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L004, Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 020.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So, members, this is actually a really simple amendment. It actually includes, so already the bill sponsors have amended the bill to specify, sorry, I'm just going to put my glasses on and get over myself. So already the bill sponsorships have amended the bill to include payment of utilities or services for the multifamily residential property, and this amendment simply includes paying the mortgage in addition to those other payments for the property. So it requires the receiver of a property to pay the mortgage, and that's a receivership is not quite a taking, similar to a taking. It's kind of like dancing around the fringe of that. But if the owner of the property is no longer in control of that property, this amendment simply asks that those who are paying are responsible for the mortgage. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment, amendment number 4. Thank you.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. Just on the point about takings, respectfully, I would characterize a receivership as an attempt to not get that far. Again, I've lost track of how many conversations I've had with staff at the city of Aurora going back, coming up on a year now, about the situation in the northern part of that city, and frankly, they've been at their wits' end for remedies for lack of this mechanism in the law. A taking is when fee title changes hands. Just to remind members who weren't in the discussion in the committee, we have receivership mechanisms in Colorado law already. We have it in Title 25 for healthcare facilities. We have it if you need to wind down an LLC. We have it for certain financial transaction matters in Title 11, and again, other states and the District of Columbia have this as well. It is to keep title vested in whoever owns it. We actually accepted an amendment in committee to cut in half the minimum time that a receivership has to continue before interested parties can move the court to dissolve it. As introduced, it was 180 days. Now we've conceded to 90 days. The point isn't time, the point is get the work done. The point is bring the premise up to compliance with the warranty of habitability. Given that is the point, I will appreciate the point the amendment's trying to make. I will respectfully ask for a no vote because we have grappled with the question of how funds flow, and we did actually make some changes to that. The point is compliance with the warranty of habitability law. And then the receivership is done, and hopefully nobody wants to be here again. The tenant doesn't, the landlord doesn't, frankly, the local government doesn't, the local nonprofit community doesn't. So let's keep the funds flowing to fix the problem created by the landlord's own gross neglect, so as to allow a pattern and practice of violation of warranty of habitability to occur and to be found by a preponderance by the court. I think that's what we need to keep on track to, is completing the work that has to happen, getting the contractors in, whatever, concluding the receivership. When the work is done, then the landlord is back in the saddle, and hopefully, we're going forward in a better direction. So I do respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Liston. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L004 is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm glad to see that the sponsor of this bill, this is about receivership, and certainly there are instances where the property owner wants to, they've gone through the trials and tribulations of the receivership, and they go, we really want to fix it, and we want to, we don't want to lose the property. So rather than lose the property, because it requires a substantial amount of a deposit, I don't know if that's the exact right word, but money so that they don't lose the property, whether it's a small unit of 4, 8, 10 units, or a larger piece, to have to put down upwards of 50% can be very expensive. And so with that in mind, I do have an amendment in mind. There's one for each of you. There we go.
And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005.
Sarah Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L005
To the amendment.
Senate Bill 020.
To the amendment.
Very good. Well, members, what this amendment does, L005, is it, like I said, is that when you have a property in receivership and you want to get out of receivership, the property owner is already obligated to pay off the entire debt incurred by the receiver, plus any other costs, interest, and so forth to the receiver, and asking the property owner to pay up to 50% of the fair market value for the property, that's onerous. You can have a small, here in the Denver area, you can have a small complex of 4, 8, or 10 units, kind of a mom and pop. That alone, that property alone, can be worth $1 million or more. So to have to come up with $500,000, that's pretty onerous when you're just trying to get out of receivership. That doesn't account for a larger apartment complex of 50 to 100 units that could be worth millions. So to have to come up with 3 or 5 or 10 million. So this is just meant to help out the property owner to get out of receivership. It's very fair. The good sponsor from Aurora mentioned that they shortened the time period, which is probably good. So let's reduce the amount instead of making it upwards of 50%. I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005. Thank you very much.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for the amendment sponsor. With whom did you stakehold this amendment?
Anyone want to voluntarily
thank
talk?
you.
Senator
Well,
Liston.
Thank you. Well, I heard from people in the apartment industry.
Senator Gonzalez.
Any discussion with local governments?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing no discussion having taken place with local governments related to this, and also acknowledging in the sponsor of this amendment's comments the fact that we actually already addressed the underlying issue within amendments that we've previously run to this policy in the Judiciary Committee, I ask for a no vote.
Sarah Weissman.
Thank you. To get a little bit more on the record, and I'm also asking for a no vote on the present amendment. What was just alluded to as a reminder is, yes, we've cut in half the minimum time for a receivership. There are some questions about how quickly you can get a contractor in, get the materials and so forth. If we can dissolve a receivership in 60 days and not 90 and have the tenants back in conditions that are legally compliant, great. This is not about duration. This is about compliance with the law, respecting the property rights the tenants are paying for. Past that, there are two things going on in the amendment. There was a reference to clearing of liens. We actually already did an amendment in committee, and I think very aptly so. It was pointed out in a conversation from certain, landlord interests. And we're at the bottom of page 13 of the introduced, members, if you want to follow along. We don't need to pay all liens on the property before we dissolve a receivership. What we mean is clearing out, liens incurred in connection with the receivership. If it's a large property, it might be encumbered in some other way, mortgage commonly, you might even have a mechanic's lien. That's between the landlord and the lenders. And that's going to go back to being how it was before the receivership. So we've actually already amended the language at the bottom of page 13 to that extent. The rest of the amendment, striking, I'll just call it the bond requirement, is actually pretty problematic because having to post bond to, I mean, like Reagan said, trust but verify, that's to make sure that we don't just go back to the problems that got us to the receivership in the first place. It is not uncommon in a receivership context to have to post a bond. And again, if you stay in compliance with the law, nothing happens. You don't forfeit the bond. We don't want to have to do multiple trips around this block. Trust me, whoever you are in this chamber, whatever part of the state you represent, you don't want what's been happening in North Aurora to happen in your community. This is a backstop. The bond is a backstop to the backstop. So we should leave it in the bill. I do ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you. Thank you for the sponsors. And on behalf of the people in the apartment industry, the mom and pop, I would ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L005 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill. A bill which seeks to continue to blur property rights. Who owns the property? Person who owns the property or the person who is leasing the property, renting the property, sharing time in the property? We've been on this theme for several years now, and this blur is, to my mind, challenging. I'm a negative rights individual. I believe the Constitution only guarantees three things: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Part of my life is the output of my life, the work product of my life. It tends to convert in the economy in which we live. We no longer trade cattle for horseshoes and grain for carts, but we trade our time and effort and creative energies for money. And then we reinvest that money. And many people in Colorado, for the benefit of other people in Colorado, invest that money in rental properties. So this bill, Senate Bill 20, brings major new powers to local governments to essentially be able to confiscate private property. That is anathema to me. That is a challenge. That is a problem. As such, we must have a very high bar to utilize those powers appropriately. We have been discussing and offering some methods of getting gradation in this conversation, actually trying to honor and defend the rights of the people who own the property and are choosing to make that property available to others who are unable to own the property in a way that's beneficial for both. This legislation includes many protections for tenants. There's all sorts of notices, there's all these processes that benefit the tenants. But the property owners deserve some degree of balance in this conversation as well. We've been, again, as I said, trying to offer some ways of getting at that, but we've been unsuccessful in achieving any of that balance. I would suggest that we consider that process a little bit further, and I've got a suggested amendment to the bill that would achieve that.
And there is an amendment at the desk, L008. Will the clerk please read L008?
Amendment L008, amend printed bill, page 9, after line 13, insert C. A district court shall not appoint a receiver if the district court finds that a landlord has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that, 1, the relevant claims in an application submitted by a party pursuant to subsection 2 of this section were either corrected or willfully caused to reoccur by one or more individuals who are unrelated to the landlord, or 2, the relevant claims in an application submitted by a party pursuant to subsection 2 of this section are errors in fact.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. Yes, this amendment is exactly as Mr. Schaffler said. We're saying that, in fact, the district court will not move forward and press into this process of appointing a receiver if a couple of things, one of two things happen. One, preponderance of the evidence says the landlord fixed the problem, or the other, it was actually a misunderstanding. That was factually inaccurate that there was a problem. Seemed pretty straight on the face to me. If the problem's been fixed, or if we can see, when we look more carefully at the facts, that the problem wasn't as represented, receivership should not happen. That's it. Daggone it. Am I that tired?
Senator
Friday afternoon,
Lundy.
3 o'clock, and I'm so tired I forgot to move the amendment. I'm going to have to go through all of this again. Did you read the amendment, Mr. Schaffler?
He did.
He did. Fair enough.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L008 to
Excellent.
Senate Bill 20.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm not going to start all the way back to the beginning of my presentation. The reality is, I think, and I'm chuckling, clearly we're all a little punchy at hour, I don't know what hour in the weekend we are. Think about this job. It's a wonderful job, honored to be here by the will of the voters in my district. But, you know, by this time of the day on Friday, most of us that are earnest in how we address this job and engage in this job have put in a 65 or 70-hour week by the time we get to 3 p.m. on Friday. So apologies for being a little bit punchy, bill sponsors. I know you also have put in 60 and 70-hour weeks getting to this point as well. Back to the amendment. It simply seeks to balance things out. The bill comes to protect the tenants. I'm saying, okay, that's fair. But how about we add some language that provides a little bit of protection to the people who've invested the sweat of their brow, their time, their treasure into the property that then is being leased, rented, shared with another individual, if in fact it's discovered, well, the problem's been fixed, or no, the facts demonstrate it really wasn't a problem after all. Seems fair to me. I urge your support of Amendment L008.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the Senator from Monument giving us a little preview of this amendment. So a lot of the heart of the bill is the mechanism of going to court, and again, only by the Attorney General or a duly elected local government after consideration of the needs and its limited resources. Only those entities can go to court, petition for a receivership in the first instance. We did kind of make some changes here. It's part of the committee report. We raised the bar, frankly. We said, you have to show, you, the Attorney General, the local government, have to show a pattern and practice of the violation of warranty of habitability. So I think that already traps for the idea that it's been corrected. If it's been corrected, quickly, look, things happen. Pipes break, power goes out. The law of entropy applies to rental housing. I don't think we're denying that. I think the routine kind of maintenance, look, like we've all been a renter at some point in our lives, right? Hot water goes out, and landlord has to tell people, all right, it's going to be, take a shower at night, we're going to turn things off for the day, we're going to get a plumber in. We're not talking about that. Frankly, we're not even talking about one, problem that takes longer to fix. We're talking about a pattern and practice. So I think that resolves the issue of things being corrected. Now, I will admit to some confusion on the next part of the language. A problem was willfully caused to reoccur by one or more individuals unrelated to the landlord. Frankly, that sounds like tenants, doing damage to the place when we use a word like willfully. At that point, I think, frankly, folks might be in material breach of the lease. And now the landlord already has remedies. Now, to the point about errors in fact, again, we're talking about duly elected local governments, and we undertake this legislation knowing that some local governments, frankly, I would love it if no local governments have to use this. My city's experience indicates otherwise. We know that some local governments may choose not to. Resources, political philosophy, that's fine. I can tell you by local government, the city of Aurora wants this authority. So if they decide to use the authority, they have to climb over the threshold showing. They have to establish the facts set forth, the elements, if you will, of the law, and show that by a preponderance. And frankly, we already have a mechanism in the bill as it comes to us here on the floor to resolve errors in fact. If the city didn't do its homework, if the AG in that case didn't do their homework, and I think they're very careful, they do investigations, if the facts don't meet the law, there's already no receivership. So for those mix of reasons, I think the language here is redundant. If anything, it's going to confuse the court. It's going to impair the remedy that we're trying to deliver. So I will respectfully ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the response from the bill sponsor. The way I interpret this, the way I see it fitting into the bill, it's almost, yes, the process as described, the legitimate municipal authorities, the attorneys general, whomever, are proceeding through something. What I'm arguing this amendment does is it provides kind of an appeal, if you will. That's the process. It's already got momentum. The Attorney General's office, the local jurisdiction, whomever, they've got momentum. They've got a perspective. This simply says, tap the brake. We've got a check now on this. It's kind of an appeal. The reality is that's not the way we're seeing it, and therefore, we have the ability to be dismissed, not dismissed, but the receivership is not appointed when we can demonstrate in response this kind of thing. I perceive this as a time continuum element. One of the two things. One, that it's been corrected, and I'll speak to the willful issue as well, or two, that it in fact, the facts were misinterpreted, and that comes in the fullness of conversation, the fullness of investigation. You see those sorts of things. To the willfully caused to reoccur by one or more individuals who are unrelated to the landlord, I agree. That does sound like potentially a tenant or someone else is causing damage, and that's potentially, not certainly, but potentially a breach of contract. And the fact that it's not certainly a breach of contract is why we written that into this particular amendment. I urge your support of Amendment L008.
The question before us is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L008 is lost. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 20. All those opposed, Senator?
Fair enough. That's right. Go ahead.
All those opposed, no? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? Senate Bill 20 is passed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Sometimes you say minority leader, I assume you're talking to me too. Daphne's here.
Thank you. Likewise.
This place is a mess.
Oh. Yeah. That's a nice car. I like that. Frank Lloyd Wright?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know he made ties.
He made all sorts of cool designs.
That's cool.
Senate will come to order. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
March 28, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 1 as amended, Senate Bill 2 as amended, Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 41 as amended, Senate Bill 175 as amended, Senate Bill 157 as amended, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 174 as amended, Senate Bill 20 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
And the court rule is relaxed. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. There's a member at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to SB001.
Amendment S001, Senator Gonzalez, move to the...
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This would strike the amendment that is related to unauthorized disclosures and the timelines and the information in the process by which disclosure related to unauthorized release of election-related data would take place. I mentioned earlier that I want for us to be thoughtful when we are talking about politics versus policy. In conversations here in the well, and also in conversations directly afterwards with the minority leader, said, I understand, I hear you on this. I don't think that this concept lives in this bill. I would go so far as to say that I think that this merits its own policy debate, whether that's under a separate bill title, in my opinion. I don't have the ability to sign off on a late bill request. The minority leader is one of the three people who does. I think that the good senator from the San Luis Valley also asked a question that I do find important about what is the reciprocal nature of duties to report. This amendment that we debated during the discussion of the Colorado Voting Rights Act, I see also as incomplete because it does not actually clarify or spell out what the obligations of a local clerk and recorder might be to disclose information should that clerk and recorder become aware about a breach, an authorized disclosure of election-related information, right? And I think that that is also an important part of this policy conversation. I am grateful for the discussion that we had. I am grateful for the discussion that we had, and think that and I'm not saying no because I don't want to engage in this conversation. I'm asking for a no vote because I think that this is incomplete. I don't think it lives. I don't think it best lives under the Colorado Voting Rights Act, and I think that it merits continued and deeper discussion in order to ensure that that policy is crafted with the care that it merits and deserves, because again, as I stated at the outset of this discussion, this policy is important. This policy discussion that is contained within the L42 amendment is also taking place in the context of unprecedented election disinformation that is playing out here in Colorado and across the country. In light of that, and in light of ongoing concerns, con todo respeto, with all due respect, I request aye vote on this, right? Cow amendment, because I was asking for a no vote on 42, I ask for an aye vote on this S001 cow amendment. Thank you.
Discussion. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So members, I brought this particular amendment, Amendment L42, before you, not frivolously, not to sensationalize anything, as has perhaps been implied, not to politicize this bill. But if we have a piece of legislation that touts itself as the Colorado Voting Rights Act, which is in the title of Senate Bill 25001, it implies that this bill concerns voting rights. Voting rights for presumably Colorado citizens. What this amendment, what Amendment 42 said was Colorado citizens have a right to know, they have a right to transparency from our Secretary of State's office. It said that Colorado clerk and recorders who run the elections in each county, city and county, they're the ones who are responsible for this. And if they do not have all the information available to them that they need to have, not on a need-to-know basis, but that they should have to make good decisions, that is a problem for those they serve, those we serve, the citizens of the state of Colorado. All this amendment did was create a very loose set of guidelines where none exist. None exist currently. No policy exists in the Secretary of State's office around disclosure of issues that impact an election or voter rolls or whatever. I said from this well at the time that I think that if the Secretary of State is unwilling to provide that level of transparency, then I do believe it is up to us to provide legislation to guide him or her. So what this amendment did, just to revisit it, was saying that if there is a discovery of a problem, the Secretary of State must disclose within 7 days, unless it's within 3 weeks of an election, either way, and then that amount of time is cut down to 48 hours. 7 days is a lot of time, members. It's a lot of time. It's plenty of time for the Secretary of State's office to understand, wrap their arms around whatever issue has arisen, whether it's a data breach or a procedural error or whatever, things happen, but it's ample time for them to review it, analyze it, and provide a cohesive statement to not only clerks, but the governor and the attorney general. This seems pretty simple, pretty basic to me. It is a transparent request of the Secretary of State's office. So the 48 hours, and we use the 3 weeks because ballots now, today, because we allow mail-in voting. Bells go out 3 weeks in advance of an election, and that's great, right? This is a really good thing in my book. So it is reasonable, in my opinion, given that the citizens of Colorado who are being empowered by this Voting Rights Act, that those citizens would expect greater transparency within that time frame, and therefore we moved that time frame to 48 hours. I ask for a no vote on this particular Committee of the Whole amendment because this amendment is important for transparency. It's an easy lift, it's a small ask, and I ask for your no vote to maintain this amendment.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. During debate, I was a no on Amendment 16, which is the amendment that is very similar to this but preceded this, that had a 24-hour timeline requirement for the notification. And the reason for my opposition to that is immediately I realized a potential where we are creating a statutory obligation for the Secretary of State to communicate about a potentially active vulnerability disseminated to a pretty broad audience, 66 people that person would be required to contact. I'll pause for emergency services. 66 people that the Secretary of State would be required to contact to disseminate information about a vulnerability, and anybody who has dealt with classified information before knows that one of the principles of sensitive information is that you don't disseminate it to a broader audience that is necessary to act upon the actions that need to happen according to it. Because the broader the audience you have, the more vulnerability of it leaking you have, the more vulnerability you have to the system vulnerabilities that you're trying to solve being exploited by malicious actors. We don't want, in our efforts, and I want to thank the senator from Castle Rock and the senator from Sterling, because this, again, is a very, very valid policy issue that we need to address. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm not making any accusation of politics. There's a policy concern here, and I appreciate that. And in the effort to address that very real policy concern, we don't want to, the policy concern around ensuring that county clerks and the public we serve are aware of threats to our election systems, that we don't inadvertently increase the threat to the election system. I brought that up, and after bringing that up, Amendment 16 was changed, and the changes of that were wrapped up into Amendment 42. In the moment, I thought that 42 had the safeguards and the timeliness that probably would meet the concerns that I had, and I voted for it here on the floor. And then in the minutes after we took that division vote, I heard from a Democratic county clerk who expressed security concerns that I hadn't considered as it pertains to 42, and then heard details of a conversation that was had with a Republican county clerk also expressing concerns about vulnerabilities that would be created if we were to put this amendment into statute. So again, I still believe that this is a valid policy issue. This is an issue that this legislature should address. I think that maybe this bill is a fine bill for that. I think there is another election bill in the General Assembly right now that is also perhaps an appropriate legislation to address this very real policy issue in. And I think that, if there's not consensus around either of those, that a late bill to address this specific policy issue might be appropriate as well. I want to see it addressed, but having heard the concerns that I have heard, that I had sincerely hoped might have been addressed by the compromise offered in 42, are still out there and in existence. I want to make sure we get the policy right, and so I will vote yes on this Cobb amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, all we're asking for is transparency in the election process. This bill, like the good senator from Castle Rock said, concerning the administration of elections, in connection therewith creating the Colorado Voting Rights Act. Administrating elections. That's what this bill says. That's what we're asking for with this amendment. We've debated it over and over and over again about how transparency is needed. I'll say it again at this podium. I stand with my county clerks when it comes to performing the elections. They've done an excellent job doing that. And now I'm just asking that we give transparency to the Secretary of State. It's not politics. How do we come up with policies in this room, in this building? Somebody makes a big mistake, causes an issue, so then we got to put laws around it, sideboards, that sort of thing. That's what we're doing. It's not politics, it's policy. That's what we're asking to do, bring transparency to the Secretary of State. When I ask her, do we have to legislate you to have a good relationship with the county clerks? That's what that amendment did. And we're just asking for it to stay on. So I ask for a no vote on S001.
Further discussion on the amendment to the COW? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of S001 to Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader. Simpson. Frizzell. Catlin. Baisley. Rich. Liston. Pelton R. Carson. Roberts. Bright. Kirkmeyer. Mullica. Pelton B. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, S001 to Senate Bill 1 is adopted. There is a member of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to Senate Bill 20.
Amendment S001, Senator Pelton R. moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin Floor Amendment L6 to Senate Bill 20 did pass.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L001 to SB 20.
To the amendment.
Thank you. I didn't come down and speak to this amendment when it was ran on the bill, but it really speaks to my district. Probably 90-some% of the rentals in my district would fit under this amendments category. Again, the urban-rural divide is alive and well. Policies made in Denver pushing out on us that just don't work aren't good. And so with that, this amendment helps to fix that, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm asking for a no vote on this cow. Again, this would cut out from the protections of the bill any apartment building with fewer than 20 units. We need to remember that the authority in the bill is entirely discretionary. If local government in Cheyenne County or the town of Cheyenne Wells chooses to not use this, that's fine. This is a bill that empowers local government. I've worked extensively with the Municipal League on it. I'm asking for a no vote because I don't want to disproportionately cut out a lot of the rental housing stock in the smaller rural and frontier communities in our state, and because, although the circumstances that led to the formation of this bill in my city, Aurora, a large city of 400,000 people, did occur in larger buildings, we do have smaller units in the big cities too, and frankly, landlords need to keep up their legal duties to those tenants. So I'm asking for a no vote.
Further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S001. There's a senatorial 5 been requested and granted. The motion is the adoption of S001 to Senate Bill 20. Are there any no votes? Senators Weissman, Mr. Majority Leader Amabile, Exum, Roberts, Snyder, Colker, Gonzalez, Sullivan, Marchman, Cutter, Gonzalez, Wallace, Ball, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Bridges, Kip, Winter, Michelson Janae, Danielson, Mullica. It's a beautiful tune. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, S001 to Senate Bill 20 is lost. There's a member of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to S002 to Senate Bill 157.
S002, Senator Bridges moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Weissman and Gonzalez floor amendment L6 did not pass, and the following new amendment to Senate Bill 157 did pass.
This is Senate Bill 2. You have to go to the mic and share that. Senator Bridges.
Thank you. Withdrawn.
Senate Bill S002 to Senate Bill 157 has been withdrawn. Senatorial 5. Are there any more amendments? Seeing no further amendments, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? What? Senator Pelton R. Liston. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 1 is amended, Senate Bill 2 is amended, Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 41 is amended, Senate Bill 175 is amended, Senate Bill 157 is amended, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 174 is amended, Senate Bill 20 is amended, passed second reading, order and gross place on the counter for third reading and final passage. Right here.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 003?
Senate Bill 003 by Senators Sullivan and Gonzalez and Representatives Basnicker and Froelich concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms and in connection therewith, prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms, classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon, and making an appropriation.
Apparently we'll be here for a while. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 3.
Any discussion, Senator Sullivan?
Sure. We sent over there a very good bill, and they figured out a way to get things paid for. They clarified exemptions. We did part of it on gunsmithing. They addressed the fees paid to the firearm safety course eligibility card. They set forth information that's submitted for the eligibility card, criteria for the issuing, denying, or revoking an eligibility card. There was one that was doing some cleanup work. Another that transferred money among certain CPW cash funds. States that sheriffs are not liable for damages from the result of good faith compliance. They struck the wildlife cash fund and make the startup loan. And then on the floor, they required repayment of the CPW cash fund, established a judicial review, changed the standard. We went back to the gunsmithing again, included tribal law, and changed the date for prohibition applied on or after August 1st, 2026.
Further discussion on the concurrence. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to go over the list of the House amendments that we're considering here. So L43 over in the House, this amendment established an exemption for instructors and students of an accredited gunsmithing course at a state-authorized institution or higher education. L48, this amendment concerns the remittance of a firearm training and safety course record fee to the Division of Parks and Wildlife. Once these fees are in the division's possession, they would be transferred to the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund. L49, this amendment establishes the application requirements with the Division of Parks and Wildlife. Required information includes name, date of birth, government-issued photo ID, a complete background check, and an attestation that the applicant will not violate Colorado firearms law. Knowingly making a misleading or false statement when applying for a firearm safety course, eligibility card could carry a charge of perjury, just like anything else that you sign when you're filling out for, when you're buying a gun. This one's for the actual safety course. L50, this amendment requires a sheriff to review an application for a firearm safety course eligibility card. This amendment also allows the sheriff to deny an application or revoke an issue card if an individual cannot lawfully possess a firearm under state or federal law, or if an application poses a credible danger to him, or if an applicant poses a credible danger to himself or herself or to others. Kind of leaving that in the sheriff's hands. L52, This amendment allows the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund to be temporarily funded by transfers from either the Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund or the Wildlife Cash Fund. However, these temporary funds must be transferred back to each respective cash fund by June 30th, 2030. L54, this amendment exempts a sheriff from legal liability for any damages that may result from the insurance or issuance or denial of a firearm safety course eligibility card. A sheriff would also be required to manually enter cardholder information into a digital record-keeping system operated by the Division of Parks and Wildlife. L55. This amendment revises L52. L52 was the amendment to allow the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund to be temporarily funded. So L55, this amendment revises L52, removing a requirement that the Wildlife Cash Fund provide temporary monetary transfers to the Firearm Training and Safety Course Cash Fund. However, the Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund is still allowed to make these transfers. L56. This amendment concerns the bill's general fund appropriation of $618,973 to the Department of Revenue. This amendment stipulates that any money not used before July 1st, 2025 is further appropriated to the Department of Expenditure until the end of fiscal year 25-26. L66. This amendment essentially repeals an appropriation established by Amendment J002. Furthermore, this amendment establishes a $100,000 appropriations to the Office of the Governor for use by the Office of Information Technology. Funds must be provided by the Department of Natural Resources from the Firearms Training and Safety Course cash funds. L61. This amendment requires that any temporary monetary transfer from the Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund to the Firearm Training and Safety Course Cash Fund must be paid back with fair market interest. L62. This amendment requires that if an individual's firearm eligibility card is denied or revoked, a sheriff must notify an individual in writing with an explanation for the denial. Furthermore, this amendment allows individuals to seek judicial review of a denial. L63. This amendment allows for the transfer of a prohibited firearm to a gunsmith for the purpose of maintenance, repair, or modification unless a gunsmith has reason to believe that the lawful owner is prohibited by law from possessing a specific firearm. L64. This amendment includes tribal law enforcement agencies in the list of law enforcement agencies that are exempt under this bill. L67. This amendment offers a legislative declaration asserting that the Firearms Training and Safety Course record fee is a fee rather than a tax. I mean, it's just tax spelled with F-E-E. That's my opinion. L108. This amendment simply clarifies that certain language within this bill is related to subsection 2 of subsection 2, or I'm sorry, subsection 2 of section 2. This amendment only offers semantic changes to the structure of the bill. L65. This amendment moves the effective dates of this bill from September 1st, 2025 to August 1st of 2026. And the last amendment that was offered in the House and put on in the House was L119. This amendment requires that before December 31st, 2025, and every year thereafter, a report must be submitted to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees concerning expenses incurred by the implementation of SB 25003 and additional resources needed to implement SB 25003. Seems like to me that there was a lot of amendments to pay for the bill, but a lot of them kind of go the roundabout way of doing it, not the typical way that we're used to. I'm just really concerned about how much time and effort that we're putting for CPW when they have a really heck of a time staying up with everything that they're supposed to be doing, what they're supposed to be doing with wildlife. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm also concerned that I have to ask permission from my sheriff if I can buy a gun. That is concerning me greatly with these amendments. So again, I asked for we can discuss this some more, but these concurrence amendments that we're talking about, I'm not a big fan of. And I don't think it's a good idea that we go the roundabout way of funding something, because that's what it feels like we're doing with this, because we don't have the money this year to fund something like this bill. So I ask for a no vote on concurrence.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. From when I first heard this bill in committee to what it has morphed into now, it's rather concerning. We've put a lot of pressure and financial risk to a department that really shouldn't be in the business, be in the middle of 003. I get the hunter safety, the gun safety, these things. You know, there was an amendment offered in the Senate that if you had a concealed carry, you already qualified, because we go through extensive training just to obtain that permit, that license. There's big resistance when it first was introduced around the fiscal note. They found ways to get around that using CPW's cash funds to fund this program. People in southeastern Colorado, I'd invite any of the urban legislators to go down there. It's a different world. These people are sick and tired of this crap being rammed down their throat. There'll come a point when they're going to say enough is enough, and I'll stand right beside them. This is not a way to legislate. To be one-sided policy is not good policy. There were some very thoughtful amendments offered by the Republicans that I think would have gone a long ways towards maybe helping this bill, but the way it stands now, I cannot stand behind this bill. I cannot vote for it, and my district will not like this bill at all. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Simpson, Catlin, Frizzell, Baisley, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Carson, Bright, Snyder. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 3.
Any discussion? There is discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to come back to a conversation we had some time ago, day 80, 40 days left in the session. It is a conversation about the fundamental difference between a right and a privilege. Rights, in my interpretation of existence, the Constitution, I think, validates this, are negative in nature. They are inherent to who you are, and it is the responsibility of the government to protect them, not to attribute or create additional rights for you. That's just not the way it works. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the fundamentals that we talk about routinely. The Bill of Rights identifies and guarantees, or seeks to guarantee, additional rights as well. The first 10 are called, of course, the Bill of Rights. A privilege is very, very different. Something like, I don't know, I want to drive an automobile, and the laws of the land say you got to get a license. To do that, you got to pass a test. So that's an example of a privilege. This particular bill engages in a very, very challenging way for me in the conflict between, as it's been recharacterized now, the difference between a right and a privilege. They are an essentially different thing in our legal and philosophical tradition, the difference between a right and a privilege. And that difference matters in the ongoing discussions, not just about this bill, but about all of the things that interact in our connection with government and our freedoms that are either ensured or intruded upon by government. And that's why this conversation goes, I think, beyond this critically important conversation around firearms. It goes even further. And my argument is the bill has gotten even more challenging than the way it was introduced because it leans into this idea of government intruding further and further into our rights. Let me take two examples that are specific to this bill, because I do want to stay to the bill, even though I only have an hour to talk about the bill, to illustrate the point. The two examples are this: the ability to obtain a hunting license as a privilege, and the ability to keep and bear arms for self-defense. While both involve firearms, they are fundamentally different in their legal foundation, their purpose, and the responsibilities that they entail. Privileges are granted and regulated by government. Like I mentioned earlier, driver's license. A privilege is something granted by the government that you must qualify for and maintain under specific conditions. A hunting license is a really good example. If you wish to hunt legally, you have to apply for a license. It often requires some form of background check, safety courses, and a fee that you pay into the government for that privilege. Then when you're hunting, you've got to follow government-imposed regulations. You may not hunt within certain distances of roadways. If you're a big game hunter, you have to apply for a tag in a specific area. And you must use legal means of take. You can't take with a bullet that's too small and might injure and not actually kill the animal that you're seeking to take in hunting. You've got to hunt inside the hunting zones that are identified for you. And you have to accept the privilege, can be revoked if you break any of those laws, regulations, ordinances, such as hunting out of season or failing to follow safety regulations. Hunting is not an inherent natural right, not as we've organized our society. It's a regulated activity controlled by the state and local authorities to ensure wildlife conservation and the public safety. If you fail to meet the government's conditions, you lose the privilege. Rights are different, very, very different. They're inherent, and they are protected and should be protected, and it's part of the reason why we have these very, very challenging debates. Some of us think that this is incredibly important, that we fight to protect these rights from government intrusion and overreach. So, the right to keep and bear arms, as I have understood it, and even though I played an attorney for 4 years on House Judiciary Committee. I am not an attorney. I did as a sophomore in college. I have no idea how it happened, but I ended up in an 800 level graduate/undergraduate level constitutional law class. Wow, that was fun. I am not a lawyer, but I do think about this, and I have for years and years. I do read about this. I have for years and years. And now, as an elected representative of the people, I do speak about this. This is not a privilege granted by government. It is enshrined in the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America and affirmed more than once by the Supreme Court. Difference is critical. A right is not given by government. It exists inherently. As I stand here before you today, I have certain natural rights. And the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, our Bill of Rights says, as I said before, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the three primaries. The founders recognized that self-defense is a fundamental natural right that predates government itself. Government doesn't issue a license to exercise a right. You don't need permission from a bureaucrat to keep a firearm in your home for protection. The burden is on the government to justify restrictions, not on you to prove eligibility. While reasonable regulations exist, such as background checks for purchasing firearms, the government cannot arbitrarily deny your right to self-defense. Most importantly, a right cannot be revoked simply because the government decides it no longer wants you to have it. Again, the boundary of this particular struggle and why it gets so emotional and heated at times. Unlike a hunting license, which is contingent upon rules and regulations, your right to self-defense is protected. Why does this distinction matter? If we allow the government to redefine rights as privileges, which I argue this bill does, then we place our freedoms at the mercy of those in power. Rights, once treated as privileges, can be restricted, taxed, licensed, and ultimately, if they can do all of that to them, they can take those rights away. If the Second Amendment is treated like a hunting license, this particular bill seems to get awfully close to that. 12 hours of training and you can have that access to that firearm that you want in your home for self-protection. We would face arbitrary restrictions, annual fees, and bureaucratic approval process before being allowed to protect our own lives. It's not what our Constitution permits, and it's not what a free people should accept. A privilege like a hunting license is granted by the government and can be taken away. A right, like keeping and bearing arms for self-defense, is inherent and must be protected from government overreach. The Constitution doesn't say that the right to bear arms shall be granted. Think about those, I think, really interesting, quite frankly, in the tradition of America, they've become really challenging words. It says those rights shall not be infringed. That's the language of a right, not a privilege. My vote against Senate Bill 3 is rooted in any number of policy arguments, but primarily it's rooted in this idea that I believe Senate Bill 3 seeks to, in this instance, convert a right into a privilege and gives government greater authority as we move into tomorrow than it has today. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 3. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I remember when I was first running for the House, I met with a constituent who has the passion around the Second Amendment. He has a huge passion around education, but a huge passion around the Second Amendment. And I sat down and had lunch with him at the Castle Cafe in downtown Castle Rock, a great place for pan-fried chicken, by the way, if you are in a mood. And he proceeded to grill me and getting kind of down into the weeds, actually, and asking me some questions, not being a constitutional attorney, about the Second Amendment and what it meant to me. And I several times had to say, you know, I had not thought about that before. But I will, because I think you have to keep an open mind. And I hope that that's something that I do here on a daily basis, is consider policy with an open mind and listen and try to learn, because there's always a lot to learn, right? Well, when it comes to the Second Amendment, it kind of begs the question, you know, our founding fathers, when they were fighting for our independence against a monarchy, where we had no representation in government, our founding fathers, who were farmers and merchants, business people, they took up whatever arms they could find in order to achieve liberty from this monarchy. They didn't have to. They could have just been kind of business as usual, keeping their head to the ground, providing for their family. It was a very different life than we enjoy today. It was candidly much more of a subsistence level than anything else. Firearms were very different back in that time. You all know that. I don't need to tell you that. And surely the people who penned the Second Amendment, that nice list that we call the Bill of Rights, the people who penned that had no idea that one day we would have tanks or drones, nuclear weapons. They had no idea what we would have. And that's okay. I'm comfortable with that. Some people are not. I am very comfortable with that because I look at the framework that they created for us. And again, I'm not a constitutional attorney. I'm not even an attorney. But I look at it from a very simplistic standpoint, and I say, and I really look at how foresighted they were in so many different things that we experience today. A lot of people say, yeah, those documents don't apply anymore. And I kind of think they do. So in that way, I don't think it matters. And so I'm going back to my conversation at the Castle Cafe. And he asked me, it's like, should everybody have a flamethrower? Does that constitute something that you need to protect your family? How about a tank? Should everybody own a tank? Can anybody own a nuclear weapon? I thought that those were really interesting questions because fundamentally, the Second Amendment enables the people to protect themselves from government. That's part of it. That's a fundamental part of it. And if the government has tanks and flamethrowers, then should the people have tanks and flamethrowers? I can't answer that, and I still don't know. I look at The difference is how far this bill, Senate Bill 25003, has come since we heard it, oh gosh, beginning of February. It's been a long time, huh? A lot has happened. My amazing aide utilized some AI software, actually created by the offspoken of Elon Musk, who owns X. And this is AI, so no false claims. But really compared Senate Bill 25003 as it was introduced and what we have in front of us today. And there are pages and pages of changes. And I get that no bill is perfect and that we are always evolving our policy and legislation that we bring before our different chambers. This has been an interesting exercise, though. The bill as introduced really did have a fiscal note, but it wasn't a fiscal note because it wasn't acknowledged. And then it went on to actually create a fiscal note. And we really, we keep talking about the structural deficit in this state. We talk about affordability. We talk about the things that the citizens sent us here to do. And the amount of time and effort that's been put on this bill is mind-boggling, to say the least. I do not believe that a single person will be saved. I think that this is an abject infringement, and I will use that word, infringement on the Second Amendment rights of the people of Colorado. Whether you agree with the Second Amendment in its purest form or not, I think that nobody will debate that it has been the mission of some in this legislature to really change the Second Amendment rights of citizens in Colorado. And that's sad. Because you are criminalizing law-abiding citizens. You just are. And making it inconvenient, challenging, whatever term you want to use, for people to sell guns, to buy guns, to defend themselves, to hunt, to sport shoot, fill in the blank. That appears to be the mission. We are 12 in this chamber, 22 in the other. We can try to persuade, but clearly that's not always possible. I still believe, and I'm going to say this again, shall not be infringed means just that. I ask for a no vote, please.
Further discussion? Please, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, here we are again, discussing and debating and cussing and discussing, as they say back home. about something that people feel strongly about on both sides, evidently. But when we talked about this bill to begin with, one of the things I said was rights versus privileges. And now that it's come back and we get to vote on it again, we decided that we would put the people in charge of privileges to take care of our right. CPW is going to play a great big part in this. While CPW has a bigger and bigger role to play in the state of Colorado every year. In my district, we just got a bunch of new neighbors. They're affectionately called wolves. And, you know, one of the things about them is that if they're attacking you and yours and or your property, we have the right to defend ourselves. Now, will that be with a I forget what they call flintlock? Probably not. Will it be with a modern firearm? Yeah, probably will. It's going to be hard for my folks and my folks out there in the 5th District to consider going down and asking for permission to purchase their next gun. And that's what we're talking about here today. In fact, it was said in the debate that we had earlier this session that we're not talking about the guns you have, but the next one you're going to get. Take it out of the country. Now we're going to talk about the next gun or the first gun that my daughter may think that she needs. She probably won't decide she needs it until she does need it. But, first of all, she's got to go find out if she'll be qualified to buy it. That may take a while. And particularly with the backlog that I expect to come from this new bill, with CPW being covered up with folks that may want to get their next gun, it may take quite a while. Hopefully, the reason that she needs that gun, we'll recognize that, and that'll take quite a while, too. But in the meantime, she could be in danger. And you know, I'm a dad, I worry about those kind of things. When she asked me once, do you think I should get a gun? I said, well, babe, do you think you need it? She said, well, I don't know. I don't know, so should I get one? And there are some things that go on in my house that probably may not go in yours. But one was, I told her, babe, you got to understand that when you take that out of your purse, they're already gone. You have to make that decision. It's not to scare them. It's not to say I have it, but bang, you're gone. That's got to be the way people think of protecting themselves. That family story is just a little something so you see where I've come from. Sitting in my desk this afternoon, I was thinking about how far we've come in 249 years. This discussion would have never taken place 249 years ago because we were brand new as a country and as a people. And we truly believed in this country and what it stood for and what individual rights were, and that rights were given by the great Creator, not by another man. And these are the kind of things that I want to keep in these United States. The idea that I have to ask is foreign to me. And we keep having to ask more and more of our government, is it okay if I do this, or is it okay if I do that? You can say it starts right here. If we have to ask for a right that becomes a privilege, don't we end up having to ask more and more of our government? Is it okay if I get this or I do that? We've talked about a broad range of things today. Everything from owning apartment houses to whatever you want to call out. And every one of those ends up being, is it okay with the government if I do this? We are not going to make it, folks, if we continue to have to ask permission for everything in this country. The rest of the world is not asking for permission, but we are. I don't know what happened or why. Oh, I understand why these are brought, particularly in relationship to the news that we have in this country too much. But we're not taking care of the causes of some of those things that we read in the paper and that we see on television that frightens us and scares us into asking for protection. We try in this room and in this building to address mental health issues and get a little bit there, but not quite all the way. We can't identify folks. We do identify folks. We ask for red flag bills. We pass red flag bills and people don't use them. I guess I don't understand where we're headed. It seems like we're headed down a blind alley that there is no way out. And it's concerning to me because this country stands up. It doesn't kneel and it doesn't ask. The rest of the world asks us, will you help us? Will you protect us? Because that's who we are. Every one of us. Not just the people who believe in firearms and the people that don't like firearms, but this country as a whole. We are protectors. We are the kind of people that the world looks to and says, will you help us? Right now I'm asking, will you help us now? Us, the state of Colorado. We cannot end up just being a no-gun zone in the state of Colorado. But we're headed there because we keep chipping away. Small pieces here, small pieces there. It's concerning to a lot of the folks that are in my district and across the state of Colorado because I've gotten way more emails on this one than I've gotten in most of my career here in the building. And most of them are asking me to vote no. Please vote no. Because the people outside this building recognize what they think, what they feel, where they're at, rather than where we are right here in this room. You know, I'm a rural legislator, and I talk too much about rural probably because, that's what I know about. But I do know in rural Colorado, the ability to protect what's ours and who's ours is a big thing. And it goes without asking and it goes without saying that we're prepared and we will protect. And I think that's an expression of this country, an expression of what this country has stood for. I know that this is only a state law, but it's the state that I'm proud of, and I'm proud to be a citizen of Colorado. And I want Colorado to be the best state in the union. Historically, it has been. It's been one of those places that leads the country in positive outcomes. We're taking a turn to lead the country in outcomes that most of the country is not going to go along with. These things are important to me. They're more important than probably I can express to you. But now's a good time to take a look at where are we going? Where are we going to end up? And what is it going to look like when we're done? One of the bosses I had, I'd be the guy to go into his office and say, man, I got a good idea, think about this. He sent me back to my office and said, I want you to come back when you've thought that clear through so you know what it looks like on the other end. A lot of times I never went back to his office because after I did that, I realized it wasn't the best idea that I'd had. Folks, I'm asking you today, think about what it's going to look like on the other end. Please vote no.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam President, and I continue to rise in opposition to Senate Bill 003 and many of the other gun bills that seem to be coming through this chamber year after year after year. I think we've already seen 3, and I know we have another one coming. What I find concerning, such as legislation that greatly hinders the practical ability of Americans to exercise their rights without directly restricting gun ownership. Excessive regulations can make it so difficult and expensive for gun manufacturers and sellers to operate that many are simply forced out of business. To artificially raise the prices of guns and ammunition in the hopes of pricing out ordinary Americans who would no longer be able to afford them. While political attacks and a judiciary unwilling to treat the Second Amendment with respect are significant threats, perhaps the biggest threat comes from a lack of will among the people to understand and defend their own rights. Every new generation of Americans must decide for themselves that the right to keep and bear arms is a right worth preserving, both in theory and in practice. And I think about what former President Ronald Reagan said. As long as there are guns, the individual that wants a gun for a crime is going to have one and going to get it. The only person who's going to be penalized and having difficulty is the law-abiding citizen. And that continues to be true today, and for the last 6+ years that I've been here, I encourage you to think about this and please vote no on Senate Bill 003.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, back when I was in my early 30s, my wife and kids and I were away for a weekend, and when we came home, someone had broken into our house. And the kind of things that he did I won't describe, but let me just suffice it to say that he had spent time in my wife and my bed. He had spent time in my 10-year-old daughter's bed. Perhaps a week later, when we were away from the home and came back in our normal course of the day, he had been there again. And he had left signs intended for us to pick up, for us to find, directed at my daughter, directed at my wife. Of course, we called the police on both those occasions, but then this happened again. And then it happened again, and again, and again. Obviously, this was someone who knew our comings and goings and would break into our very old house that was not extremely difficult to pry open those windows and get in. Now, the police asked me, do you have firearms to protect your family? I had never even given that thought was not something I grew up with. So I said, no. And I remember the officer saying, well, son, your family is under threat. You need to defend them. Go buy a firearm. Defend your family. I left right then and went to a sporting goods store, bought my first shotgun. Do not tell me, nor my daughters, my now adult kids, nor their kids, that they cannot defend their households and their family. Do not tell me that I cannot, when I need to, go acquire the weapons that I need to defend my family. Of course, the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms in the Colorado Amendment, Colorado Constitution, they don't just cover defending your castle. They also talk about defending liberties from an oppressive government. That is the strong implication, especially in the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. What kind of government would we have to defend ourselves from? Well, it's the kind of government that would pass Senate Bill 003. The kind of government that would institute restrictions on us acquiring firearms when that nation, when that government itself is well armed. This is not imagination, this is repeated history. What a dangerous path that we're going down right now. Do not tell the people of Colorado that they need to come to this body, to this state government, and ask for permission to defend themselves from personal attack or from an oppressive government. That is not America. That's the opposite of who we are as a nation. We've got to put the stop to it right now. We've got to vote no while we have the second opportunity of that terrible bill coming to this body for the second time. We've got to seize this opportunity and vote no on Senate Bill 003. Thank you, Madam President.
You are welcome. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to again make clear my opposition to Senate Bill 3 as amended. This bill is another blow in the chipping away of the constitutional rights of our citizens. Earlier this week, we went after gun shows and the law-abiding citizens who work there and attend those events. We see the constant government regulation and government controls, and one gets the sense this will go on, slowly eroding our rights as a free people. In my view, this is misplaced. Our efforts should be directed not at those who abide by the laws, who wish to abide by the laws of this country, but those who break the laws or ignore the laws. Clearly, we need better mental health programs. And I believe, contrary to where we've been heading recent years in this state, we need to start punishing crime again. Let me repeat that, punishment of crime, particularly violent crime. We need to harden vulnerable targets from those who would commit horrible crimes. That's the reality, the unfortunate reality of the world we live in today. But this is not the solution. Our efforts should be placed on programs such as those I mentioned, not in the constant chipping away in the rights of a free people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this piece of legislation.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise in opposition of Senate Bill 3 as amended. Even fairly new to this chamber, this building, on day one here, I took took an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States. And in it asked me to respect several amendments to that Constitution, one of which is free speech, one of which is a well-regulated militia being necessary to secure a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It doesn't say anything in there about the type of weapon. It doesn't say anything about the length of the barrel. It doesn't say anything in there about how many rounds can be attached to it. It doesn't say anything about what sort of trigger I can have on it. I think the spirit of it is we need to protect ourselves so that we can be free from the very government that seeks to govern us. I feel like Colorado is on the cusp of entering a territory which not many, if any, other states have walked into. It will surely be subject to challenge by the Supreme Court of Colorado as well as the U.S. Supreme Court, if it even gets there. Yet we spend hours and hours and days working on this country-leading legislation here. And I feel like we're violating the very Constitution we swore to protect. There are so many instances where states have risen in opposition to the Constitution of the United States, and they've been knocked down. And so I hope that folks, as we watch this potentially move forward, we see it knocked down. I'm here for the safety of all kids, all adults. I'm here for the safety of all. But what is more important than that is our God-given rights. We stand at a crossroads, a moment in history where the very essence of our constitutional freedoms are being tested like never before. During the darkest days of the pandemic we recently survived, when fear and uncertainty reigned, our state, like many others, stepped on the sacred ground of our First Amendment rights. The restrictions placed on religious gatherings were not just stringent, they were perceived and in many cases proven to be more oppressive than those applied to other activities. Here in Colorado, when High Plains Harvest Church and Alt and other houses of worship looked around and saw a stark disparity, retail stores bustling with people, restaurants operating with fewer constraints, but churches, temples, mosques, they were told to limit their congregations, to silence their choirs, and to dim their lights of faith. This wasn't just oversight or bureaucratic misstep, it was a clear violation of the Free Exercise Clause of our First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or press, or the right of people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Our founders understood the sanctity of religious freedom just like they understood the need to protect freedom, the freedom of our citizens from oppression of our government and thieves who would do us harm. The court struck down those discriminatory practices. It wasn't just a legal victory, it was a moral one. It reaffirmed that in America, the right to worship isn't a privilege dispensed by the state, just like the Second Amendment, but an inherent freedom protected by our Constitution. I sure hope we can do the right thing and stand up as a state in line with the freedoms that are God-given, and those freedoms shall not be infringed.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I came up a little while ago and spoke to the amendment. I maybe was a little out of line there, maybe should have been to the bill, but there's a couple areas that have not been touched on that this bill will promote. One of them is the black market for the law-abiding citizens of this state. There's already a black market. If you're a criminal, you want to commit a crime with a firearm, you can obtain that firearm. You can obtain that ammunition without having to go to a gun store, without having to come to the government and say, can I buy a gun? It already happens every day. This will make it happen for the law-abiding citizen. That's not right. That's not what America's about. The second thing this thing will do in a time of a budget crunch in this state, our Attorney General will have to defend this law clear up to the Supreme Court. I feel this law is unconstitutional, which means our Attorney General will have to defend this bill. It'll be money lost because in the end, it will be found unconstitutional. I've been involved in policy for several years, not as many as some in this room, but as a county commissioner, we were involved with policy, and as a representative and as a senator, my experience has been anytime policy is surrounded with emotion, it is bad policy. In committee, we heard over and over again from people testifying in favor of this bill, emotion. I'm here to tell you, if emotion drives policy, it's usually going to be bad. There's so many reasons that I just cannot get behind legislation like this that I could go on and on. But I will stop there, and I would ask we think about some of these things I've mentioned and others have mentioned, that God is the one who gives us our rights, not this government. So with that, I ask for a no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, really a heartfelt thank you to the sponsors and the intention behind the bill and what I share with you, trying to make our community safer, trying to reduce gun violence, trying to reduce suicides. I appreciate where we're trying to go with these conversations. As a responsible gun owner myself for 50 plus years, including semi-automatic rifles, I just struggle with the concept of limiting those availabilities and the rights that are afforded us under the Second Amendment. I shared on second reading a little bit of anecdotally this last summer at my farm. There's a Denver Post article in my office about an individual, a criminal, in town in Alamosa in a motel, shoots and kills, well, he shoots 3 people. One of them die at the scene, and the other 2 die at the hospital a little later. He fled the scene roughly 7 miles south of town headed towards where I live. And he's on a county road. I haven't talked to the police officials, but he had to be going 70 or 80 miles an hour and comes to a T in the road and doesn't recognize the road T's. He goes airborne easily 100 feet. He clears 2 ditches and a fence and lands in my field. This is on an early Saturday or Sunday morning in June. He lands in that field, gets out, sets his vehicle on fire, and then takes off on foot. The closest house for him to get into, potentially, or hide or seek refuge in, is actually my father-in-law's house, a couple hundred feet away. My house is across the field. I can see all this that morning unfolding. Luckily for us, he actually went north instead of going south. And they found him later that day, and he's facing charges for for murdering 3 people. But the idea of how my wife and I live very remotely, very isolated, the challenges around limiting the potential for how we choose to best defend ourselves is a little problematic. To think about going into the local store and go, you can buy anything on this shelf with the background check and all the other necessary requirements, but everything else maybe on this shelf, you have to go through and get permission from the state through what's now set up through CPW. Seems like it's just an infringement and a challenge to think about, particularly in these anecdotal incidents where that was an idiot, a violent criminal that was within eyeshot of my house. And for us to be limited on how we choose to defend ourselves is just problematic for me. But I truly appreciate the sponsors and a recognition that we have to do better somehow. But to a couple of the other colleagues, law-abiding, responsible gun owners for 50 years will continue to obey the laws and be responsible gun owners. That criminal, that idiot from town that night, he is not going to obey the laws. He will find a way to get a gun that he wants, to do whatever he wants to do. The challenge is trying to strike the right balance to improve outcomes in our society, have safer societies and safer communities, and reduce gun violence and less suicide. And how do you strike the right balance and how that impacts, again, responsible gun owners like myself and so many others. So it's with that kind of background and position, I do ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 03 today, but thank you, sponsors, and thank you, Mr. President.
You got it. Further discussion. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's another Friday. It's been 662 Fridays since my son Alex was murdered in the Aurora Theater massacre. A guy ran in with a 100-round drum attached to his Smith & Wesson MP-15 Sport and opened fire on a theater full of moviegoers. Please sit down. These types of bills, these discussions that I have to have continually come up on Fridays. There's no getting away from this for me. I can, at this point, look up. Yeah, it's 20 minutes to 5. We were with a group of about 20 of us, had been over at Gateway High School, and the woman who was one of the victim advocates who was helping us, she came to the realization that Terry and I were not next of kin, okay? Alex was married. His wife had had a nervous breakdown first thing in the morning, and they had taken her to the hospital. She was in the hospital where all of the kids were coming with gunshot wounds and all of that because she had had a nervous breakdown. So that's where she was. We were all over at Gateway High School with all of the other families. And at about this time, she came over and said, when it's time for us to give you confirmation of who was in that theater, we have to tell the next of kin first. And then we'll have to come and find you. That was one of the first times it was like, what? So it was, okay, I will follow that woman wherever she is. I will set, on a stick in front of her room, if that's what I have to do, so that you can give me the information that I need about the whereabouts of my son. And they said, no, but if you want to come to the hospital, we can find a room for you. So we did a caravan. We all headed over to the hospital, and we waited until 8:10 that evening when they came down and gave me confirmation that Alex was one of the 12 who had been murdered that day by a guy with a high-capacity magazine. And you're right, that's where the crux of this all started, okay? We passed legislation in this building, in this General Assembly in 2013, that limited the sale and possession of high-capacity magazines over 15. In the 10, 12 years since, it has been woefully inadequate. They were not enforcing it. We knew that they were not enforcing it. We called them out on the enforcement of it. We had at least two incidents, the Club Q shooting, the Boulder grocery store shooting, in which somebody had legally purchased a firearm that took a detachable magazine and loaded it with a high-capacity magazine and went in and had their tragedies, massacred people in both of those instances. That was because they still had the ability to buy high-capacity magazines here in the state of Colorado, which were illegal. We passed that legislation here. So that's where this all started. It morphed itself out. To make clear, what we made sure is even when we were doing that, trying to get the enforcement of that, we made it very clear that this bill does not affect possession in any way and does not impact any gun that you currently own. I don't know if you all recall, and many of you do, you remember every single word that I've said. So you probably remember this story about the husband and wife who the woman needs to eat wild game, because she has some kind of allergy, and they've been using a 50-year-old shotgun. And he wrote me a letter because he was so concerned that I was going to somehow come up there and take his gun away from him. Nothing's further from the truth. That's not what this legislation is. He is probably the most upstanding, him and his wife, and congratulations to the two of them. But we're not taking anything from anybody. We can talk about the constitutionality, and there it is. I mean, you can talk about things and say whatever you want, but the reality is what it is, okay? The Supreme Court has had several opportunities to intervene or block on challenges of high-capacity magazines. No high-capacity magazine has been struck down, and they all remain in effect. That's the facts. That's real. That's not fear-mongering, trying to tell people in your community, oh, look out, they're coming for your guns, they're coming for your magazines. No. What was done in 2013 is constitutional then. It continues to be constitutional now. 9 states and D.C. have outright bans on the acquisition of certain semi-automatic weapons. Federal courts in California, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington have all upheld those prohibitions. It's still in place. Federal appellate courts, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 7th, have ruled on prohibitions. In August of 2024, the 4th Circuit. In December of 23, the 7th Circuit. Delaware, Illinois, and Maryland asked the Supreme Court to hear their cases. Do you know what the Supreme Court said? No, we're not going to do it. That's the reality. That is what is really happening. Not, we're going to kick this aside. They're going to strike this down. It's for sure going to go to the Supreme Court. You have absolutely no basis for making comments like that, because if you did, it would show up. But you don't, and you continue to say it. Why? Because it sells guns. That's what this is all about. Selling more guns. So now you want to sell guns here in the state of Colorado, like in Connecticut and Hawaii and New Jersey and Oregon and Maryland, Delaware, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Washington. You have to get a permit to purchase, which is now what we added on to this, so that we could get everybody on board with this. So we could get someone who has an office down on the first floor in line with this. That's why we came up with a permit to purchase. And the permit to purchase isn't for all firearms, just specific ones. You can still buy firearms. You can still keep the ones that you had. You can still use those 50-year-old shotguns and go out there and get your game. You can still buy brand new firearms as long as they're not on this list. But if you want to buy ones that are similar to what you have now, they are going to have the magazine permanently attached. That's the change. That's what we actually did. That is what you are all going to vote on again. And quite frankly, this is what our communities have been asking us to do for 12 years now. And you're right, we can only chip away at this because there's not people here enough that have the courage to stand up and ask those questions. I will ask those questions at every chance I get. And I will continue to ask those questions and look for the right answers to keep kids alive. And I absolutely 1000% believe that there are kids in this state who are alive because of the things that have been happening down here. There is no question to it. So I'm asking again for your vote, a yes vote on 003.
Further discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start off by expressing my gratitude to Mr. Immel, the drafter on this bill, because he's done his work, and he's done it well. I want to extend my gratitude to the sergeants and the nonpartisan staff who, regardless of whether you were supportive or opposed to this policy, did the work to ensure that everyone's voice could be heard. I want to extend my gratitude to the House Prime sponsors who are here today for their years of zealous advocacy. I want to just respond a bit to the comments that I've heard in the well today as we consider the House amendments made to Senate Bill 003. To the good senator from Montrose, I appreciate your comments about how in 249 years that having to ask for your rights being a new concept. I can appreciate that. 249 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to stand before you in this well, and that fact isn't lost on me. Being a woman, we didn't have full rights and franchise. up until about 100 years ago. Black Americans led an entire civil rights movement to ensure fundamental access to the ballot free from discrimination. That's why we advanced Senate Bill 001 earlier today. I won't get back into that. But absolutely, we work fundamentally on every bill here to make our society more just, more fair, more equitable. The senator from Brighton, in his comments, referred to the red flag laws, that those were the more effective ways to go about preventing the scourge of gun violence. But let me remind y'all here today, because there's been a whole lot of noise being made about whether or not Colorado's a sanctuary state. Let me be very clear, the only sanctuary that exists in Colorado is in El Paso County, who in response to the legislature passing those red flag laws, declared itself a Second Amendment sanctuary. Oh, and I guess that Rep. Armagost's office with his little sign on it is also the other Second Amendment sanctuary here in the state of Colorado. Speaking of Representative Armagost, I did watch with interest just a few days ago, because even he has distanced himself from the organization Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. The senator from Brighton spoke about how our Constitution is being tested in ways that we'd never anticipated. On that point, I agree. We are seeing unprecedented attacks to due process, to rule of law. But as it relates to Senate Bill 3, my co-prime sponsor, the good senator from Centennial, already spoke to the fact of all of the different states across this country whose policies are stronger, different, banning entire categories of weapons altogether, have withstood legal challenges, stood the test of time. So colleagues, why are we here today? My co-prime sponsor and I bring forward Senate Bill 003 in the hopes that it'll save lives. While we have been here on this floor today debating a whole number of policies, an elementary school in the Cherry Creek School District went on to lockdown because a child brought a gun to school. There was a time in this state that fact alone would have shocked the conscience. I'm surprised at this point that it has even made the news. That's the state of this debate. I am grateful to the work that has been done on this bill, on every other bill. Heck, I'm grateful to the work that my co-prime sponsor did last year in Senate Bill 24003 to give millions of dollars to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations to actually enforce the laws that are already on the books. Here we are. Your vote today is a recognition that if you can't do it in 15 rounds, may I suggest that maybe you shouldn't do it? That's all I'm saying. I ask for an aye vote, and I thank you for your consideration of this life-saving policy.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Snyder, Pelton B, Exum, Kirkmeyer, Simpson, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Frizzell, Bright, Liston, Baisley, Rich, Henriksen. With a vote of 19 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 188 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Sorry, Senate Bill 3, I was hopping to mine, is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace,
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 188?
Senate Bill 188 by Senators Coleman and Rodriguez and Representative McCluskey and Duran concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Thank you, Madam.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 188.
Is there any discussion? Senator Coleman.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This amendment that was run in the House, L12, reduces the general fund appropriations in the bill based on the JBC common compensation policy. Also, members, it removes the $1 million transfer from the Legislative Department cash fund to the general fund since it didn't fit under the title. This was done instead via JBC, and so instead of a $1 million transfer, there is a $6,338,640,000 transfer from the Legislative Department cash fund into the general fund via the transfer bill. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 188. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. We move the repassage of Senate Bill 188.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 188. Are there any no votes? Senator Rich, Baisley, Catlin, Frizzell, Simpson, Lundeen, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Bottoms, Carson, Bright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senator Bright. I'm very sorry, Senator Bright. Senator Pelton R. Senator Liston. Senator Roberts. Senator Mullica. Senator Marchman, Senator Kolker. With a vote of 18 aye, 16 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 188 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Great bill. Great bill. No? For the record, I don't think that you senators look alike at all. I think you're uniquely beautiful. But sometimes I forget names. It's all good. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Lundin and Rodriguez and Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi concerning suspending legislative interim activities and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments of Senate Bill 199 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Any discussion, Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. What the House did was inappropriate, and they messed with a perfectly well-done policy, and we have to fix it. No, they added an amendment that caused some confusion that conflicts with what we did in the Senate. We need to have a conference committee to do some tweaks and repair it, to restore it to the pristine place it was in the Senate to adjust what they amended. So on that note, I request a conference committee.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 199, that the conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? Woo-hoo. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 199. Majority Leader Rodriguez, Chair. President Coleman. What? I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Oh, I have to read the script. And Minority Leader Lundin. Very good. Message from the House.
The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1059, House Bill 1018, House Bill 1133, House Bill 1205, House Bill 1238, House Bill 1090, House Bill 1137, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 141. The bill is returned herewith. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1056 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Lukens, Chair, Bacon, and Soper as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1056. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1043 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Ricks, Chair, Bacon, and Soper as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1043. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of differences. The bill is transmitted herewith.
Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SJR 018.
Senate Joint Resolution 018 by Senators Winter and Frizzell and Representatives Duran and Puglisi concerning Sexual Assault Awareness Month and in connection therewith recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designating April 30th, 2025 as Colorado Denim Day.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we lay over Senate Joint Resolution 18, lay over until Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025.
The motion is lay over SJR 018 to Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. SJR 018 will lay over until Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. Delivery to the Governor.
To the Governor for signature on Friday, March 28, 2025 at 12:15 p.m. Senate Bill 14, 23, 51, 67, 68, 78, 133, 140, and 180.
Announcements. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a point of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to let all of the Buff Nation fans know that CU contracted with Coach Prime for another 5 years. Go Buffs!
Yeah.
Go Buffs! Go Buffs!
Go NIL. Great bill. Mr. Minority Leader, please bring us back. Mr. Minority Leader.
May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That sounds like a structural deficit to me.
Excellent. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege, please.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, members. The Pueblo Police Chief Chris Knoller made comments that I think are worthy of sharing, especially today. I'm reading from his post. He says, I want to talk to you about the day my officers had on March 18. It started at 5 a.m. when 4 officers responded to a domestic violence call in the 3300 block of Azalea. The suspect, Asai Torres, assaulted 4 of our officers, dislocating the shoulder of one and spit in our officers' and medical staff's faces. Our officers had to fight with him all the way to the hospital where he received medical treatment prior to being taken to jail, where he currently resides on no bond. Asai Torres was arrested in January for first-degree assault, where he is alleged to have shot a person and was out on $2,500 bond when he assaulted our officers. A little over 12 hours later, just shortly after 7 p.m., our officers were looking for Billy Soto, who was wanted for attempted murder in relation to a shooting at the Pueblo Village Apartments on February 3. Billy Soto was a self-admitted MS-13 gang member who had a criminal history that spans pages. He had 14 felony arrests, most of which were pled to misdemeanors. At the time of the shooting last night, he was out on bond, not on 1 but 3 felony cases, and as I stated, he was wanted on attempted murder charges related to a shooting at an apartment complex on the south side of Pueblo. Our officers were ambushed and shot by a malicious person who should have been in jail but wasn't because of our soft-on-crime legislation and bonds. He fired an estimated 80 rounds at responding officers who thankfully are in stable condition but have a long road to recovery. Our officers ended his rampage of terror the only way they could, by shooting him, and unfortunately he is deceased. I'd like to make just a few statements about the environment that breeds this type of criminal behavior. When we refuse as a state to hold low-level criminals accountable, they become emboldened. Violent crime goes up, and incidents like this are the result. The broken windows theory of law enforcement, I apologize. Let me find my place. Please have a seat. The broken windows theory of law enforcement worked in New York, it worked in Boston, it worked in Los Angeles, and many other communities. Instead of holding low-level offenders responsible, the state of Colorado has adopted the open windows theory, where we hold no one accountable. Our victims suffer, our communities suffer, and our police officers suffer. This year, they continue to try to take away any tool we have available to hold criminals accountable, and when we find ways around their weak policies, they try to take those options away from us as well. I, for one, am sick of it, and our community should be sick of it. The blood of my officers lays at the steps of our Capitol, and the reckless and soft-on-crime legislation passed out there, and I am tired of the needless violence my officers and our community face because of these policies. It is not the people in our capital who pay the price for these laws that do nothing but coddle criminals and let them loose back in our community. The individuals voting for and passing these legislation do not suffer the consequences of their policies. Instead, it's the people who live in towns like Pueblo, in neighborhoods like Eastside and Bessemer here in Pueblo. It's the economically depressed and the minority communities who suffer. It is our officers and law enforcement officials like ours who suffer the endless assaults, shootings, violence, etc. I don't believe the majority of our citizens support this legislation, or do they? Over the past 4 years, the situation for our communities has become increasingly worse. Each year, criminals receive breaks while officers lose qualified immunity, are assumed to have committed misconduct solely because a body-worn camera isn't activated as specifically outlined in SB 20-217, and our communities suffer under the lawlessness that is pervasive throughout our state. If they truly cared about our officers and citizens, they would demand that criminals be accountable. Instead, they are released from jails with little or no bond. When we can arrest them and they serve less than half their sentences in prison or jail, they are sentenced and returned to our communities to assault, shoot, and in some cases kill our officers and citizens with impunity. I will no longer sit idly by and not shout from the mountain about this injustice to my officers. They deserve better, as does my community. As the chief of police, I have a solemn duty to the men and women I work with to bring light to the situation, and as a citizen of this state, I have a right to demand more from our government. I would ask our community to continue to pray for our wounded officers and their families. I'd also ask that you pray for our officers who weren't physically wounded, but who carry the internal scars that come from facing incidents like this. Thank you. God bless our officers. God bless the Pueblo Police Department, and God bless the city of Pueblo. Members, we need to do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Colleagues, this is the second time that we have heard about this horrific attack on my community. Across the street from the park where I take my son almost every day of the summer. I spoke about it. I was the first moment of personal privilege. I spoke about it the morning after it happened. And I'm continuing to be shocked and saddened by the effect that it has and will continue to have on the Bessemer neighborhood, the greater community that is the city of Pueblo, and especially on the officers who were involved, both those who sustained physical injuries and those who are going to have a long struggle with emotional and psychological trauma, and their immediate family members. I want to address some of the comments that were just made, though, because I take this very, very seriously. And I actually, at around 7 o'clock in the morning, one of the first things I did the morning after was text Chief Knoller. I found out about the attack around 11 o'clock at night, and I figured that he had more important things to do than to talk to me, and that at that hour, there was nothing that I could do to offer assistance. So I called him very first thing the next morning and offer my support any way possible, including if there's any way that I could be of more assistance to the community in Pueblo than here, to let me know, because absolutely that's where I would be that day. I didn't get a response, and I was notified of the press conference after it had already begun from my aide, where the comments that were just read into the record came from. And because I take this seriously, I've immediately begun reviewing a lot, looking at legislation that can be brought to address this problem, looking at legislation passed, trying to dig into the facts of how this happened. I've spent quite a bit of time on that over the last couple of weeks. 1 week, 8 days now, I think it's been. 10 days. Certainly emotions are high. And certainly each individual is entitled to their opinion, both specific to legislation and broadly to what we do here. And the chief is absolutely entitled to his positions, his opinions on that. I want to speak specifically to some of the claims that have been made, though. That this individual, quote, should have been in jail but wasn't because of our soft on crime legislation and bonds. Because after a thorough review of all of the legislation passed in this body in the last 10 years, and of the record of the perpetrator of this attack, I'm not going to name him. He doesn't deserve that dignity. the record of the perpetrator of this attack, none, zero of his convictions had reduced sentencing possibilities because of legislation this body passed. Zero of the bonds that were set for him had reduced or required to be PR bonds because of legislation that this body passed. In other comments, we've heard made that the bond legislation by leftists at the Capitol, that has come from the mayor's office and the chief of police office. That legislation was carried by the minority leader. And there are several facts of this case that I am still waiting answers on, because what I most agree with in the comments that were made was that this perpetrator should not have been on the streets of my community. Given his history, he should not have been on the streets of my community. So among the things that I want answers for are, why did the DA dismiss 12 consecutive felony charges before he ever actually faced court action on his 13th felony charge? I want to know why, when he was charged with robbery with intent to kill, that he ended up with an acquittal on that. I want to know why, after he had 2 felonies and was arrested on aggravated motor vehicle theft in Colorado Springs in September of 2013, he was issued a PR bond. And why, when he was arrested 6 months after that on his failure to appear in Pueblo, the district court in El Paso County wasn't notified until after he had been released. And upon release, there was failure to set a new court date. So there are many questions that I still want answers for, of why this perpetrator was on our streets when he absolutely should not have been. And I am committed to finding those answers, and when there are policy gaps that can address it, where we can make our community safe, where I can make my community safer through policy, I am committed to bringing that policy. But whether it is any of us in this body, or my chief of police, any other official working in the legislative or judicial process of this, what we owe to the citizens of Colorado, what I owe to my constituents in Pueblo, is to follow the facts and act on those facts, and to be truthful in the facts as they apply to this case. And so I'm hurting for my community, I'm angry, but I will not sit by while misinformation is doled out on an abhorrent attack on my community.
Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, March 31st, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. on Monday, March 31st, 2025.